Hello and welcome into that YouTube live stream. Thank you so much for joining us earlier today than usual. We usually do a little bit of an evening live. Today we're live at 10 a.m. local time out here in Colorado. If you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We try to change the minds of Trump supporters by talking to them, by engaging with them, by debating them. We've been pretty successful in doing so. The purpose and point of these live streams is to change those minds and just raise more awareness and advocacy around what the facts are to combat right-wing misinformation. Now, folks, something else that we like to do every day is we like to go through the breaking news before we hop into the debates. And today's breaking news is kind of good, actually. Republicans en masse are starting to defect and turn away from the GOP, but more so the Trump administration over their false narrative that's been propagated in response to Alex Preddy's murder. We've heard their administration say many things. Kristi Noem has called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist. Stephen Miller has called him an assassin. And this is just blatant misinformation. We've now received stabilized footage of Alex Preddy's murder. And he was on his hands and knees. An ICE agent took his gun. Then another ICE agent shot him in the back and killed him. With unloading a magazine. Of course, this guy is not a domestic terrorist. Of course, this guy is not an assassin. He was an ICU nurse that was acting as a legal observer and trying to protect women that were being harassed and pushed around by ICE agents. And it really seems like a lot of Republicans are starting to believe their own eyes. Now, let's go over these specifics. First and foremost, Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General of the Department of Homeland Security, was on Fox News this morning. And remember, the Homeland Security, Kristi Noem most notably, has been making many claims about Alex. She's personally called him a domestic terrorist. And today on Fox News, he was asked, well, Todd Blanche, is Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist? And he couldn't say yes. So we're already seeing the narrative set forth by the Trump administration crumbling, with key members of that administration being unable to keep that narrative going because they don't feel comfortable reaffirming the garbage that has already been espoused by the talking heads and mouthpieces of the admin. Something else that we're now learning is that Homeland Security sent an email to congressmen and women right after Preddy's murder with incorrect information. They actually sent an email out to to predominantly Republicans stating that Alex Preddy was an illegal alien, quote unquote, that pulled his illegally owned firearm on the agents trying to kill him. Of course, now we know that's false. He's a 37-year-old American citizen that never pulled his gun on anyone. And that's now causing more and more Republicans to defect and turn away from the administration. A really good example of this would be the fact that a leading Republican running for governor in Minnesota last night dropped out of the race and condemned the Trump administration and condemned the GOP for their response to Alex Preddy's death. He said that, well, with this misinformation, with this vile attempt to create this false narrative, and on top of that, to then turn around and act very hostile to the people of Minnesota, he can't do it. So he just dropped out of the race. He said goodbye. He said goodbye. And we're also now hearing from Fox News that senior Homeland Security officials are becoming increasingly uneasy with Kristi Noem's claim of the fact that that Alex was trying to commit a massacre and that Alex was an assassin. And this is being reported on by Home News. So there's even now some internal commotion growing in response to the narrative. And at this point in time, before we hop into the debates, I actually just want to play y'all a clip from Fox News recorded this morning where you could hear how the anchors are truly starting to defect away from the narrative set forth by the Trump administration. Let's listen to that now. Oh, give me a second here. We got to turn the audio on.
Domestic terrorist who was going to, and we certainly should not be labeling him as being a domestic terrorist who was going to execute cops. There's no evidence to support that. And we certainly should not be labeling.
Now we're even hearing them say we certainly should not be listening to the Trump administration. So I think it's awesome that finally people are starting to wake up. We're starting to see a response, not just from the liberals, but also from many Republicans, that the Trump administration was wrong. Like Fox News is defying the narrative set forth by them, and that people are really starting to wake up. I mean, I truly hope that this serves as the breaking point for so many Trump supporters to start defecting and defying the Trump administration, turning on them and revoking their support. I mean, I just truly, as a reasonable American myself, I just truly don't understand how any reasonable American can continue to support this administration, not after just supporting, okay, the murder of an American citizen on the streets of this country, but also endorsing a false narrative. And for the people over on TikTok, sorry, not on TikTok, for the people on YouTube who's saying, you can't see my TikTok stream. Yeah, TikTok's been experiencing some massive issues. I actually think that the streams are being limited. We're at around half of our typical viewership, but apparently, according to a lot of people watching on YouTube, the stream's not even showing up. So that's a mess, but we'll work through it. We'll figure it out. Now we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected into the live stream. James, if you want to unmute and, tell us how the hell you still support Trump, especially in response to many of the key findings that I just brought up surrounding the Trump administration's endorsement of the murder of a citizen on the streets of this country, mask off, daylight execution, and the false narrative that they've propagated surrounding that. We'd love to hear from you.
You gonna stop talking?
James, this is like this is a show.
Brother, I understand
this
that.
This is the Dean Withers show. We go over the news sometimes like the anchors of these shows talk,
But that's your opinion of it and all that stuff. How old are you, Dean?
21.
I've debated you before online. 21. You just barely own to buy beer. I'm going to be your dad. Honestly, no disrespect to you. I'm trying to be very respectful. I'm not going to say absolutely nothing rude towards you. But your rhetoric towards the ICE information and stuff like that. That man had a gun. We see the videos. We see the things. Yes, it's a horrible thing. I don't want to see nobody die. Even with that lady, she tried to run the ICE station over. You're pushing the agenda, which you're trying to change the 21-year age, 25, 20s. But us older people are not going to change. I support ICE. I voted for Trump 3 times. I'm going to vote Republican again. I just don't. I want everything to be fixed, but it's not going to get fixed. You know what I mean? But let me explain my story. I'm going to put it right here, right on you. Right, there's 8,000 people on this thing. Okay, I'm 44 years old. When I was 19, I went to federal penitentiary. I made a bomb. I did 10 years flat. Okay, hold on. Let me. I've been out for 14 years. I'm a registered voter. I've got everything but my guns back. I've been pulled over 1 time in 14 years. I'll follow the law. But with my story being told now, I broke a federal law, and they took me away for a decade, 21 to 31. No problem. So if you run, jump, swim across this border, you're illegal, and these illegals are not all of them are bad. Don't get them messed up. But most of these illegals, you had time to get your papers. That is what ICE is for, is enforce our borders. Dean, I want you to walk over to Mexico, and I want you to fly an American flag, or Germany, or anything. You can't do that. They have rules. We have rules. Obama did it. You can anything I'm telling you to look up. Obama did 5 or 8 million people, literally. Everybody can Google it. Google's free. But now Trump's doing it, and everybody wants to backlash on Trump. I don't understand how the left rhetoric is really against us. We all should stand together. I know we're not going to get along, but I would not want nobody hurt. But don't impede on the federal ICE agents doing their job, because, like I said, I broke a law. They got my ass. They did, and I did my time.
Yeah.
But you keep talking so fast, and I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'll slow down.
You keep talking so fast, but you're pushing a rhetoric, an agenda, which is fine. So can I. But what facts are facts. Look what the deportation of Obama. Nobody bitched about Obama doing it.
You already made this point.
Nobody bitched about Joe Biden. Yeah. So I'm not understanding why you force it upon the younger crowd that is so hard, which I kind of respect it. I kind of respect it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could respond to all those points now. So the first point that you made is that I'm half your age and you could be my father. And you're right. Yeah. I am half your age. In fact, I'm a little less than half your age. I'm 21. I think that you said you were 48. Which I actually something that I think makes this conversation a little bit more sad. You know, why is it that the 21-year-old has to be the wisest of the group? Why is it that the 21-year-old has to be trying to convince the 48-year-olds to stop denying the evidence of their eyes and ears? Why is it that the 21-year-old who lived under the roof of his parents just a matter of years ago is the one telling the 50-year-old that could literally be my father?
No, brother, I'm
just
44.
to
I live
use
on the beach.
your
Look at
rational
go to my
factors
profile.
and hold to common sense. Now to
I got a
respond
job.
one moment. Now to respond to the second thing. You said that, well, Alex Pretty had a gun. Yeah, a gun that he was legally carrying. And the U.S. Constitution, particularly the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment,
He
prohibit
fired
officers...
the first shot.
One moment. The U.S. Constitution, particularly the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendments, prohibit officers from shooting citizens merely for possessing a weapon that is not a quote-unquote imminent threat, and this has been reaffirmed by multiple SCOTUS cases, most notably Graham v. Connor, which says force must be reasonable. And now just to respond to your most latest point that he fired the first shot, this is completely false. In fact, before the first shot rung off by an ICE agent, he had his gun confiscated from him.
Okay, that was a mistake. I agree with you on that. Okay, I'm on your side with that point. That right there. Yes, I've seen the footage. There's many angles of it. I've seen it. And I'm admit, as a conservative man, who will admit I agree with you at that point, you know? But if these people were sitting in their houses, not impeding ICE, arresting sex offenders, they're arresting some pretty bad people that are illegal here. I mean, how can you defend pedophiles? Like, yeah, that's what I feel the left is doing bad. And I'm sorry to say it like that. I mean, I don't want to be on this live very long, but I respect what you do, but damn, dude, I broke a law. And people, if I go out there,
I'm sorry.
they need to go away.
I'm sorry. I need to hop in here to respond to your latest point. You said, how can you defend pedophiles? Sir, you put a man in office who's not only boasted about sexually exploiting naked little girls and women, who's not just been held civilly liable for raping a woman, but has also now been defying Congress and breaking federal law to defend pedophiles for the last month and a half by refusing to release the Epstein files.
Mr. Withers, Joe Biden didn't do it for 4 years.
Want to know why?
Nothing. Because the Democrats in it.
No. I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why. It's because there was no legal precedent that required the administration to do it. The Epstein Files Transparency Act was only passed 2 months ago. B, for the first 3 years of his administration, the files were wrapped up in the ongoing investigation and incarceration of Ghislaine Maxwell. And then C, the reason why he didn't release it in the last year of his 4-year term is because he saw the DOJ as a unique and independent entity far and away from the White House. We know that there are files that the DOJ has been in possession of for years now that cast a very negative light on Trump. I mean, some of what we've received from the 1% of the files that have been released by the Trump administration, include a letter that Epstein seemingly sent to Larry Nassar, another convicted child sex pest, stating that President Trump shares their affiliation for young sexually attractive girls. We had the letter that Trump sent to Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003, depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." The email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell saying that, of course, Trump knew about the girls all along. And the Biden-Harris administration could have dipped their toe into the DOJ and just requested those files for public release to increase the likelihood that Kamala Harris had to win the election. But they didn't, even though it would serve in their best interest, because they truly deemed the DOJ as an independent entity far and away from the White House. So, I just feel like this narrative, they were protecting P3DOs because they didn't release the files is A, false because of the facts that I just shared, and B, it demonstrates your own cognitive dissonance. Because how can you sit here and say, no, one moment, this last question, this is very important. How can you sit here and say that because Biden never released the Epstein files, that means that Biden was protecting P3DOs and the files incriminated Democrats, but you can't say because Trump is not releasing the Epstein files, okay, that means that Trump is protecting P3DOs and the Epstein files incriminate Republicans. It's like the same point that you just made applies to the Trump administration, but then you deny it, even though it's your own logic.
I'm not denying it, but I get what you're saying. I'm just a normal citizen. Okay, let me ask you one question, Dean. I'm gonna get off this live. I respect you.
Don't
You're
leave,
very
man. I want to have a long
listen,
form
listen.
conversation
No,
with you, James.
no, you can, but you don't hush that mouth a little bit. Sorry, man. Okay, can you? I got a no, brother. You're good. You debate. I'm not a good debater. I'm sorry. I work. I live. I'm not someone that can get on these lives. There's 11,000 people in this damn thing. Okay, cool. No big deal. But I don't mind talking about myself. But can you tell me anything good about Trump? Honest. Can you admit anything? Or can you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
be
yeah,
honest?
yeah, yeah. I'll
Because
tell you. I'll
there's
tell you one
I
thing.
have
Okay,
I had
listen.
liberal view. I have a liberal views.
Listen,
There's some
listen,
liberal
hear me
views
out.
I have.
I'll tell you one thing that Trump has done as president that I agree with. The moment that you can
Okay.
open your eyes and realize that nobody should be supporting an administration that endorses the broad daylight murder of citizens in the street of this country. That no one should be endorsing a presidency who's attempting to get you to defy the evidence of your eyes and ears and is now labeling innocent
Oh
victims of murder
man.
domestic terrorists. That nobody should support an administration who is completely acts in disregard to the Constitution, is in
Okay.
infringing
All
on that
right.
Constitution to unconstitutionally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to then illegally deport in
Okay.
violation of their Fifth Amendment right to due process to seek out in El
What about
Salvador.
Lake and Riley? What about Lake and Riley? What about Charlie Kirk? What about all them people? Like, what are
Thank
them
you for
lives? You know what I
bringing.
mean?
Thank you so much for bringing
I'm
Laken
just
Riley up.
no,
Her
just
murderer
stop.
was found guilty and sentenced
It
to
was
90
illegal.
years in jail. Alex
That's
Pretty's
fine.
murder
That's fine.
is
Yeah,
now
you
back on the job in another state, harassing more citizens and more immigrants, and being defended by the Trump administration as a gallant patriot with his victim, who he murdered, being labeled as a domestic terrorist, which is exactly why I'm pissed off, and you should be too.
okay? Well, I agree with you on that. I mean, Dean, you're great. I mean, it's hard to debate. You're a very intelligent person. You know, I'm trying to make myself look stupid. I just have my beliefs. You have yours. I wear a Trump hat. I wear a Trump shirt when I want to, or ice shirt. I wear it. No one does nothing to me here in Florida, Washington D.C., Mississippi, Alabama. I travel the states. Look at my page. What I do for a living. I do a lot of airports. Right? So no one says nothing to me. So you're out there saying that these people are all bad, but I don't think you believe that there so many Trump supporters are coming back liberal. It's not happening, bud. I don't know. I can't debate, man. I'm just trying to be nice conversation, respectful to you. There's
Well,
just no
James, keep
way.
in mind, maybe the reason why you can't debate isn't because, I'm a pro at this, but it's just because at the end of the day,
Yeah,
I'm right and you're wrong. Like, that's just what I'm trying to get people to
no.
recognize. One last question I have for you is, what could the Trump
Yes, sir.
administration do to get you to stop supporting them?
It would have to, like, the gas prices are down. Okay, let's like, cause I would do a stock market stuff like that. I'm watching. I pay attention to things like that. My family do with money. Uh,
Can you
my
answer my
family
question?
conservative. What would they have to do? Inflation go through the roof. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. It's like, oh
You
man,
can't think of
that's a good
anything?
question. Mm, don't hang up the phone on me, dude. Don't do that. Okay, but hold on. I don't even see. I there's rights and wrongs in all parties. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like that's your
I,
first issue. If you can't clearly
if,
articulate a thing that your
yeah.
favorite president could do to make you revoke your support from them, you're a member of a cult.
Okay, if say okay, then we go back to Epstein files. If the Epstein files come out, that would make me stand to get something.
Okay, so
You
if
know
it is
that
proven that Donald Trump has engaged in any type of sexual violence,
if we have 100% proof of that.
he okay. So if there's 100% proof of Donald Trump engaging in sexual violence, you'd stop supporting them.
I mean, I don't know. This, man, I'm not gonna change my conservative values
We're not
again.
asking you to
I mean,
become a
I'm just
Democrat. We're just asking like
yeah,
what would have to happen for you to stop supporting Trump. You're saying so if it was 100% proven that he's
nothing.
engaged in sexual violence, you no longer be a supporter of his.
Yeah, nothing. There's nothing. I'm gonna vote red again. I mean, sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, I'm voting red. I'm voting red in midterms. I'm voting. I'm doing it.
Okay. So there's nothing he could do.
No, I
Yeah,
mean,
you're a member of a
besides,
cult. You're just
I mean,
insane. Like
it's
honestly,
not
can
a.
I be honest, James? Can I be honest, James?
I'm very honest to you. I'm
If it was
very
up to me,
yeah.
you'd have your right to vote revoked.
Damn.
I mean it. I mean it, dude. I mean it, dude. Like, I just don't think that it's productive nor conducive towards a cohesive society that includes flourishment for all for people like you to vote. I just don't. I mean, like, if you're going to sit here and say, well, there's literally nothing that Trump could do, there's literally nothing that the GOP could ever do to get you to stop supporting them. Okay. You are definitively acting in contradiction to the praxis of what a democracy is supposed to do and supposed to represent as a whole, because at the end of the day, you're placing these individual names, these individual peoples in this party over like the chase for the betterment of the American people. It's like I don't think that you should be able to vote. Oh wait. Can you even can you even vote? Like what, and the state that you live in? Yeah, can you vote?
Yeah, why? I'm a registered voter in
Because
Florida.
you said that you were convicted felon, so I was just curious.
Okay, hold on. In Texas, when you get a parole, probation, whatever it is, you extinguish them rights. You get your voting rights. Well, Florida, you can't vote as a felon, but you can look it up online. When you move to Florida, they grandfather you in from the prior state. I have an extra voter registration card.
Wait, in Florida, you can or you can't vote as a felon?
If you committed a felony in Florida, you can't vote. But since I got it back in Texas, and I moved to Florida, they grandfather you in.
Yeah.
This is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a registered voter card in Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
Yeah.
I have all my documents. Like man, Dean, look, yeah, I'm gonna eat some lunch, man. You're good, man. You are good. You're tough. I can't. Oh,
I hope that
you're tough.
You have a good rest of your day, James.
You're tough.
I truly do hope that you reconsider your nonsense. We're going to move on to the next guest at this point in time, folks. Only hop inside of that queue over on TikTok if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And, of course, for everyone watching, of course, here I'm talking to the Hendrix. Thank you for the Galaxy on TikTok. I'm talking to the 13,000 people on TikTok, the 3.5 thousand people on YouTube. I think what we had just witnessed and observed in that last guest is something that we will only see more. Okay, we will only come across more and more people who come up on this live stream and demonstrate like zero senses of rationality, and just tell us that they're gonna vote red no matter who, no matter what, no red lines, because that's a growing demographic of Trump's voter base is just the cult members, because everyone else is either already left or is actively reconsidering and probably just watching the live as a fence sitter from the chat compared to hopping in the queue to debate me. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I think I was bred way more.
No, they're not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Y'all make sure if you happen to be inside of that queue, you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could try your best to follow the rules of the live. Thank y'all so very, very much. And we actually have just a few very, very kind people to thank here real quick. But let's just get that ex-Trump supporter and welcome in Angry Long Island veteran. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Awesome, man. Give me 1 second here just to catch up with a couple donos, and I'll pass the mic off to you. First and foremost, thank you so much, Fit Dad, for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Fit Dad, that is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Fit Dad with $100, dude, seriously, that is insane. Thank you so much for the love, your kindness, the generosity. That is so much money. I do not deserve it. Not a bone in my body does. Fit Dad with the $100 says, quote unquote, facts are fact, except the one, sorry. My eyes and ears see very clearly. Exactly, Fit Dad. Thank you for the $100. It's good to see you again, man. I feel like it's been a while. Then, as well as Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $20 donation over on Super Chat, who says, if recording law enforcement is a crime, we don't have a First Amendment. If somebody's executed for legally carrying, we don't have a Second Amendment. If they could break the door down to our homes, then we don't have a Fourth Amendment. Exactly, Mr. Skittles. This isn't just an attack on the American people. This isn't just an attack on Alex Preddy. This is an attack on the Constitution. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Fit Dad and Skittles down below. We're all caught up over on the Super Chats. Let's quickly catch up on Venmo. Tess, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 100 Tess W's. Let's also get 150 Micah W's. Thank you for the $15. That is M-I-C-H-A. Micah says, thank you, Dean. Well, thank you for the love, Micah. Then Ray, thank you for the $10, who says, the right is so cowardly, I couldn't agree more. Gene, thank you for the $10, who says, me and Dean love you. Tell this dude no one cares about his age. Yeah, you're trying to pull that age card. That was embarrassing. Thank you for the $10, Gene. It's good to see you. And then Hannah, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Hannah. That is crazy. Thank you for your kindness. Yo, let's get 500. Hannah W's, who says, hey, Dean, I sent you a DM to your TikTok page yesterday, and I'd really like your help and advice. I'll take a look at that, Hannah. Thank you for the $50. As well as Alyssa, thank you for the $10. That was the very first donation of the stream. And then Tess with the 15, who says, MAGA's really about to fuck around and find out with the Second Amendment. Who thought RS would be the ones to try to destroy this Second Amendment? Oh, Dims try to warn y'all, fascists be fascists. I know, yeah, they're really fucking around and finding out with that Second Amendment. Thank you so much for the $15, Tess. And then just to quickly catch up over on PayPal, first and foremost, Atticus, appreciate you for that $15 donation. I actually see we have two $15 donations from you, so thank you for the $30. Dude, I want to see 300 Atticus W's. Atticus first says, hey, Dean, I'm about to go to a protest that is local to me, and I just found out that Kyle Rittenhouse lives about 30 minutes away from me. Wish me luck. Good luck, Atticus. Thank you for engaging in your civil duty of being outspoken in the community around you. I'd also like to read a second donation. He says, what the fuck, James lives in my town. I hate it here. Yeah, bro, don't run into James, Atticus. And then Winter, that is Winter. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal, who says, Dean, I'm here once again. I've been listening to you and Parker quite often lately while I'm doing things or trying to sleep. I appreciate you two speaking with clarity and truth. We need more individuals willing to speak up for what's right. Well, Winter, thank you for the love. I'm happy that you're enjoying the live streams, and thank you so much for the kind words and the $20 donation. Then the School Project, thank you so much for the $5. Donica, thank you so much for the $5. Sadie, appreciate you for the $1. Then Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, Amanda. Amanda with a 10 says, always struggled with doubting my knowledge on politics, but watching your lives has helped me feel more informed. That is why I do what I do, Amanda. Thank you so much for taking some value away. Huge shout out to you. And then one last one here. Sophia, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, sorry, not Sophia, Elliot, thank you for the $20, who says, I wanted to send this to you as it attests to Trump's trafficking involvement with William Sasha Riley. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Elliot, and thank you for the $20. Let's show some love to Elliot down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Now, at this point in time, we are going to go to hop back into those debates. There's a couple other people, but I'll thank you all here momentarily. Long Island Vet, take it away. Tell me and everyone else watching how the hell you still support this terribly corrupt administration that's killing Americans and attacking the Constitution.
You misspelled Minnesota. So, yeah, that being said, it kind of strikes me that you don't even know the actual close-up of the video with Betty, because if you actually look at it real close, he went to grab his holster a second time. I'm assuming you're aware of this? Yes?
Nope, that's just not true.
Well, that's actually true. I can pull it up on video right now if you like.
I'll pull it up on video right now.
Well, how about I do it? Because I know you like to pick and choose your fucking videos, don't you?
I'm just going to pick the best video.
No, according to you. Well, I actually
no, according to everyone. This is it's
no.
This video is up. This video is up close and stabilized. There's just simply not. How about we show both of our videos? Is that fair?
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Sure.
All right. Yeah, this video is up close and stabilized. I mean, there's literally not a better video of what happened to Alex Pretty available anywhere on the internet. We are going to be pausing it the moment the first shot rings off, just to stay safe and in accordance with TikTok TOS. But I am going to ask absolutely everybody to pay very close attention to this, because it is absolutely disgusting. And it absolutely definitively proves without a shadow of a doubt that what happened to Alex Pretty is blatantly murder. Do give me a second. I know that you guys are seeing a really weird overlay right now, both on TikTok and YouTube. That is me just simply trying to get this video broadcasted to both channels. Let's go ahead and play this now.
Honestly.
Okay, at this point in time, you see Alex Pretty down on all fours. At this point in time, I'd like to pause it again. If you look at the ICE agent wearing the gray jacket, you could actually see him with his right hand grabbing Alex's gun. At that point in time, the ICE agent wearing the gray jacket has removed Alex's gun, and the ICE agent behind Alex has now pulled out his gun and then shoots him dead. No, Alex did not reach for a gun.
Can I play mine now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Can you
But do you agree from the video that I just played, it very clearly demonstrates that no, Alex did not reach for any gun?
Put on the big screen?
For sure, after you answer that. Yes, after you answer that question.
Did he shoot him? Yes.
But, can we agree that the video that I just showed clearly demonstrates that no, Alex never reached for his gun? In fact, he didn't even have it on him.
Incorrect.
What's that?
Incorrect. Oh, wait, sorry. I had my charger on, my bad.
Wait. So you think in the video that I just showed,
can you just let me show the video first before you start talking?
Not yet. No, because I want an answer to the question. I am going to allow you to play your video, though. In the video that I just played, you'd think that it showed Alex reaching for his gun?
Not that angle. It doesn't show it.
Not from that angle. Okay, feel free to show your video.
Perfect. Can you put it on the big screen, please?
Yeah, just turn your camera on first.
Thank you. Yep.
Make sure not to show the moment of the shot, okay?
No, I'm not going to. This is after he got disarmed.
That's also after he was shot.
Yes, and where is he? Where's his hand?
It looks like it's on his side.
What does he grab? He's grabbing the same area. He's trying to grab another mag
Okay, this is after
or something.
he was shot.
What? No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. What you're showing is after he was shot. Play the audio.
That's not. Let's see if I can get the volume up.
You know, it's fine. I'll just listen. I'll just show you. I'll literally just prove to you that that was after he was shot, real quick. Exactly.
You got that
He's
same shot, frame by frame?
Yeah, check this out. I'll just pull up the video that I just had. You'll be able to clearly see that his body only went up in the air after he was shot. This is like ridiculous, dude. Give me a moment. Please
Zoom
turn
into that.
Yeah, you got it. Do give me one moment here, everybody. I just have to reframe this over on YouTube. So what you just showed was after he was shot, bro. I really hope. I really hope that we just have common sense back in this country. All right, let's go to watch this together. There you go.
Slow it down.
There you fucking go.
Slow it down.
Honestly.
First question. Can we agree that the ICE agent wearing the green sweater right now is taking Alex's gun away from him?
Yes, we can agree on that one.
Boom. Does Alex have a gun on him?
Where's his hand at?
One moment. Does Alex... Please answer my question. No. Answer my question. Does Alex have a gun on him?
No. Don't pivot. Where is Alex?
No. That's not how this is going to work. Does Alex have a gun on him? And his hand's on the ground.
Are you going to assume that he only has one? This is why you guys are.
That's not an assumption. That's a fact.
How do they know how many weapons he has on him?
Because they took his one gun away.
Oh, so they assume that he has only one?
They knew he only had one.
How did they know that?
Because they couldn't see any other gun and they have a clear vision of his waistband.
So this is why I know you fucking don't know anything about law enforcement, because just because you observe something, does it mean that you can't have concealed weapons under them?
Can we agree that he only had one gun on him?
Was he grabbing for something else?
Wait. Can we agree
no. Here's the question. When he was...
I'll answer your question after you answer mine. Can we agree that he only had one gun on him?
No, you need to answer this one pivotal question. That
is not what's going to happen, bro. You're not going to dodge and deflect this question.
This is what, because you're trying to avoid the
No, you're trying to avoid this question. Can we agree that Alex only had one gun on him?
Whether he had one gun or not is irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
So if him being unarmed is irrelevant?
No, this is what you're not understanding. If you have one gun on you and you are disarmed and you are currently reaching for something else, what does that assume? What if you're pretending for a second you actually have a job where you're a federal officer, right? And you actually had to respond to this guy, right? And you're the one that's dealing with this guy, right? So let's assume that it's ICE Officer Dean right now. And you're wrestling with this guy, and the guy pulls a weapon, and he's disarmed, and you see him reach in the back side of his leg. What does ICE Officer Dean assume right there? His gender?
If I shoot a man and then that man's arms go to his side, I assume that he's probably
no, because it was before the fact.
We just watched the clip together. That's not true. I'll play
Yeah. And where is the guy's fucking butt? That guy in the front is clearly obstructing the video where you can't see his arm.
You could see his waist though, which is where the gun would be. Watch it.
You can't see. Yeah, but where is his hands at?
What matters is that we have. What matters is that we could see his waist, and if we can't see his hand at his waist, then he wasn't reaching for anything around his waist. Just watch.
It doesn't matter where his waist is. Where is his fucking hands going?
If his hand is not reaching anywhere for or around his waist, okay, then he could not possibly be going for a firearm, because where else the hell would the gun be? He left. He fucking left. What? He left. I'm just trying, folks. All I'm trying to do, let me be clear. All I'm trying to do is to get these fools to open their eyes and open their ears. They can't do it. And the moment that is self-realized, they run away like crying babies. Like, this is embarrassing. This is a catastrophe for this country. The issue that we have with these petulant man children running around denying the evidence of their eyes and ears. And then as soon as I force their eyes open and I force their ears open too, they can't handle it. They can't handle heat, and they run away like little babies, like little children. Completely embarrassing for the sake of this country. It's clear. Alex Preddy was a victim of murder. I mean, we just watched the video together. We had to pause it when the first shot rung off so we don't violate TikTok terms of service. Okay, what we saw was Alex on his arms and knees. One ICE agent grabs his gun, the other shoots him in the back 12 times and kills him. And he started to recognize that. He couldn't contest that fact, so that guy dipped, he bounced, he left. What's going on, Leukemia Survivor? Do you support Trump? I'm going to give you 5 seconds here to respond.
No, I requested it by mistake.
No worries. You have a good rest of your day. Make sure that if you are inside of that queue, you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're very specifically looking to talk to pro-MAGA Americans. Hi, do you support Trump?
Dean, if they don't call that schmurder, then to hell with them, because that's what it was.
Fucking love you, dude. Fucking love you, dude. What, dude? What an absolute Chad. What an absolute Chad. I'm trying to be like him when I'm his age. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. For the 17.2 thousand people hanging out with us in here on TikTok today, make sure that we're double tapping, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, and thank you for being here. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit that follow button. We do these debate streams 7 days a week, 4 hours a day. Appreciate y'all for being here. It looks like we have that TikTok algorithm back. Good to see you all. Hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Hello. Do you support Trump, Shirley? Sherilyn, sorry. Sherry Lynn, do you support Trump? Sherry Lynn's not with us, unfortunately. Goodbye, Sherry Lynn. Moving on to the next guest. Honestly, let me know down below in that comment section if you happen to support Trump. Please do. Let me know down below. Okay, well, actually, so this next guest is somebody who we've had up many times before, and they were like a very far gone cult member pro-Trump. Hi, welcome back, Bite the Bullet.
Hi.
Do you remember the conversation that I had with you and your husband a little bit ago?
We've had quite a few conversations.
Yeah, I know, but I just remember having a conversation with you and your husband. And are you still a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am still a Trump supporter. As for like this situation, no, the guy did not deserve to die.
Before we hop into the debate,
Good.
Before we hop into the debate, is it okay if I just thank a couple people here?
Sure.
Perfect. Hopefully I will be able to change your mind today. Hey, Sidor. Yeah, that's Sidor. Sidor, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says, keep on fighting the good fight. Sidor, thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you for the kind words. As well as Heather, thank you for the $20, who says, even if this were true, there's no gun there, so the agents were not in danger. Yes, there's no imminent threat to their lives. Thank you for the $20, Heather. Let's get 200 Heather W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Please show some love to Heather down below and show some love to Nicholas. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Nicholas, that is so fucking incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Nicholas with a $50 says, this is after he was shot. It would have been self-defense anyway. Yes, it would have been self-defense. Thank you so much for the $50, Nicholas. Love you so much. Thank you so much for the kindness. Let's get 500 Nick W's down below. Let's also get 200 Greg W's for the 20 Canadian dollars. Greg with the 20 Canadian dollars says, I am a retired police officer. You are not allowed to shoot until you see the gun in their hand, and they have to raise that gun before you could shoot. So that, yeah, I'm sure that that's a legislation where Greg served up up in Canada. I'm not sure if the same thing's true in America, but I would assume that it's something pretty similar. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars, Greg, and thank you so much for educating us all. And then Natalie, thank you so much for the 129 SEK, saying I'm watching from Sweden. Appreciate you for being here, and shout out to you and shout out to Sweden. I'd also like to thank Kyran, for the $10 over on PayPal. That is Kieran, who says Alex was being jumped. Even if he had reached for his gun, it would have been self-defense. I could not agree more. Dylan, thank you for the $5. And then Jeremiah, thank you for the $5. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you so much. To quickly catch up over on Venmo, Tess, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Tess. Then Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Amanda. Then Juliana with the $10 as well, who says, Dean, please change the language of crossing the border illegally. It's a civil offense, not a criminal offense. Immigrants are not criminals per law. They should not be treated like criminals. So you're actually right. It is typically adjudicated inside of a civil court of law, meaning that they usually don't have that on their criminal record. You are actually right, Juliana. Let's get 100 Juliana W's. And then Micah, thank you for the $10, who says, can you just say, quote unquote, Macy, call your mom. I know she's listening. Macy, call your mom. Thank you for the $10, Micah. And that's so cool if you and your daughter happen to be both watching this live stream. That's so cool. And then Nicole, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, I'm so glad that I found you on YouTube. I watch you every single day. I just got a notification that Trump has shared contents of the phone with the governor of Minnesota. Ooh, Nicole, I'm going to keep up to date with that story. Thank you for sharing that with me, and thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 300 Nicole W's down below in that chat, and let's also get 500 Lindsay W's. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, Lindsay. That is insane. Thank you so much for your support. Lindsay with the 50 says, I've not been able to tune in for the last couple days because I knew all these Trump cultists would try to make excuses for the murder of Alex. Thank you for all that you do. Sometimes I don't know how you do it. Lindsay, sometimes it does get really hard, overwhelming, and mentally frustrating. But, I continue to do what I do because I want to keep the masses informed, and I want to keep America on the right track. And if I could just change one mind a day, that's all I want. Thank you so much for the $50, Lindsay, the incredibly kind words. And I absolutely understand why you haven't been able to tune in over the last couple days. Thank you so much one last time. Show some love to Lindsay down below. And then two more here. Jordan and Kevin, I appreciate you both for the $15 on Venmo. Jordan says, these guests constantly move the goal posts. I praise your patience. Thank you so much for the love, Jordan. Then Kevin says, I agree it's a bad shoot. However, the first shot comes from the officer holding Alex's P320. They're known for having unintended discharges. This caused the other officers to start shooting. You could see it from the other angle. Still murder, though. Kevin, I've not seen that. And although, yes, the pistol that Alex did own has a history of misshooting, usually you have to do something in order to make it misshoot. An improper slide or dropping it on the ground. I've seen no evidence to demonstrate that the first shot came from Alex's gun in the hand of the ICE agent. Not to mention that the ICE agent who fired his first shot pulled out his gun while the other ICE agent was removing Alex's gun with a direct line of sight on it. So I'm not convinced of that, but thank you for the $15, Kevin. And bite the bullet, the mic and the floor are yours. How the hell can you still support Trump after seeing them defend the murder of citizens on the streets of this country? We're seeing even Fox News now defy the narrative set forth by the Trump administration. We're seeing top Homeland Security members defy the Trump administration. A Republican running for governor in Minnesota dropped out of the race and condemned Trump and the party. How are you still on board?
Well, first of all these problems are actually revolving around immigration. And there's so much more to running the country than just immigration. I do still support Trump. Renee Good, she should not have died. There's actually things within her situation that people have not even noticed and they don't even talk about. Her wife tried to get back into the car. She actually punched the gun. She ended up flooring the gas before her wife could even get in the car. She was afraid. She tried to flee the ICE officers. But on both sides, the ICE officers are also afraid because they're outnumbered, way outnumbered. So, you got to kind of think they're people too. As for this situation, though,
just stop being an ICE officer. I'm sorry. If you're afraid, go work another job. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I think that ICE agents should be afraid, okay? Because something has to be holding them back from breaking the law. Something has to be holding them back from infringing on our Constitution. Something has to be holding them back from racially profiling somebody because of the color of their skin or the accent that they speak in. Okay, and if it's this sense of being scared of public retribution that serves as that incentive structure against engaging in the murder of citizens and the contest of our Constitution and the constitutional rights of everyone within the jurisdiction of this country, then good. I mean, I think that we need that check and balance. We need them to act in obedience with the law. We need them to act in obedience with what's right. We need them to act in obedience with common sense. And that's just simply something that we haven't seen from ICE agents. And that's going to piss Americans off. And I think that that righteously pisses Americans off. And I'd argue here, taking it one step further, that if you're not pissed off, then you're part of the problem.
So even if I disagree with the fact that, or I say, this guy was murdered, but I don't have a huge problem, because who thinks it's a good idea to walk out of their door with a gun in their pocket, knowing they're going to go into a crowd of thousands of people? Like, who thinks that's a good idea? Like,
Can you repeat that, please?
let
Sorry, I
me
was
leave
reading a
my
message.
gun at home. I'm sorry?
Can you repeat that, please?
Who wants to walk out of the door? Who thinks it's a good idea to walk out of the door? And
Who thinks
I
it's a
guess
good
what?
idea to
Looks
walk
back
out of a
to-
door?
I need to take my gun with me,
I'm
knowing
sorry,
that I'm
is
going
there
to
like
go.
a continuation of that statement?
Yeah.
Okay, so what? So who thinks it's a good idea to do what? Just repeat the claim, like go to a protest with a gun?
Yeah. Who thinks it's a good idea to go somewhere where there's thousands of people in a big spot with a gun? Like, who does
Kyle
that?
Rittenhouse, a champion of the right for the last 6 years.
A champion of the what?
Kyle Rittenhouse, a champion of the right for the last 6 years.
A champion of the right.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
Someone who's been praised and uplifted by every Republican ever. Every Republican ever in Congress has at least like one photo shoot with them calling him American patriot. I think that, Trump may have even invited him to the White House. I mean, he's been a champion of the right for 6 years now. And by the way, you are covertly anti-American, because if you knew anything about the Constitution, particularly the Fourth and the 14th Amendment, Americans are well within their rights to carry a gun
They are.
and not
Yes,
get
they
killed by
are.
a cop. Now, if you want to say it's a bad idea to bring a gun to a protest, I actually, in many scenarios, I'm inclined to agree. But in many scenarios, I'm also inclined to disagree. And I'd say that this is one of those scenarios where I'm actually going to respect and uphold, Alex Preddy's right to have his permitted firearm in his side holster in accordance with local, state, and federal law, as well as the constitutional rights in which he has. And I think it'd be the obligation of the agents of the state to also, therefore, respect his constitutional rights, to respect his state rights, to respect his permit to carry and holster that gun, and to not turn around and kill him for it.
Right. Yeah. You know what? The First Amendment is there so that we can actually protect our Second Amendment. I'm just saying that is one thing that I cannot disagree with, nothing that I can argue against. But when you're going into something that's actually aggressive, when you're going into a situation that's aggressive, why would you want to make your situation worse by bringing a weapon?
I'm so sorry. Acting in accordance with the law should not make your situation worse when confronting with agents that are supposed to be enforcing the law. That shouldn't, and if it does, then it's the fault of the agents of the state.
So
Are you picking up? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here?
No,
Alex
I
Pretty legally
do.
carrying a sidearm should not make his
Absolutely, he
situation
did.
work when interacting with ICE agents. And if it somehow does make a situation worse, then it is the fault of the ICE agents.
Well, I mean, to think that out of all those people, he was the only one that's carrying is dumb.
Well, the only reason why we knew
guarantee
he was
you there were
carrying is
more
because he was tackled
people.
to the ground and then his shirt was pulled, and then you saw the gun and the ICE agent took it from him. Are you now saying that we Americans just shouldn't have their Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment rights? Is that what you're arguing?
No.
Okay, so what's the line of argumentation here? Like, what's the conclusion? Alex was
It's a
legally
bad idea
carrying
to bring a
so
gun
what?
to something of a protest. It's
And
just
it-
a bad idea.
Well,
He should not
but
have
what
lost
I
his
would say the
gun.
real bad idea that you should be focusing on here is having agents of the states kill Americans than having the government label them as domestic terrorists. But of course, that's not the real issue to you, and I wonder why. Maybe it's because of your own political bias.
ICE agents shouldn't even be having to deal with protesters. They need to be dealing with immigrants.
He was a legal
with people that
observer. He
should
wasn't even a
not be here.
protester. He was legally
Exactly.
observing their actions. He was standing to the side. An ICE agent pushed a woman into them. Then it was the ICE agents who then turned around, okay, and pepper sprayed them all. Listen, it's not comply or die. Listen, it's not stay inside or die. You don't forfeit your right to life because you go outside. Okay, Alex Pretty had a right to be where he was. Alex Pretty had a right to record, and Alex Pretty had a right to carry that firearm. It is so funny to me that it's now the MAGA, the conservative crowd, that's saying, well, guess what? You would now have your First Amendment right to freedom of speech and freedom of the press taken away from you, and now it's a bad idea to be filming in public. Guess what? You no longer have your Second Amendment right to freedom of gun ownership. That's taken away from you. Now it's a bad idea to legally carry a gun in public. And now you don't have a right to the Fourth or 14th Amendment, and if a cop sees you with a gun, then they could kill you because you propose an imminent threat, even though the Constitution and case law from SCOTUS says otherwise. Why are you so anti-American? I feel like instead of just hopping on the common sense train of condemning the ICE agents, okay, for murdering a citizen, and condemning the Trump administration for celebrating the murder of a citizen, you are now engaging in like blatant anti-American rhetoric where it's a bad idea to go outside, it's a bad idea to film outside, and it's a bad idea to carry a gun outside even when you're legally able to do so. And it's just insane to me. I thought that you were supposed to be a patriot.
So I see you painting this picture here. You're saying that I'm celebrating about ICE agents.
No, I said that the Trump
offering a
administration
person.
was celebrating it.
Okay. No one needs to be celebrating anything.
Okay, well then stop
First
supporting
of all,
the people who are, right?
it wasn't Trump. It wasn't Trump that pulled the trigger, first of all.
Yeah, but it was Trump who
and,
said that Alex was a gunman. It was Kristi Noem that said Alex was a domestic terrorist, and it was Stephen Miller who said that Alex was an assassin.
That's a bit extreme.
It's not just a bit extreme. It's blatant state-driven propaganda to justify the murder of a citizen on the streets of this country. Stop downplaying what it is.
I have not seen anyone say that. I have actually seen videos of Tim Walz trying to incite certain acts, I would say.
No, you're just a dumbass. Tim Walz has just been speaking the facts. Yes, ICE needs to get out of Minnesota. ICE is infringing upon the.
Why do they need to get out of Minnesota?
Because they account for 66% of the murders in Minnesota so far this year.
Okay. So let's say all these people go back into their homes. What's ICE there for?
Okay. Yes. So instead of just saying that maybe ICE needs to get out of Minnesota because they account for 66% of the
No, I'm
murders
giving
in the
you a
state so far this
hypothetical.
year, everyone just needs to go inside.
No, I'm saying a hypothetical. What if everybody went home?
A stupid,
ICE
ridiculous
continued to do their
hypothetical that I'm
job?
not going to engage in, because engaging in that hypothetical is in disrespect to the civil rights and liberties of Americans to protest, to act as a legal observer, to film ICE agents, and to attempt to hold the state accountable. Like, this is why y'all are going to lose the fucking midterms. No one is buying this bullshit. No one is buying this line of dialogue where you just need to sit down, shut up, stay inside, and comply. And guess what? If I was to engage in this hypothetical of everyone staying inside, well, don't worry, because I secret and quietly changed their policies in 2025 to allow ICE agents to barge into your house without an approved judicial warrant. Now they only need an administrative warrant. So if anyone was staying in home behind their doors, well, then guess what? ICE would just be going door to door, busting them down.
So why do you think Trump actually won his term?
I think that Donald Trump won his term, A, because the economy was shit for many months under the Biden-Harris administration, onset by the pandemic, not onset by them, and B, Biden dropped out of the race way too late, only gave Kamala Harris, 120 days to organize and form a campaign against somebody who's been campaigning for the last 10 years, and C, the fact that the Biden-Harris administration was not outspoken enough surrounding the misinformation perpetuated by the right. But why are you pivoting and just completely ignoring and deflecting away from everything in which I just brought up?
It's not pivoting. I'm not
It
pivoting.
is. You could say it's not pivoting. That doesn't change the fact that it is.
A lot of people say they voted for Trump because they want these people back to where they belong.
Yes, get somebody out of the
need
country
them.
for a federal misdemeanor, but put somebody in the White House for 34 felonies and a conviction for rape. Correct?
So the majority of Americans would prefer to see the immigrants go back to their homelands. And that's the majority of the people here in the United States.
Well, actually, now a majority of Americans think that ICE should be abolished. The moderate position is that ICE should be abolished, and I hope in midterms and the next general election that Democrats don't just run on the abolition of ICE, but they rather run on the prosecution of ICE. Now, let me ask you one very simple question: what is one unique and specific material benefit of mass deportation on this country?
So, oh God, there's one specific. Wow.
Juliana, thank you for the vibrant star. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, we'll have a lot of people out of the country that we cannot really identify. Say, if let's say you have a child and that child was hurt by somebody, they can't identify that person because they're an illegal immigrant, because they don't have any fingerprints, they don't have an ID, they don't have a name, nothing here. So, I mean, there are benefits to having them leave. And this has happened time and time again. I understand that it's not the majority of immigrants, of course. And it's just like, it's not the majority of Americans either. But still, like, how are you supposed to pick them people out? And do you know why ICE was created?
Can I actually respond to that real quick?
Know if you know.
I want to respond to that real quick. So you said that the benefit of mass deportation would be that we could ensure everyone who's in the country is identified, correct?
And to be safe, yeah.
So if I could give you a way to identify everyone in the country faster than mass deportation, would you stop supporting mass deportation?
It should have been done at the border before they started crossing.
You're not answering
Some
my
people
question.
should have been denied.
If I could give you means that we could use to identify everyone in the country faster than mass deportation, would you stop supporting mass deportation and start supporting the means in which I've described?
So I want to say yes and I want to say no, because the situation is already past that level. If they were able to identify people, they should have done it at the border when people are trying to cross. Unfortunately,
no. I'm saying now that they're in the country, because you said the reason why you support mass deportation, the benefit is identifying everyone in the country. So if I could give you greater means to identify everyone in the country faster than mass deportation, would you stop supporting mass deportation and start supporting the means that could identify them faster? Yes or no?
Yeah, no, I would, yes.
Okay, then I should now in the next 30 seconds be able to convince you to stop supporting mass deportation and to start supporting mass amnesty. Mass amnesty would be able to faster identify every undocumented immigrant in this country, because it's offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship, something that they want, something that they desire, something that would benefit their lives tenfold. Okay, and inside of this process of mass amnesty, we would have vetting processes to A, ensure that they don't have any pretty crazy criminal offenses on the records, and to B, ensure that we know who they are and that they are identified. And this would be significantly faster than mass deportation, because instead of 11 million undocumented immigrants not cooperating with mass deportation and running away from it being defended by millions of citizens, it's rather something in which is going to be endorsed by millions of citizens, and something in which undocumented immigrants will cooperate with and will actively seek out. So therefore now you are no longer this alt-right MAGA Trump supporter that endorses mass deportation. In fact, you hold to a belief in which is historically further left than the Democratic Party, as you now endorse mass amnesty.
So even if I didn't support mass deportation, that doesn't necessarily mean that I wouldn't be a Trump supporter. Just like I do not support abortion laws. I don't. You know that I don't. That doesn't necessarily mean that I will not be a Trump supporter.
So before we talk about that, could you respond to the fact that you no longer support mass deportation, now endorse mass amnesty, because it's means that we could use to faster identify all undocumented immigrants in this country?
So that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to prevent people from coming into our city. They're already here. They need to leave.
Wait, why do they need to leave?
Because to get out of the country.
You said the reason why they need to leave is so we could ensure that everyone who's in the country is... One moment. You said the reason why we need to kick them out. You said the reason why we need to kick them out is so we could ensure that everyone in the country is identified. Okay, well, actually keeping them here and offering them amnesty would identify them faster.
Okay, well, Dean,
so then why do you still support mass deportation? So now that we've identified, okay, another like policy that would identify everyone in the country faster than mass deportation, you're still endorsing mass deportation. So then the question remains, why? Why do you support mass deportation? What is one material benefit in which this country reaps off of it?
Because you're going off of a hypothetical like situation. If we were able to just point something at a person and be able to identify that person, whether they're a criminal or whether they're an immigrant that doesn't have a record
she's
at all,
evading
yes,
me.
I would
She's
support it.
evading. Okay, so then you support mass
not.
amnesty.
That's exactly what
So
you
then
wanted
you
to hear.
support
We're
mass
talking
amnesty.
now. So yeah, if we were able to identify,
So
the
I just want
people in
to
the
get clear. I want a
country-
yes or no. Do you or do you not support mass amnesty now?
I don't. You know what? Mass amnesty is the first. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. I don't want to say that I support something that I don't research.
Wait, but you just said that if I could identify means that would faster identify the undocumented immigrants in this country and the mass deportation, you'd support it. That's mass amnesty. And now you're all hesitant. So maybe there's something like...
No,
there's other reasons why you support mass deportation, because obviously this isn't one. And
No,
I'll actually expand upon the benefits real quick. So you said that the reason why you support mass deportation is identifying everyone in the country. I described how mass amnesty would do that faster. Okay, but that's not the only benefit that we would see onset by mass amnesty. Other benefits would include, okay, A, increasing real median wages, because then all of a sudden 11 million immigrants would now have more bargaining power to collect higher wages. B, they'd get to stay in our workforce and consumer base. So C, this country would continue to profit off the fact that 8.3 million of them are working and 11 million of them are consuming, amounting to $1.1 through $1.7 trillion contributed to our GDP annually. C, this country would be able to continue to profit off the fact that they're paying taxes. In fact, we'd expect them to pay much more in taxes. Already they're paying $100 billion per year. We give them amnesty, they make more money, and they're incentivized to a higher extent to work over the table, so that any material change in their employment, they'd go from paying $100 billion per year in taxes to over $100 billion per year in taxes. And D, our country would actually reap the benefit off of the investment into undocumented children in K through 12 education in the long term, because right now we're just spending money on the education of undocumented children, then having, the Trump administration round them up and deporting them to CCOT. But if we were to offer them amnesty, we'd get to actualize the yield/return on that investment, because they'd get to stay here in the long term, then inevitably in the future become a high-skilled labor and pay taxes themselves. Compared to mass deportation, which once again, if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants, would reduce our GDP by 1.1 through 1. Trillion per year, would reduce our government revenues by $100 billion per year, would actually cost $1 trillion over the course of the next 10 years just to get the operation underway. It also costs, the destabilization of our industries, because we're forcefully expelling 8.4 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. The productive capacities of our manufacturers would significantly go down. They'd be able to produce less and sell less. Maybe this is why last year in 2025, we saw the most manufacturing bankruptcies in this country since the Great Recession in 2007. And then E, we'd also get to circumvent all of the human rights atrocities of deporting people with no due process to CCOT in El Salvador, where they're being literally tortured and beaten. So now do we see why mass amnesty is significantly more appealing than mass deportation?
That sounds freaking wonderful. And next time you go to the White House, you should bring that up to them. But that doesn't change what we're going through today.
So do you now support mass amnesty over mass deportation?
I don't want a teacup. I mean, I would rather. That's how I am. Like I don't go and no, I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've heard of it. I do not just agree with someone just because they say something. I want to research it myself.
How about this? Let me ask you this question. If everything that I said about mass amnesty compared to mass deportation were to be true, would you stop supporting mass deportation?
Yes, I would.
Oh, wow. Okay, so if everything that I said about mass amnesty were to be true, would you stop supporting Trump?
Why did you just reword that question?
I didn't reword it. I just asked you a second question.
Okay. If it's how you said it was, then yes, I would support it. But
would you stop supporting Trump if everything that I said were to be true?
Why do you want me to stop supporting Trump? I don't get it.
Because he's the worst goddamn president of your life, and you should get it.
Oh, you know what? If there were other presidents that were actually in the campaign that I can choose from, no, I would probably choose another one. It's not about supporting some alternative over Trump.
It's about not supporting Trump.
It's more of like, you know what?
So could I just get a yes or no? If everything that I said about mass amnesty were to be true, would you stop supporting Trump as president?
No, that's one law. That's one thing. Trump is changing so many things in this country that needed to be changed. So no, I would not stop supporting Trump.
Okay, why?
Because there are so many things that he's changing in this country, rather than just the immigration portion.
Like
what? Wow. I need a list. You know what? I need a list of things that he's changing, because I can't actually.
So you can't think of anything?
I can't. You know what? He is changing a lot in this country.
So then like what?
I know that
So then name it.
I'm like in a
So then name it.
crowd. I'm surrounded by tons of Democrats right now.
Are you gonna name what he's doing?
So people that own properties should not have to actually pay property taxes afterwards, because that whole thing about paying property taxes after you've already paid your property off is just a way to be able to for the government to be able to confiscate your land, and that's not right. So Trump is trying to pass a law to stop the taxes on properties that you actually own. If you're paying taxes on something that you actually own, you don't really own it. The government does.
So he's trying to pass a law to eliminate property tax.
If you own the property, absolutely. Yeah, he is.
The same way he's trying to pass a law to eliminate taxes as a whole.
You know, I don't even know. That law could be passed by now.
Dude, hey, there's no difference. Dude, exactly. You're just basically saying that the only reason why you still support Trump as president is because of some random offhand comment he made that's obviously never going to happen.
You asked me a question. Can
you show me that there's even been a bill proposed to Congress to eliminate property tax?
I don't even know how to show anything on.
Dude, that's fucking exactly.
No.
So you're basically telling me, even though Donald Trump is destroying this economy, even though Donald Trump is endorsing the murder of citizens on the streets, even though Donald Trump is wreaking havoc everywhere, all at once simultaneously, you're still going to support him as president because of some baseless offhand comment he made that hasn't even resulted in the material proposition of that policy to Congress. He just says shit sometimes, dude. He said that he's going to eliminate all taxes. He said that he's going to give us a $2,000 rebate check from the tariffs and a $5,000 check from Doge. He just says that shit, okay? There's absolutely no material action or progress towards actually having that occur, okay? There's not even been a bill proposed to Congress, either of the chambers, to do it. This is no reason at all to still support him as president. So how about this? What's something he's actually done or actually made real material progress on doing that makes you still support him as president? And by the way, if you want cheaper properties, then you should have voted for Kamala Harris. She wanted to give first-time home buyers $25,000 off. That's quite a bit of property tax if I've ever seen it.
Why wasn't she pushing for those whenever she was vice president?
Good question.
Don't tell me that she wasn't able to pass laws, because let me tell you, I have a video of Biden saying she did.
Don't worry. There's a very good answer to this question. Are you ready?
Okay.
It's paradoxical to suggest that any presidential candidate should have done what they are running on for their presidency if they win before they win that presidency. Think about it this way. If she had been able to successfully pass that $25,000 write-off and subsidy for first-time home buyers when she was working under the Biden-Harris administration, then she wouldn't have run on it in the election, and then she just simply would have replaced it with some other policy that she wasn't able to pass under Biden, and then you'd be asking the same question about that second policy. Whenever somebody runs for president, okay, they will always run on an agenda of policy that has not been passed or implemented yet in this country. Else, why the fuck would they be running for president on an agenda of policy that's already been successfully implemented?
If she won, we would look like the EU right now.
Is this like pro-Kamala Harris propaganda? Higher real median wages, higher qualities of life, higher happiness levels, more economic mobility. That's great. On a great point. I'm gonna say yes. If she won, we would look more like the EU right now. Yeah, everyone, yippee, woo! They live better, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess you're kind of like stuck. You got your head in the mud because it's not good over there at all.
So what would she have done that would have just been like disastrous, worse than having, our current president Trump refuse to pay out food stamps for 16 million starving children and endorsing the murder of citizens on the streets of this country? What would she have done?
Well, nothing that she said she would have. That's for sure.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because she didn't even present those issues to Congress whenever she was in the vice presidential
I just
seat.
Explained this. It's paradoxical to suggest. It is literally paradoxical to suggest that she should have.
No. Okay.
Yes, so it is. It is paradoxical to suggest that she should have, Because if she did, and then those issues were passed, then she would have ran on some other policy that she never presented. Because the purpose of a presidential campaign and the policy agenda is policy that hasn't been passed yet.
Okay, so are you saying that
Do you
she held
concede on
back
that?
on trying to get things more affordable? Are you saying that she held back on trying to get things more affordable just so she can hold those I'm going to say gold bars for her presidential campaign? Or
Once again, also paradoxical. If your suggestion now is that if she didn't pass the policy during her 4 years under Biden, then she held back, well then regardless of the scenario, you'd argue that she held back unless she didn't run on policy. Literally, in accordance with your logic, one moment. Literally, in accordance with your logic, the only scenario where you believe Kamala Harris wouldn't have been holding back is if she ran on no policy because this country needed no improvement because she got it all done under Biden. Let's imagine a thought experiment here. Okay. Let's imagine that she passed all of the policy that she ran on during the election under the Biden-Harris administration. What would she have done then?
so if she was so good.
No. I want you to answer. I want you to answer my
presented
question.
those
If she passed all the policy that she ran on in the presidential election under the Biden-Harris administration, what would she have done then for her policy agenda in the new presidential election?
She would have continued that agenda.
She by doing
would've been
what?
able to run
By
the
doing
things
what? What
that
would
she
she have
did.
done?
She would have won the presidency. She would
No.
have won if she did the things
What
that
kind
she-
of policy would she run on? What kind of policy would she have run on?
I don't. You know what? I'm not even sure what you're actually saying right now. because
Okay.
I'm
Then
trying
let
to
me
tell
let me
that
ask you
if
this way.
she
Let me be
did-
clear. Let me be clear. If she implemented all of the policies she ran on in the 2024 election cycle under the Biden-Harris administration, then what policy would she have ran on in the presidential election? If you don't know the
Okay,
answer,
so-
just ask.
Let me tell you something here. This is
Just want
going
an
to
answer.
I know. I'm going to give it to you. So in 2016, I was TDS.
No,
did
not
like-
2016.
I
No,
didn't
just tell me what
hold
policy
on.
Kamala Harris
No,
would have
let
ran
me-
on.
Let me just say this. I didn't like Trump. I didn't think he should be in there. But what he did made me change. And also, honestly, like all
This is
the
bullshit. Answer my
Democratic
question. What policy
propaganda-
would Kamala Harris have ran on in the 2024 election cycle if she implemented all the policies she did run on under Biden?
she would not have ran off of all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. She would have ran off of, let me continue these things.
What do you mean continue
Let
those
me
things?
show you what a good president I can
No.
possibly be.
Presidents run on policy. What policy would she have ran on?
Oh, any policy that she would have helped change to make any American life better.
Oh, so basically you're
she
telling me.
didn't.
So basically you're telling me that even if Kamala Harris implemented all of the policies she actually ran on in the 2024 election cycle under the Biden-Harris administration, she would have just come up with new policy to implement more change.
No, she wouldn't have to come up with a new policy.
Yes, she would.
Everybody
Presidents
knows.
run on new
No.
policy. That's what
Everyone
happens.
knows
Presidents run on new
Biden
policy.
wasn't
No.
running.
One
He
second.
was
Stop
running
it.
the
Stop it.
country.
Stop it. Stop it. You're being disingenuous. Presidents run on new policy. Presidents run on policy that they want Congress to pass if they win the presidency. Do you affirm that or do you reject that? These people are so stupid. You are legitimately a moron. Now answer the question. Can you agree
you've actually said
that
that I
all
was a
presidential
Democratic
candidates
secret. You know that,
can you
right?
agree that all presidential candidates run on new policy that they want to implement if they win the election?
They would be able to run on the things that they've done, first of all.
No. It's
She's
a
already
combination
proved-
of the
she proved
factors. It's
herself.
one moment. It's a combination of the factors. Many times presidents will run on the things that they've done before if they're running for a second term because they have a track record of success. But can we agree, even in that scenario, they also focus on the new policy that they want to implement if they win the election?
Everything that she said, I don't believe her.
No, we're not
I
just
don't
talking
believe
about Kamala. We're
anything.
not just talking about Kamala Harris. You are so dense, you absolute moron. Answer the
do you mean
question.
we're not
When
talking
anyone
about
runs
Kamala?
for president, they always run on policy that they want to implement if they win the presidency. Do you accept or reject that as a fact?
That's a fact. Yes.
Okay, so stop being a fucking dense idiot moron and come to grip in terms
Why are
with
you
reality and recognize that your argument that if Kamala Harris truly truly cared about the American people, she would have implemented all the policies that she was running on in the election under the Biden-Harris administration by just merely recognizing that the foundation of that claim is paradoxical by nature, because presidential candidates always run on policy that they haven't actually implemented yet. If she actually implemented the $25,000 housing subsidy under Biden, if she actually implemented the tax cuts under Biden, if she actually implemented the expansions to Medicaid under Biden, if she actually implemented, the energy policy under Biden, then she wouldn't have ran on the $25,000 subsidy in the election. She wouldn't have ran on the tax cuts under the election. She wouldn't have ran on the Medicaid expansions under the election. But this doesn't mean that she wouldn't have run on anything. She would have replaced those policies with other new policies that she hasn't implemented yet. So can you please, at this point in time, concede your argument that Kamala Harris was holding back or was somehow ineffective as vice president under the Biden-Harris administration, because when she ran for president, she proposed new policies that she wanted to implement if she won, because all presidential candidates propose new policies that they want to implement if they win.
Anyone can say what they want to do, but that doesn't mean that they're going to carry it out. Just like
That's a whole different claim. That's a whole different claim. No, I just want you to, no, stop it. I just want you to concede your claim that she was holding back under the Biden-Harris administration because she ran on policy that wasn't implemented yet. Because all presidential candidates always run on policy that hasn't been implemented yet.
I'm not going to concede on that because,
why not?
First of all, she stood with the microphone in her face, telling everybody
this lady's a fucking moron. She's a complete idiot. She doesn't have a brain. Like, you were just causing me a complete and utter fucking cortisol spike. This is unreal. You were just an idiot, dude. I don't even think that there's any purpose in continuing this dialogue, and I'm just gonna, like, shove you off the live and go on to the next one, because this is so simple. Like, come on, dude. This isn't partisan politics. This isn't nuance. This is just common sense. Why don't you want to concede the claim that she was somehow ineffective as vice president under Biden because when she ran for president, she ran on policies that she hadn't implemented yet? You already conceded that all presidential candidates ever will only run on policies that they haven't implemented yet. So why does the fact that Kamala Harris did this somehow negatively reflect on her? Why does the fact that Kamala Harris ran on policies that she hasn't implemented yet, when that is something that all presidential candidates are supposed to do, somehow make her bad? That's why I'm calling you an idiotic moron who's undeserving of my time and this close to getting kicked off the live stream, because you just simply are not using a brain. Like, dude, kids can understand what I'm saying. Literal children, minors, 12-year-olds. If you have like a small son or a small daughter, they would be able to understand what I'm saying. It is so fucking simple. A presidential candidate running on policy that they haven't implemented yet does not reflect negatively on that presidential candidate in the slightest, because all presidential candidates are supposed to run on policy that they haven't implemented yet.
You're not even allowing me to finish what I'm trying to say, so why would I concede? Let me say what I want to say. Hello?
Talk?
So
you're just about to send me a fucking cardiac. You're about to send me a cardiac arrest because of this shit. My cortisol levels are spiking because you are a dense, like, idiot. I'm trying to be honest.
I don't insult you.
No, you deserve it.
Not
Yeah, I'm sorry,
time.
but that's just the way that you're acting. Like, this is stupid. This is absolutely stupid.
Maybe
you're somehow
not
trying to
your
convince
position
me.
very well, but
I'm not explaining my position very well.
Please.
Okay. I'm gonna explain it, and I want you to tell me exactly where I went wrong. You are attempting to argue that somehow the fact that Kamala Harris ran on policy that she hasn't implemented yet and didn't implement under the Biden-Harris administration negatively reflects on her because she could have implemented it under Biden and didn't. My response to debunk that position is the fact that all presidential candidates ever will only run on policy that they have not implemented yet, because the goal of a presidential campaign is to tell the American people what you promise to do in the future if they win the election. Where am I getting it wrong?
She's got to save those golden nuggets in her pocket and wait till she's actually president.
Oh, you're confusing it. It's not saving the
No.
golden nuggets in the pocket. It's just things that you didn't have time to do previously. If she did have the time to implement those policies previously, then she would have just replaced them with other new policies that she hadn't implemented yet, and you'd still be calling them the save golden nuggets.
Okay, so her standing in front of
No. I want you to respond to that.
saying-
I just stop. I want you to respond to that. If she had the time to implement the policies that she ran on, the quote unquote save golden nuggets, then she would have just simply replaced them with other new policies that she hadn't actually implemented yet, and you would still be calling them the save golden nuggets. That's the issue with your
Everything that she
argument.
was running on sounded wonderful.
No, answer to that. Why are you dodging the save golden
what am
nuggets
I
that you're
dodging?
referring to? Yeah, what you're referring to, the save golden nuggets, okay, the policies that she ran on. If she actually did implement those under Biden, she would have just replaced them with new policies that she didn't implement, and you would still be calling them save golden nuggets. And that's why your argument is paradoxical. What is your response?
I don't know how to respond to it because any response I have, you're not accepting.
No, because you're not responding, you're pivoting. Directly respond to what I said.
Like I said, everything that she was running on sounded really good.
That's not
All
an
her
answer. That's not a
policies that
response
she
to what
was-
I said. Listen, saying everything that she ran on sounded really good is not responding to my argument to demonstrate why your argument is paradoxical. My argument to describe what you're saying is paradoxical is as follows. You're critiquing Kamala Harris by arguing that the policies that she ran on were quote unquote saved golden nuggets. However, the issue with your argument is if she truly did implement the quote unquote saved golden nuggets under Biden, then she would have replaced those policies with new policies that she didn't implement, and you would still be calling them saved golden nuggets.
Nope.
Do you agree that that is why what you're arguing here is paradoxical?
No.
Why not?
No,
Why not?
Because she could have gone on to say like, this policy is what I'm wanting to continue. I want to
Okay, I'm
go
sorry.
off this and
You're a complete moron. We're moving on to the next guest. I'm not wasting my cortisol on you. Moving on, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And by the way, they literally couldn't have been saved golden nuggets because she didn't know that she was going to run for the presidency. Like a complete moron. Oh my god. Honestly, it's been a while since my cortisol levels have been this high, dude. Y'all watch me every day talk to like the most dense, insane Trump supporters ever, like maintaining my composure, staying patient, and staying cool. I couldn't handle that. The issue with her argument was glaring, okay? It's something that isn't like partisan. It's something that's just like common sense, okay? And like she just wouldn't get it. I honestly think that when guests come up here with arguments that just have like glaringly obvious reasons that don't exist inside of the realm of partisan politics and are just fall down to an issue with their massive lack of intelligence, I fucking lose it. It is so hard for me to maintain my cool. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Oh my God. Ooh, I haven't had a guest make me that mad in a long time. All right, guys, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Orion, thank you so much for the star map. All right, guys. We got the next guest. This guy, 6767, loading up into the box. It's going to take me a while, kind of calm down coming off of that. Hi, do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, this person's not here. We're going to go to... Oh, sorry, dude. I did remove you just because your mic was lagging. Feel free to hop back in that queue. My apologies, bro. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. All right. By the way, my apologies for losing my cool there. I know that a lot of y'all like to see me maintain my patience. So my bad. But we got the next guest, J2, loading up in the box. We also have a handful of people to thank here. We are going to go to get that next guest up, though, right now. And they automatically left. Oh, hello, J2. Do you support Trump?
No, but I have some questions because...
I'm sorry, we're only
personally
looking to talk to
don't
Trump
listen.
supporters. We have the next guest, Tommy, loading up in. Hey, Crazy, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, can you explain the video you just posted on Facebook about leaving TikTok? I just want to make sure that you're all good if I missed something. Crazy, I don't have a Facebook. That's a random person reposting a video that I made months and months ago when we all thought that TikTok was going to get banned. Hello, Tommy, do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, man. Give me one moment here just to catch up on donations, and I'll go ahead and pass that mic off to you. Grimmy, thank you for the $5. Heaven and Tess, thank you guys for joining the team over on YouTube. Matthew, thank you for the $10. He says, why didn't Trump do everything he ran on in his first term? Yeah, deadass Matthew, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. And then Angelina, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars, who says, hey, Dean, I hope you're well today. Much love. Much love to yourself, Angelina. And thank you so much for the kindness. Thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Show some love to Angelina down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Angelina. And then Morgan with the $20, who says, this lady is wrong. I did a year of forensics, and that's the only way that the only way that we'd have a fingerprint record on someone is if they were either a convicted criminal or a government employee. Yep, Morgan, you're absolutely right. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Morgan down below in that chat for the $20. Also, show some love to Doug down below in that chat for the $20 as well, who says, this incident proves that the Second Amendment is worthless. An individual cannot defend themselves versus a tyrannical government. Pretty was entirely within his rights, and now he's dead due to overwhelming force from our government. Doug, I could not agree more. Thank you for the Truth Nuke and the $20 donation. Show some love to Mr. Doug down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I'd also like to thank Amy for the $10 on Venmo, who says, read 107 Days by Harris. It explains a lot of her campaign and the lack of the support from the Biden administration. I do need to do that. Thank you for the $10, Amy. Let's also get 100 Rachel W's for the $10, who says, keep strong. Thank you for the love, Rachel. Alex, thank you for the $10, who says, she said, quote, how do you know I'm not regarding spiking your cortisol on purpose? I don't know if you heard that. Yeah, I did not hear that. Thank you for the $10, Alex. Then Matthew, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, why didn't Trump do the things that he ran on his first term based? Oscar, thank you for the $11. He says, 1000% valid crash out. Thank you for the love, Oscar. It's good to see you. And I always try to keep my cool. Then Christina, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Show some love to Christina. Thank you for your support. Ben with the $10. Thank you so much, Ben. Show some love to Ben. Serena with the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Brianna, thank you for the $10, who says, so they expect us all to develop agoraphobia now. Thank you so much for the $10, Brianna. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. As well as Alex, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Holy shit, Alex. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for the love. That is so much money, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. If everybody watching can please show some love to Alex down below in that chat, it would mean the world to me. I want to see 500 Alex W's. Alex says, keep up the good work. You might not be able to change the minds of the bootlickers you're debating, but you're changing the minds of the people listening who have a developed prefrontal cortex. Alex sent that donation 30 minutes ago, and it's just as relevant now as it was then. Thank you so much for the love, man. And then Austin, thank you so much for the $10 saying for the Long Island guy. He considered if he was shot in the fucking back, would he not reach back immediately, instinctively, because that's where the shot was landed? Really good point, Austin. Kirsten with a $10 saying thank you for everything that you do. Thank you so much for love, Kirsten. Addie with a $10 says, unfortunately, as a Minnesota resident, it's hard to go outside. Yeah, Addie, please be safe. Please be safe. Thank you for the $10, and please fucking be safe. As well as Rachel, thank you for the $24, who says, my husband is retired 20-year veteran, did 3 tours in the Middle East. He's been trained in firearms. ICE did not follow firearm training. Yeah, they shot a man with no fucking reason. Shout out to you and your husband. Thank you for the $24, Rachel. Let's get 300 Rachel W's, and then 300 Emily W's for the $25, who says, what are your thoughts about what is happening today and what happened during the Holocaust? Well, I think that we see very similar mindsets between many ICE agents, like the one who killed Alex Brady, and many Nazis serving during the Holocaust. Thank you so much for the $25 and the good question. Then Kevin, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Genuinely and sincerely, I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I'd also like to very quickly thank Jacob for the 5, Jessica with the 2, Ashley with the 5. Thank you so much. Then Carissa with the 5. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over on PayPal, I want to thank Justin for the $20, who says, I have a disability and struggle with understanding people, and I understood what you're arguing, Dean. Love you. Justin, you know that I love you too. And thank you so much for the $20. You've been watching these streams for a very long time now. Just know that I love and appreciate the hell out of you. Show some love to Justin down below. Also, show some love to Elise down below for the $20 as well. Show some love to Elise and Justin. Elise says, I'm from England, and I can promise you that everyone in the EU and UK are looking at the US and see 1930s Germany. Yes, I would prefer to be in Germany right now. I would prefer to be in the UK right now. I would prefer to be in France right now. I do not want to be in America. So when she said that she would have wanted to turn America into the EU, like, okay, great. Thank you so much for the $5, Carly. Z, thank you for the $8, and I'm proud of you, Dean. Thank you so much, Z. And then Carly with a 5 and Lauren with a 1. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. All right, Tommy, I'm going to send you an invite to turn back on your mic. Feel free to tell us why you support Trump. And if you're watching the stream and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you're enjoying this stream, feel free to support me through the Venmo and the PayPal. You could find it in the link tree in my bio. You could also find the handle on the top of the phone screen. It's also posted in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. And I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Tommy, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us why you still support Trump.
Well, I actually joined to try to help out that lady. I didn't quite understand what you meant when you were trying to explain that a presidential candidate would run on issues, and it would be paradoxical. I think a lot of the goals of presidents and presidential campaigns is to create building blocks on what you already implemented and go from there. You've got to start with A and B before you can get to C and D. So you don't have to necessarily have brand new policies every time. So I think she absolutely could have implemented some of those policies that she wanted to. And then if she had those in place, she could build on them rather than come up with new ones. You also don't have to say if you want things to change. She was coming from a Democratic president, so she could say, hey, I don't want to change a bunch of things, which I think she tried to on The View, but it came out wrong. So she basically said nothing was wrong. Where I think she was probably wanted to go with that was, I want to build off of what we already started. So I don't think the goal of presidential campaigns is just to always get rid of the old and bring in new.
So I'm not even saying that running on new policy means getting rid of the old. Running on new policy could also be new continuation of policy that's already been implemented. But regardless, if it's new policy that gets rid of the old or new policy that builds off of what has already been implemented, it is still yet, at the end of the day, new policy.
Well, it would be new policy, but it wouldn't be paradoxical in the fact that it's your argument is every time somebody says they're running on new policy, you could say that about the next thing. That's not always accurate. If the next thing, number one, didn't exist, for instance, right now, a lot of legislation is going on about AI. 10 years ago, that didn't exist. So it's not paradoxical to say she could have new ideas because she could have new ideas. There could be new issues that have popped up.
What's paradoxical is to suggest that we somehow need to condemn Kamala Harris because she did not implement the policies she ran on under the Biden administration. Because if she did implement the policy that she ran on under the Biden administration, then she just simply would have come up with new policy that she didn't implement to run on instead.
But it wouldn't necessarily have to be new policy. It could be building on old policy.
When I say new policy, when I say new policy, I'm referring to new policy that gets rid of the old, or new policy that builds on what's already existing. The new policy means building on what already exists or getting rid of the old.
Okay, well, continually in your argument with her, you were saying it's new policy is they would just keep saying it because every time there's a new policy, and I'm saying it doesn't always have to be new policy, and it sounds like you're agreeing with me.
No, it does not sound. I'm not agreeing with you because new policy is building off of what already exists. Like for instance, if I'm building
not true. There could be new policy that builds off something that didn't exist before, i.e., AI.
I know. Those two things are both new policy. So, like,
Correct.
I'll give you an example.
So your statement of the goal of the presidency with the new policy would be replacing, and that's why it's paradoxical because you're always replacing. That's not necessarily true.
That's not what I said at all. It's the goal of a presidential campaign is always to run a new policy, regardless if that's replacing policy that already exists or building off of policy that already exists.
Okay, that's not what you said before, but that's
That is
fine.
what I said. You're just misunderstanding me. So why do you support Trump?
Well, you had two options, right? I mean, if there was other options, I think a lot of Americans would have chose those other options. Seeing what was going on, obviously we all have things that are important to us. So there are certain people that care more about women's rights, certain people care more about foreign policy, certain people care. So everybody's got to decide what's more important for them. I think the things that the federal government are supposed to be doing, supposed to have their hands involved in, things like printing and coining money, protecting the borders, all that kind of stuff. Those kind of things, his policies that he put in place in the first time, I thought were stronger than what the Democratic Party was offering. I didn't like the border situation. I didn't like the immigrants coming over. I don't currently like the immigration policy as it sits, but the alternative I thought was worse. So that's why I supported him. Okay, I currently don't see another alternative that is better.
What would Kamala Harris have done that would have been worse than killing American citizens?
What?
What would Kamala Harris have done that would have been worse than killing American citizens, murdering them dead in the streets of this country? If Kamala Harris was elected, Keith Porter would still be alive. If Kamala Harris was elected, Renee Good would still be alive. If Kamala Harris was elected, Alex Pretty would still be alive.
Okay,
so what did Kamala Harris want to do that was worse than murdering Americans dead in the streets of our country than having the federal government support and defend it?
So here's an example of the hypothetical that you sometimes use, and you say you don't like to go down this road. If Kamala Harris was still in, or put in power, and she continued the open door policy, and then we would have, instead of those 3 that you just mentioned, we might have 3 or 6 or 10 more other people who were killed by illegal immigrants who came over, gang members, cartel members, all that kind of stuff. It's hard to argue with your point when you make statements like, what's worse than killing American citizens? That's you just injecting propaganda. I don't think anything's worse than killing American citizens. I also don't agree with you that they were murdered or that they were assassinated.
Okay, before I ask my question, we need to talk about that. Why do you disagree with the fact that Alex Pretty was murdered?
Because I can objectively look at the situation in my entire life, and I would agree probably in your life you would agree with this. Anytime a situation arises, whether it's in my work life, at home, religious, doesn't matter, I'm always told to look for root causes. Root causes in this scenario is what could have gone differently or what could have been better that didn't cause this. I don't think Alex Pretty went out there looking to hurt anybody. I don't think he went there wanting to, whatever the ridiculous shit that Christine Nome said about brandishing weapons and trying to do mass casualty. I don't believe that for a second. I also don't think those ICE agents showed up. They didn't even know who Alex Pretty was. But I think the propaganda on both sides is pushing us to a situation where we have American citizens who feel like they need to get involved.
The question that I asked you is, why do you not believe that Alex Pretty was murdered?
And I'm trying to explain it to you. I understand what the term murder means. And I don't think anybody went there to murder him. I think what happened was a very unfortunate situation. I think he stepped in to help a woman out. And I think an overtaxed ICE population who is at their wits' ends from getting just crushed on a daily basis over there, put them both into a situation where now you got 6 ICE agents dogpiling on this guy who stepped in front of himself to help a woman. And as soon as he hit that ICE officer's wrist to knock the can away from spraying them all in the face, the ICE agent and the 5 guys that were with him now have a green light because they see assault, because that's how they were trained. So if you look at it from an objective point of view and stop using terms like murdered or assassinated, you could realize that this is a bad situation that happened because both sides' rhetoric is ridiculous. And using words like murder and assassination are equally as bad as brandishing and domestic terrorist. They're both sides are saying the same shit.
Okay,
and they need
so
to
why
stop.
do you believe that
They
it
need
was
to-
not murder?
Because murdering somebody, I believe, has to, number one, have intent, that they came out on purpose to intend him or to murder him.
So you think you think that the ICE agents unintentionally shot him?
No, I think they shot him to.
So just to clarify, the ICE agents had intent. So then why don't you think it was murder?
Just to clarify what?
So we just clarified that the ICE agents who killed him had intent to kill him. So why do you not think it was murder?
I don't think they had intent to kill him. I think they had intent to neutralize him.
They unloaded.
You can shoot a person without killing. You can shoot a person without killing him.
1 second. They unloaded their magazines in his body. When you unload the magazine of a firearm in somebody else's body, you intend to kill them.
I disagree.
You
I could shoot 9 times in your leg. I could shoot you 9 times in your leg. I can shoot you 9 times in your leg, and you would not die.
If you shoot me 9 times.
Well, you also don't know how many officers shot.
I need to hop in here.
4 officers shot.
I need to hop in here. This is very important.
Each one of them shot him twice.
I need to hop in here, okay?
Sure.
Okay, so first and foremost, if you shot me 10 times in my leg, you'd be intending to kill me. And no court would rule otherwise. That would be attempted murder. Second of all, they didn't shoot him in his leg. They shot him center mass in his back. When you shoot somebody 12 times center mass in their back, you intend to kill them.
Was he shot 10 times or 12 times? Because this is what you do. You change numbers and you
12.
try to inflate things
12.
to make it work.
Yeah, I was wrong. It's 12.
What we don't know right now is how many shots were put off by each cop. There were 7 cops there. What if they each shot twice? then we could say, well, I guess they were,
Listen, when you shoot somebody with a gun, okay,
Yeah.
you have intention to kill. That's just like what it is. Let me just have the mic here for a second. I thought that this was like,
you could kill some?
I thought that this was like obvious. I thought that this was like common sense. I thought that this is something that everyone in America could agree to. Okay, both morally and legally speaking, when you have a gun, you point it at somebody, you pull the trigger, and then they die, you intentionally killed them. It's obvious. Genuinely. Like, think about it this way. There is not one adjudicated scenario of manslaughter, which would be killing somebody unintentionally, where the perpetuator of manslaughter picked up his firearm, pointed it at another human, pulled the trigger, and then they died. All scenarios where you pick up your gun, you pull the trigger after pointing it at somebody, and they die, it is intentional. Especially considering what happened to Alex Pretty. The shots were center mass in his back. If you want to start arguing that what happened to Alex Pretty was not intentional, well, then all of a sudden, the ISIS executions of setting somebody on their knees and ripping their head off wasn't intentional either. Photos from 1930s Germany, where the Jewish people were on their knees with a Nazi soldier behind them with a gun to the head, that's not intentional. Like, this isn't even a question. Why are you dying on this hill? In fact, here's my question for you. I want you to give me...
Can I have my microphone turned back on, please?
Yes,
I don't know why you
but
keep shutting it off.
here's the question that I want you to answer. Can you please give me one scenario in the United States of America ever where somebody has taken a gun, pointed it at somebody else, pulled the trigger, that other person died, and then the shooter was found guilty of manslaughter, and a court determined that it was unintentional?
Can I address the first question first?
Preferably, I would ask you to address the question I just asked you first.
Okay, the first question. You asked me if I thought he was murdered. I am not disagreeing that he was killed. I don't think he was murdered. My question to you before you shut my microphone off was, do you think murder is different than kill? Because I agree they intended to kill him.
Yes,
I don't think he was murdered.
I think that murder is different than kill. I think a fair definition of murder would be intentionally and unjustifiably killing someone. Now, please answer my question. Can you please give me one scenario in the United States of America ever where person one has taken a gun, pointed it at person two, pulled the trigger, causing the death of person two, that was then only found guilty of manslaughter with the court determining that it was done without intent?
There's no way I could give you that answer. You're asking me a question that I haven't researched.
I'm asking you a question that's impossible to answer, because when you take a gun, you point it at somebody and you pull the trigger and they die, that is always with intent.
Yeah, sure. I just got done saying, Dean, you're not listening to me. I believe they intended to kill him. I don't think they murdered him.
That is not what you were arguing. First and foremost, that's not what you were arguing. Your first line of defense...
100%. Your question to me was explain to me why I didn't think it was murdered.
I'm having a hard time today because the guests that are joining this live stream are either dense, dumb, or dishonest, or all three. Right now, you're being dense and dishonest because your first line of defense, contrary in an argument against the claim that Alex Pretty was murdered, was by attempting to argue that the agents did not have intent when they shot him. You said, well, if I shoot you 10 times in the leg, are you going to die? I said, yeah, you can die. And if you did, you'd have an intention to kill.
No, you asked me
one moment,
if there was a way that you could
Tommy,
be shot.
I'm almost done. Okay. And then you said, well, maybe they didn't have the intent to kill him. They had the intent to neutralize him. Well, they neutralized him by killing him. Okay. But now that you've agreed that they had the intent to kill him, you now have to be able to give an argument that somehow that killing was justified, because if it was intentional and it was unjustified, then it's murder. So what is the argument that the killing of Alex Preddy was justified?
So the legal argument that's going to be put into play, which is how these things always play out, is whether or not the agents thought that it was necessary to use that level of force to neutralize him. It's the same conversation we had 2 weeks ago about Renee Good. Is that guy in a state where we thought he was reasonable for him to think that he could get ran over by that car? And that's what it's going to come down to. And if there is a guy resisting arrest on the ground, he didn't lay down, put his hands behind his back. He was trying to get back. He did a push-up and tried to get back into a seated position, or into an all-fours position. He was struggling. He was wrestling. You're giving those guys a window to say, he's resisting. I had to use force. I heard this other guy yell gun. Then I heard a gunshot, which from what I can tell on the internet, sounds like the first agent that pulled that gun out of his waist, he actually fired that first shot on accident. And it set the other officers off. So the whole thing is terrible. Never should have happened. But I don't think those ICE agents hopped out of that vehicle with the intent to murder him. And I don't think you think that either. I just think you use those kind of terms to ratchet up the drama.
You're flailing.
Just like
You're absolutely flailing. Because you just don't have an argument. Because keep in mind here, the definition of the word murder is the intentional and justified killing of a human being. You've already agreed that it's intentional. Now all I have to do is demonstrate that it's unjustified. The reason and why it was unjustified to shoot and kill Alex Preddy is because Alex Preddy did not demonstrate any immediate threat to any of the ICE agents, an immediate and reasonable threat either of serious bodily injury or of death. Okay, first and foremost, the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment, okay, have protected and safeguarded, okay, any American's right to be in possession of a firearm. And if you are in a possession of a firearm, this does not demonstrate an immediate threat to the officer, to an officer's life. That was also adjudicated in Connor v. Graham. And what I'll add on here is that, well, while he was on the ground on all fours, knees and arms, one agent went onto the back of him, took his firearm, took it away. Meanwhile, the other agent that saw that agent take his firearm away, then pulled out his and shot him in the back. There's absolutely no justification for this shot. There's absolutely no justification for killing him because Alex Preddy purported no immediate threat to the life of any of the agents, and that's a fact, and that's why it's unjustified. Okay, like, can we agree? Like, listen, can we agree? Okay, that the ICE agents who shot Alex Preddy were not justified in shooting Alex Preddy because Alex Preddy did not demonstrate any immediate threat to their lives?
No, I don't agree with you on that.
Okay, so you think that Alex Preddy demonstrated an immediate threat to their lives?
I do not, no.
So if he didn't demonstrate an immediate threat to their lives, then you agree that the shot was unjustified?
No.
Yes. No, yeah, that's the standard. Graham v. Connor. Okay. The standard for self-defense at the hand of LEOs is that you are only authorized to use lethal force if who you are using lethal force against either purports an immediate threat to your life or the lives of those around you.
Right. So the question becomes, is it reasonable to think that those officers thought there was a threat to their life?
No. Do you accept that? Do you accept that the standard for self-defense
100%.
Okay, would be a person immediately purporting a threat to you, to your life, or someone else's life?
Yes.
Okay, did Alex Preddy demonstrate an immediate threat to their lives?
My opinion is no.
Okay, so therefore you think it was unjustified?
No. Here's
Would a reasonable officer have done the same thing in their scenario?
That's the question. I'm not an officer. You're not an officer. I know what your opinion is. You know what my opinion is.
Let's just watch the video together. Let's just watch the video together. This is unreal. These people fucking suck, dude. Like, oh my God. This makes me just want to quit. Like, not gonna lie. Of course I'm not gonna quit. I'm just saying that out loud. Because, like, genuinely, like, these people fucking suck, man.
Dean, can I ask you a question?
No, because we're gonna watch this video together. Like, I just want you to see how insane and absurd, genuinely, your claim here is.
Honestly.
Okay, Alex Preddy is down on all four.
Yep.
Okay, you can now see in this still frame the agent wearing the gray sweatshirt take Alex Preddy's gun out of his waistband.
Yep.
And do you see that
Correct.
officer standing over Alex Preddy? He could clearly see, okay, the agent wearing the gray sweatshirt taking the gun out of his waistband. Right now,
Correct.
that officer behind him is now drawing his gun. No shots have been fired, okay, and the ICE agent wearing the gray sweatshirt is taking the gun out of Alex's waistband.
Correct.
His gun's out. Okay, now we could see the agent standing behind Alex. His gun is out of his holster, and Alex no longer has his firearm. Okay, at this point in time, the agent behind Alex then points it at his back, pulls the trigger, and he's dead.
Yep.
Would a reasonable officer have killed Alex Preddy?
With that information, no.
Thank you.
And that's my whole point, Dean, is you have the ability. I don't know if anyone in your family's law enforcement or you know anybody in law enforcement, but it's real easy to sit here Monday morning quarterback, frame by frame, and talk through what you think should have happened. And I agree with you. I don't think Alex Preddy should be dead. I don't think he should have been killed. But what it's going to come down to, and this is why the left and the right always get upset when the announcements come out 6 months later and it goes through an investigation.
Dude,
the question is,
holy shit.
Do those officers think in those split seconds that there was a reason to use...
Holy shit. Listen, I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that we have the benefit of hindsight. They didn't. Okay? And
That's right.
Our benefit of hindsight is giving us clarity on the scenario that they didn't have, so maybe they were justified. I get what you're saying. I get it. But in this scenario, you're just completely off base. What we just watched was him being on the ground. We watched an ICE agent take his gun, and then we watched an ICE agent shoot him in the back. It doesn't, like, the benefit of hindsight is irrelevant here. Maybe if this scenario, like, was not as... One moment. Maybe if this scenario wasn't as cut and dry as it was, I would be saying something else right now. Maybe if, like, Alex reached for his gun and took it out of his holster and then was shot, you know, maybe this benefit of hindsight is an argument that you'd be able to use. Maybe if, you know, I don't know, he turned around and then reached for it, this benefit of hindsight would be a reasonable argument for you to use. But because it's so, like, clear, because it's so cut and dry, because it's so Alex was on the ground in all fours, an ICE agent took his gun, then he was shot and killed, you are being an apologist to disgusting murder, no doubt about it. And I am so frustrated that people like you exist. I am. We would be a significantly better country if you didn't think the way you are. Okay? Like, imagine if it was World War II, Nazi Germany's doing their thing. You would, with your beliefs, be agreeing with the Nazis. Imagine if we were back right before the Civil War. With your line of thought, you'd be agreeing with the Confederates. Like, this is clear cut and dry. Alex was on the ground on all fours, legally permitted gun in his holster. One ICE agent takes that gun. Another ICE agent, while Alex is now unarmed and still on all fours, shoots him in the back and kills him. There's no question to it. It's not the benefit of hindsight that is making it reasonably obvious that this is murder. Okay, without that benefit, it's still reasonably obvious when this is murder. Whenever you kill an unarmed man because he's down on all fours by shooting him in his back, you are a murderer. Stone cold.
Dean, if you've ever been involved with law enforcement or dealt with law enforcement, you would know that there are many factors that play into when these guys think that he's an imminent threat. They found during the struggle one gun on his body. A reasonable officer might assume maybe he's got two guns. Maybe he's got a knife. Maybe he's got... If you talk to people in law enforcement, they would tell you that during struggles, the way that they are trained is to neutralize the threat when they decide that the threat is rises to the level to be lethal force.
You're wrong.
So
So you're wrong. So the U.S. Constitution, particularly the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment, prohibit officers from shooting citizens merely for being in possession of a weapon.
I didn't say for being in possession of the weapon. I said when the officer deems that the level of force necessary would be lethal force.
So
That's
then
what I said.
So I guess my question for you is, what did Alex Pretty do to lead a reasonable officer to make that determination? What did he do?
So what I'm telling you is, from the outside looking in with this benefit of hindsight, my personal opinion is being able to see all the angles and being able to freeze frame it and walk through it with you.
Forgo the hindsight. What did he do?
If you forgo the hindsight and you don't see all that, you go from one of those officers' point of view or two of those officers' point of view, the guy on the front, the guy on the back, the guy on the side, he might say, well, I heard my fellow, he was struggling and trying to resist. And then one of the officers yelled, gun, gun, gun. The other officer sees a gun come out and they hear shots fired. It would be reasonable for an officer who doesn't have all that information that you get to sit here and freeze frame and point to.
They hear shots fired. So you mean the shots fired by the ICE agent and Alex?
By the gun coming from the ICE agent in the back. Yeah, that's why I said it's an unfortunate situation.
Okay. So why? What did Alex do to justify being shot with that first bullet?
Alex didn't get shot with the first bullet. I told you what I thought it looked like was the first bullet was fired from Alex's gun by the ICE officer when he pulled it out of his.
What's the evidence of this?
Out of his waist. What's that?
What's the evidence of this?
When I review the tape, there's at one point there's a video on the internet right now that shows a small, like, I don't know, not like a puff of smoke, but almost like, it seems to me like that gun was discharged when he pulled it out.
Okay.
And he has it in his hand and he's spinning away. I think the first officer, here's the thing, I don't have all this equipment. I don't have the stuff. So I'm telling you my opinion. You're telling me your opinion. I'm telling you my opinion. And sitting here getting the opportunity to look at all this, we can see the whole picture. When they sit in front of a court of law, the question is going to be, would a reasonable officer who was involved in a struggle with an armed assailant have the grounds and have it rise?
First and foremost, I'm going to need evidence for that claim. Second of all, even if that claim was true, then that's a fault of the ICE officer, not Alex, and it's still not reasonable given the totality of the circumstances. Do you agree that given the totality of the circumstances,
it's not reasonable in whose opinion? It's not reasonable in whose opinion? If you don't have all the information
in the opinion of a reasonable person.
Yeah, but you're using yourself as the reasonable person, and you have the benefit of hindsight. That's why we have investigations. This is
why I'm asking you, without the benefit of hindsight, what the fuck did Alex do to justify it? And my opinion is solidified by facts. Folks, maybe the reason why I cannot change the mind of this cult member, okay, of course, Matt, hop in that queue, is because it's actually impossible to ask an unreasonable person, okay, what a reasonable person would do. An unreasonable man like this guest can't tell me how a reasonable person would react.
Hey, Dean, how you doing?
Hey, welcome, Matt. What do you want to add on?
Hey, I just want to kind of frame this a little bit differently, if it's okay, because we're talking about in the moment the split-second decisions, right? You have to remember that last year SCOTUS changed the way that we look at reasonableness by saying that for a long time we held, just as you believed, that a split-second decision was kind of how you go about it. That's what you look at. SCOTUS last year says no. You have to look at the totality of everything that happens from the beginning to the very end. That's how you make a decision, okay? And that was unanimous, by the way. All 9 justices said that that's the case, okay? So when you look at it from the very beginning of the video, from the moment that it first starts all the way to the very end, that's what you have taken into all consideration. And you're only focusing on one piece, but you're ignoring the fact that all this was escalated by ICE because they shoved the woman, which was very unprofessional, one. Then they pepper sprayed him.
I apologize to interrupt you. I'm actually going to use this as an opportunity to go pee, so I just wanted to let everyone know. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah, of course. So not only do they pepper spray him multiple times, they then get him on the ground. He's then in a bear type of thing where he's like on the ground with his hands down. He's being patted down and searched by an officer. And then that officer is looking over him, looking down on him, sees the weapon, and then instinctively draws his gun. And then, knowing because his hands are nowhere near his person, they are on the ground, then decides to fire. Now, whether or not a bullet went off after that, that does still not make it reasonable, because someone cannot then infer that then Alex was the one who shot the gun, because he would have had to know that he was down on all fours and had his hands completely down. That's the problem that I think you're not understanding, is that when you look at it from the whole point, from the whole thing, you can't see how that could be reasonable.
The problem is we're sitting here watching it in slow motion, and we are going step by step, and we are moving like frame by frame. Him going from a standing position to being flat on the ground, to being up on all fours, to then being able to lift his other arm, all that happened within a second. So the question is going to come down with whether a reasonable, and if you're talking about the totality of the situation, where the 4 ICE agents hopped out of their vehicle and the 2 women approached them immediately, and then I think Alex Peretti only interjected himself into the situation to help out the women. I'm not mad at Alex Peretti. I don't think that he is a bad person. I don't think he deserved to die. I just don't think using the word murder is accurate.
Tommy,
I know he's dead. I know
you
you killed him.
Hold on, please listen, Tommy, because you're factually wrong. Yes, the women went up to the ICE officer, but then they retreated to the curb, and then the ICE officer went up to them and shoved the woman. That's a clear escalation.
That's not true. You just lied. They did not retreat to the curb. They retreated to the back. No, they retreated to the back of the car right there. He then launched the woman at the curb. And that's when Alex decided to step. No, she did not retreat to the curb. She retreated to the car.
Yes, because if you look at the video,
the ICE agent, who's an asshole, shoved the woman like a He-Man.
Dean can actually show this video.
This is
I can't
believe
a minute
this.
or two.
He was down on all. It was down on all fours.
Yeah.
Unless he had a 5th hand and a 2nd gun, it was murder.
Dean, when you were gone, he brought
Unless
up
he
the
had a
totality
5th
of everything.
hand and a 2nd gun, it was murder.
Okay, that's fine. You're allowed to have a different opinion. That's okay.
Explain
but
how I'm
just
wrong.
Telling you,
and it wouldn't be 5th hand, it'd be 3rd. Explain how I'm wrong here. He was down on all fours and unarmed. Unless he had a 3rd hand and a 2nd gun.
First of all, he was down on all fours and he had a gun on him. And the 6 officers that were dogpiling him, which was ridiculous in and of itself, didn't know he was armed. At first, they were treating him like a regular protester who just needs to be put in handcuffs and thrown. As soon as they heard gun,
are you an
it
LEO?
changes. What?
Are you a law enforcement
I don't know
officer?
what that means. No.
Law enforcement officer.
What do you do for work?
Construction.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to point out, Tommy, that he was on all fours, because when he shot, that's when
He
his
absolutely
hand
was on
goes up.
fours.
Yes,
he was on all fours. I'm not disputing that.
He was on fours because when he shot in the video, you see his hand go up because
Correct.
he was just shot, and so his hands go up, right? He was
Right.
on all fours.
I'm not disputing that. I agree he was on all fours. What I'm saying is,
just said he wasn't.
we have.
He just said he wasn't.
So you agree that he was on all fours, and you agree that he was unarmed when shot, but you can test that it's murder.
Yes.
You do understand, right? You do understand that having murder is just it's the unjustified killing of another person, right? So even if it was intentional, even if it was not like premeditated, it's still murder. Like that's the problem. I'm not understanding, Tommy. It's everything you're describing. If you put in front of a jury and you look at everything in one big vacuum, in one big kind of show, I think anybody would conclude that like this meets the definition under Minnesota law and federal law as some kind of murder.
Yeah, this is crazy, dude. Here, I'm sorry. I just need a moment to just like calm down, take a breath. I'm gonna thank a couple donors, and we'll hop back into it. Hey, Lexi, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get 100 Lexi W's down below. Lexi says, "How about the agent that clapped when Alex was shot?" Yeah, I saw that. Fucking disgusting. As well as Sunny, thank you for the $15. Who says it's insane how so many people will bend over backwards to make excuses for these officers. Sunny, it's fucking nuts. This guest is literally saying that he was on all fours and unarmed, and he's contesting that it was unjustified to shoot and kill him. It's unreal, Sonny. That's why I need this break. Thank you for the $15. Show some love to Sonny in that chat. I'd also like to thank Sky for the 5, Will with the 5. Thank you so much. And then Steve, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Steve. That is crazy. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the love. That is just so undeserved. Not a bone in my body deserves that much love, Steve. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the generosity. I'm trying to see 1,000 Steve W's in the TikTok chat. 1,000 Steve W's over on YT. Thank you so much for the love, Steve. That is insane. Steve with 100 says, Gen X guy here. Thank you and the other Gen Z political commentators for using your respective platforms to educate, inform, and engage with people. Keep up the great work. Well, Steve, thank you so much for your contribution, for your donation. It really does support what we do here. So thank you so much. As well as Erica, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Erica W's. Erica says, Dean, please remind everybody to join their local Indivisible Citizens Actions, ACLU or otherwise, if they're feeling angry, sad, helpless, or alone. Yes, guys, please look into your your local Indivisible chapter for sure. I'd highly recommend that. Indivisible's everywhere, and they are great. Good recommendation, Erica. Show some love to Erica down below, as well as Margaret. Thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Margaret says, thank you. Margaret, it is good to see you again today. I hope that you are doing all right, and thank you so much for the $25. Good to see you. As well as Bethany, thank you for the $5 for the weekly allowance. Carmen, thank you so much for the $12. I appreciate you so much. And then Tara, thank you for the 2. And then Serena, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Serena. That is Serina. Show some love to Serena down below. Serena says, watch you every day. I love you. Love you too, Serena. Thank you so much for the kindness. As a photographer, I need to know what camera you use. So I'm rocking with a Sony A7 triple I or A7 III. It's a great camera. It is one of my favorite. Thank you so much for the love. Please show some love to Serena down below. And we are all caught up over on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the incredibly kind and generous donations. As well as Christy, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, who says ICE is nothing more than a bunch of quote-unquote adults that played cops and robbers when they're 6 years old, and they're not properly trained. Dude, they get 47 days of training. It's absolutely it's a disgrace. Then Shyam, thank you for the penny. And then Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate that for that love from you, Anon. Show some love to Anon down below, who says, can you ask any guest who questions why Alex was wrong to be there? What is the Republican solution to prevent ICE from killing immigrants, then lying about it? They take away due process and they don't observers from exposing abuse. No body cams either. Yes. No, Americans need to be there. Legal observers are important. Like, what is the solution? That's actually a really good question. And then Shelly, thank you for the $20. Show some love to Shelly down below. Thank you so much for the kindness. Shelly says, it is unacceptable that we are now being told to give up our freedoms because of the incompetence of overworked and undertrained dumbasses killing people. No, we will not shut up and stay home. Our freedoms are in jeopardy, and the guest is extremely unpatriotic. Yeah, he's extremely unpatriotic on top of a whole list of other things. And then Kara, thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kara. Let's get 250 Kara W's at a CARA. Kara says, hey, Dean, love your work. I'm a long-time silent viewer from the UK and I work in travel. Many Brits now refuse to visit the US because of Trump. We have a party here pushing anti-immigration politics too. I hope what's happening opens eyes. Well, Kara, thank you so much for the $25. I wish you the best of luck on your side of the pond, and thank you for tuning in to the stream. Then Jasmine with the $10 who says, how does it that he not gets and that intent to kill is what makes it murder? I don't know, because he's stupid. Ingo, that is INGO, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much, who says, just witnessing how you and your endless patience try to nail jelly to a wall. I try my best, Ingo. Thank you for the $11. Then Dylan, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that so much. And then Danielle, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, who says, I'm so sorry you have to deal with so many idiots today. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Danielle. It's good to see you. Thank you for the $20. And yeah, the idiots are out today. The idiots are out today, as well as Emily. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo, who says, for the emotional toll that you're taking for all of us, this guest could admit it's murder, but I guess he is a tread on me kind of guy. Yes, he wants a boot in his mouth. And yes, absolutely, he wants the boot in his mouth. Thank you for the $25, Emily. Please show some love to Emily down below. And then Zoe with the 10, who says, him saying, quote unquote, he was just a regular protester that just needed to be cuffed is absolutely egregious. I guess I caught that. I didn't catch that. I was probably in the bathroom. That's insane. Thank you for the $10, Zoe. And then Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $60 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit, Cheyenne. That is so much money. Thank you for the love. God damn. Yo, show some love to Cheyenne down below. Thank you so much. Cheyenne with a 60 says, I cannot believe that some people will justify this. It's literally fucking comprehensible. That last sentence that we heard from this guest before I started like thanking the donors, I honestly just needed a minute to take a break from the madness, was he was down on all four and he was unarmed and then you shot 12 times in the back, but it is justified and it's not murder. It is literally insane to me, Cheyenne. Thank you for the $60. And then Odessa with a $5 says to Tommy in the most disrespectful way, fuck you. Then Jess with a $5, I appreciate you so much for the love. And then Justin, thank you for the 10 who says private. Okay, I'll keep that to myself, but thank you so much for the love, Justin. And it looks like we're all caught up for now. Quickly over on Super Chat, this will only take one moment. Thank you so much for the $20, Travis. I appreciate you so much. Travis with the 20 says, also ICE is getting $42,000 bonuses. Talk about selling your soul. Yeah, man, they need to be abolished and then they need to be prosecuted. Thank you for the $20, Travis. Lola, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, I truly have no idea why they were even trying to arrest him for protecting a woman, because they're insane, disgruntled pigs. Thank you for the $20, Lola. I just have one more. And then Ant, thank you for the $20 as well. He says he doesn't understand that first-degree premeditated murder is not the only type of murder. Yeah, because he's like, he doesn't know what the law is. That's why he's defending it, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. I'd also like to quickly thank Joshua with the $20 who says, have you seen that MAGA has been arguing that he was assaulting the woman that he protected against the agent after being sprayed and using that as justification? No, I've not seen that, but I definitely expected that. It's oh my God, it's disgusting. Thank you for the $20. And then Jake, also thank you for the $20 who says that one cult member who asked, who thought it was a good idea to bring a gun to a protest, the founding fathers did. Yes, the founding fathers absolutely fucking did. Thank you so much for the massive truth nuke and the $20. And just two more. NM, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars who says, move on. This guy talked about being objective and then immediately went into subjecting points. He is not cognitively able to rationalize this. And I feel like that is the issue with so many of our guests. Thank you for the truth nuke and the $50. Then just one last one here. Thank you, Nicholas, for the $50 as well, who says, please remember this because it has been let go. Anytime a firearm is used, it is always assumed that it will result in death. Anyone with firearms and use of force training knows that quote-unquote wounding or aiming shots are not a thing. Well, Nicholas, thank you so much once again for the absolute truth nuke. That is the concept that I was trying to describe earlier, and I just wasn't able to like find those words. So thank you for putting it in better words than I was able to. Thank you for the love, Nicholas. Let's get 500 Nicholas W's, 500 MMWs, and a shit ton of W's for all of the other donors. Thank you guys so much for the love.
Dean, I got 3 minutes left till my break's over. Perfect.
Matt, make the most of it. Mike's yours.
So Tommy, do you want to respond to anything? Like, I mean, like, again, I don't see, Tommy, that even if you apply what you're thinking, like how you can see this as even second-degree murder.
First of all, a lot of the things that you got, like the person said that I said the protester deserved to be put in handcuffs. That's not what I said. They're not listening to what I said. What I said was they were treating the Alex Preddy like a protester that they were trying to arrest, and they were just going to put him in handcuffs. And then they saw the gun. It was just a pretense for understanding the mindset of the officers. I wasn't trying to say that the protester needed to be put in handcuffs. The protesters can go out and protest all they want. It's fully allowed. They can protest. And when you said she went back to the curb and was out of the scene, the reason I said that's not true, she just went to the end of the bumper, was those little things that you change when you're out here explaining these stories, they matter. She was still in the street with the officers.
Is it not true or not? Is it not true or not that the officer had to walk up to her and then shove her? Is that not true?
He ran at her and launched her like an idiot. Yes,
exactly. So she came from a place because in the moments prior, she was in his face near his vehicle. She then retreated, as you said, towards that bumper, which is by the curb. I didn't say like on the curb. I said by the, like at the curb. He then comes to her and shoved her. That is a clear escalation. It was that moment. That 100%. One moment that then causes him to step in, which I think any man would do. If you see a 100%. Woman who's shoved by law enforcement, I hope that you would be like, what the fuck, man? And you would try to step in. And then once said that. Okay. But then once you add every point after that, he is then pepper sprayed multiple times. He is then dragged down. He's blinded. Yes. He is being subdued. He's on all fours. And then he's being patted down. And when he's patted down, he's then found that he has a gun. And then in that moment, something happens where the officer just then starts firing. You cannot look at it and say that in that split decision, given the whole circumstances, the whole thing, right? That was reasonable given that case. I don't see it at all, and I'm not the only one. I've heard from Republicans, Democrats, Independents, people in law enforcement that said from the very beginning, those people who were trying
Matt,
to bring him down were the ones who fucked up.
Matt, I totally agree with you, 100%. And when Dean asked me earlier if I thought it was justifiable, I said, yes, I agree with you. I don't think they should have done it or that they should have shot him. But that's not the question. The question is, when they go to court, they're going to be asking. But here's the thing. I want to be invited back on.
Oh, apparently your internet doesn't.
I just want to point out, if it's unjustifiable, then what he believes really doesn't matter. Like, if it's unjustifiable, then it's unjustifiable. Like, I could say I believe something, but it's unjustifiable. I'm still punished under law. Right? Like, if I sincerely believe something in the moment, but it's against the law and it's unjustifiable, then it's still breaking the law, and I'm going to be punished for it.
He left. Matt, honestly, do you want to hang out?
Yeah, sure. I got time.
I actually really enjoyed your input. I really enjoyed it. Oh, I drew. I'm guessing that means he accidentally requested. I'm really enjoying your input, Matt. I think that you got a lot of really good things to say. So if you want to hang out with us on the panel, feel free to. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, folks, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account, pin message on that right stream, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Same thing goes for Matt. His pay links are in the link in his bio as well.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, Morgan, do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I actually have a question real quick before we start.
Before we start, how old are you?
I'm 19.
But where were you born in?
2006.
Mike, the floor are yours.
Huh?
The mic and the floor are yours.
Oh, okay. Do you perchance know a guy named Creed?
Yeah.
That guy, I made him laugh, and he owes me $200. So I think we should still call him Phil.
Well, I'm happy that Creed is...
That was it. I don't really care about Trump. I just had to stay on here.
Was he like hosting a live saying "Make me laugh and I'll pay you $200"?
Yeah, and he was like making a big deal about it. He's like clip farming for.
Wait, and you made him laugh. And you made him laugh.
Yeah, I made him laugh.
And he hasn't paid you?
So this is how it went down. I went on there and I said, "Hey, why do you have like a clickbait banner?" You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And he started laughing, and I'm like, "Oh shoot, do I get the $200?" He's like, "No, that's not a joke."
Well,
I made him laugh.
Well, okay. Well, thank you for telling me that. I'll keep that in mind next time we see Creed. I'll bring him up here, and I'll have to, make sure that you get paid. Welcome in, Justin. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
48.
Cool, dude. Give me one moment here. I just want to thank a couple people that'll pass you that mic. Real quick, thank you so much, Jake, for the $5, who says, I've been listening to your stream every day lately. Grateful for you. Well, I'm grateful for you, Jake. Thank you for tuning in. I hope that you've been able to learn something, and thank you for the $5. And then Jennifer, thank you for the $25, who says, breathe. I'm trying to breathe. These MAGAs are nuts, dude. Jennifer, honestly, if you need to take a break, if anyone needs to take a break and just scroll out for a minute, I completely fucking get it, dude. These people today are nuts. Thank you so much for the $25, Jennifer. Let's get 250 Jennifer W's down below. And then Brando and Kay, thank you both for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you guys so much. And then Tess with the $10, who says, I was raised by somebody who works for the PD. ICE is breaking all of the laws and regulations. Fuck ICE abolition now. Base test. Thank you for the $10. And then Aaron, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, man. And then Anne, thank you so much for the $50 donation, who says, for all your good work. Anne, that is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Can we please get 500 Ann W's down below in that comment section while we're trying to get this next debater loaded up into the live stream? Seriously, my friend, that is a shit ton of money. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Anne. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Show some love to Anne down below. And then Jacob with the $5 says, please turn up your volume. I could do that right now. Is that better, everybody? Let me know. Chelsea, thank you for the $2. And then Kiara, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Kiara. Thank you so much. And then Emily sent $25. Thank you for the love, Emily. Emily with the $25 says, for the emotional toll you're taking for all of us. The guest couldn't admit it's murdered, but I guess he's a tread on me kind of guy. I do think I thanked you earlier, but anyways, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much for the kindness, genuinely and sincerely. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, you guys are saying that's too loud. What about now? Also, did that last guest drop?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Guest that we had earlier on today is back in the queue.
Oh, good. You're not going to boot me again.
Did you run away earlier?
No, you booted me, dude. Don't try.
If I booted you earlier, then I wouldn't have brought you back up.
Hey, you like to bet money, right? So I'll bet you five grand right now that he had his hand behind him before that round went out. What do you say?
Wait, one moment. Before we make any type of bet, okay, you accuse me of booting you. If I booted you,
Well, I don't know
why
why
would
I
I bring you back up?
Good question. Well, you've booted me twice, so I don't know why. Oh, it looked like.
Is it
so I don't know.
possible that maybe you accidentally scrolled out?
No. I didn't do that, dude. Nice try. But let's go back to the money. So $5,000 says that his arm was behind his leg before that round went out. What do you say?
I might take you up on that bet. I'm gonna review the footage real quick.
Oh, you're gonna no. Don't, you're so confident, dude. Come on, let's just bet.
Yeah,
let's bet this money.
$5,000 is a lot of money. I want to be extra confident. Let's review the footage real quick.
Okay.
Shit,
I'll give you a hint. Why don't you take a look at it where his hands are, and tell me where his hands, just to save you some $5,000.
Let's see.
Where's his hands? Where's his hands?
Right now, his hands are in front of him.
Where's his hands?
His hands are in front of him.
Are they?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yep, I'll bet you $5,000 on that.
Okay. All right. Put me back on the big screen, buddy. Okay. Where's his hand?
Behind him.
Right here. Behind him. Okay. Where's the gun?
Behind him.
Right there, right?
Yeah.
That's his gun. Okay. When did the discharge just happen?
The multiple discharge happened the whole time you're playing that clip.
Oh, no. That's not when it happened, buddy. That's right.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Look closer. Look closer. Look closer.
What are we looking at?
All right. So he's getting up right there. No rounds are firing right now. There's not a single fucking round being fired. What he's doing is getting up right now. His arm is behind him, dipshit. And he's getting up. Still getting up. Still getting up.
Yeah, from the footage I just watched,
Then
I
the
disagree.
round comes out, dumb shit.
From the footage
Then
I
the
just
round
watched,
comes
I
out.
disagree.
He's getting up. Oh, yeah, you're going to pivot. You're going to go right to yours. No. That's not even clear because that guy's body is in the way. That dude is right in the fucking way, and you know it. Nice try. Mark my fucking words. He's not going to get charged for this shit.
I think you owe me $5,000.
No, where's his? You only see his fucking hands, dude. This is why I know you're a TikTok cop and nothing more.
I mean, we could see his back, and his hands weren't on his back.
No,
so.
you see the other dude right in front of him with the fucking Kevlar.
Yeah, he was standing in
Nice
front
try,
of him.
dude.
However, we could see his back.
This is
and we
why
didn't see his hands. Therefore, his hands weren't.
This is what
on
you
his
guys
back.
do. This is what you do. Like I'm just curious.
I think that you owe me. I think that you owe me $5,000.
Oh, you identify as winning? Is that what's happening?
I mean, I don't know why you'd make that bet.
I'll play it again for you, buddy.
My friend, the issue with the clip that you're playing, if you'll allow me to tell you what it is it's slowed down and zoomed in with no sound. So he definitely took some shots.
It doesn't matter the sound. You see the round go out of the.
So I think the reason why you had confidence.
You see the gun actually go.
One moment, just breathe.
Nice try.
Just breathe. The reason why you had confidence that he had his hands behind his back.
I think you owe me $5,000.
Just breathe. The reason why you had just one moment. The reason why you had confidence that he had his hand behind his back when he was shot is because for multiple shots he did have his hand behind his back. However, I mean, I just played the clip that showed.
There was no round.
Hey, my friend.
No round that went
just
out.
breathe. Just breathe.
There was no round.
Just breathe. Just breathe. It's okay. We have time. You could allow me to speak. It's okay. Just breathe. I promise. It's okay. It's okay, my friend. The reason why you were confident in making that bet for $5,000 is because it is true that multiple shots rang out when he had his hand behind his back, which, by the way, is an instinctive reaction to getting shot in the back. Okay, but the reason why I win the bet is because
he wasn't reaching for his back. He was reaching for his thigh.
Just breathe. Just breathe. You're still not breathing.
This is what you do.
Well, I would just want to speak without you interrupting me. That is what I do. Yes, I do like mute people when they interrupt me. It's very simple. I'll give you a second to breathe. You know, I actually I've been consulting on my free time with kindergarten teachers. If you guys have been able to notice that I've gotten better at dealing with the man children like this, it's because of the consultation I've been doing with kindergarten teachers. I've kind of learned the methods. I've learned the techniques. And one really important technique here, I'm going to share this with you all. I'm sure that there's a lot of great parents out there that know it, is that you can't just like strong arm your way through an emotional confrontation. You know, I can't just say, stop interrupting me, settle down, stop it right now, because that's not going to be productive. It's more so like a mix of like being a little bit gentle, saying, you know, just breathe, and almost giving the guest just a little bit of time to bring the emotions down below a level that's required in order for him to regain control over his composure. But I think that we're there, so I'm just going to try to repeat what I said. Hopefully we won't be interrupted this time. The reason why you felt confident in making that bet with me is because, yes, multiple shots were fired from his gun. There's 12 shots in total. And for a multitude of those shots, they were fired from his gun when he already had his hand behind his back. That is true. His hand off to the side or behind his back, whatever. However, what I just showed from the video that I played is the moment the first shot rang off. That was not true. And the proof of this, of course, is in the pudding. From the angle I showed, we were able to see his back, we were able to see his side, we were able to see his butt, and we couldn't see his hand, therefore his hand was not there. That's why you owe me $5,000. You could find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree, my bio. You could find my handle at the top of the phone screen, pin message over on YouTube. You owe me $5,000. Matt, what is your take on this while this guy's sending me $5,000?
I agree with your take, 100%. I think the first shot rings out, and then even if his arm was going back, he won. I think it's pretty clear that one, like, he was just shot. But even then, he's getting up probably because he's blinded from the pepper spray. He's getting up and he has his phone in his hand, which you can clearly see because he has his phone in his hand. And I think anybody from being tackled is going to want to try to reposition themselves upward, and your hand naturally is going to go towards that back, go kind of like this naturally. In addition to probably being shot in the back and that kind of inflexive, kind of like, you know, jerking motion.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. So can you send me $5,000 now? I sent you an invite to unmute. You could talk now. I appreciate you for allowing me to finish.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to actually send me my money, because you don't even see his hands in that video. I show you clearly up close. Where his hands were. I show you the moment the round went out, and I show you where his hand was prior to that round going out.
So I'm not convinced.
He was getting up.
So I'm not convinced that the moment of the shot that you showed was a first shot.
So I'll let you talk. And
I think the fact that you can't see his hands are kind of what proves otherwise. Because we could see his back, we could see his butt, we could see his side, but because we didn't see his hands,
I literally showed you where
his hand was
clearly behind, but you seem to not.
How is it possible that his hand is behind him when we have a clear shot of the officer taking the weapon from his side?
Listen, Dean Fanboy, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to just regular Dean. So, okay.
Well, you're talking to Matt too. I'd be scared of Matt. No. I'm not going to lie. If I was a guest that came up on this live, I would have probably given a similar reaction to you. I'd be significantly more scared of Matt than of myself, especially on topics like this. Matt is just like an intellectual fucking titan. Okay? But just to let you know, when you're like, oh, no, I'm not talking to you, it just makes it clear that you're scared of him.
Yeah, because you didn't want to answer my question, which is clear. You said his hand was behind him.
I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't know who the fuck you are.
Motherfucking Matt.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
I don't know who the fuck you are.
I don't care. Well, I didn't.
You sound like an angry man child. I don't really care.
I didn't ask for your opinion. So, Dean, by the way,
you're gonna respond to what Matt said.
Can you actually pinpoint?
You're gonna respond to what Matt said. No, you're gonna respond to what. Hey, emotional man. You're gonna respond to what Matt said.
I mean, if you really want me to. Sure. What was your question? Or whatever your name is, Matt.
Good boy.
You made the claim that his hands were behind him. I'm saying, how can that be the case when we have a clear view of the officer who is taking his weapon from him, and you see that his hands are nowhere near his back?
I literally played the fucking video.
And so did Dean, and you can clearly see that his hands are away from his back.
That video that he played, you had a dude right in front of him. You didn't see where his hands were.
Yes, we did, because you can see the officer disarm him.
I got a question, Matt. What is line of sight? What is line of sight?
It's whatever is in front of your eyes, the ability to see.
Who was in front of him?
In front of who?
Jesus Christ. At least if you're going to have a
in front of who? I'm asking you a question. In front of who?
Who do you think I'm fucking talking about?
The officer who's standing over him?
No, the one that the fucking dude that got shot.
There's like I don't know, maybe like 2 officers in front of him.
Oh yeah, 2 officers in front of him. See, this is where line of sight comes into play, and you cannot see his fucking hands.
Then why are you claiming that you know where his hands were?
Because there's a better angle, dipshit. You're doing too much. I just showed you.
So one, you don't know. So
different
wait,
angle.
so on one hand, you know where his hands were, and on the other hand, you don't know where his hands were.
I thought you said he was good at this.
No, you made the claim that you know where his hands were, and now you're saying you don't know where his hands were. What is this, like
Where
Schrodinger's
is his
hands?
fucking hand? Where is that right there?
That's after the shot. After.
Negative, Ghost Rider. I
That's
showed
after
you
the
play.
shot.
No, this is side by side. I'll play it fucking again for you libtards. If you want. Very slowly for you. Very slowly.
After the first shot.
That's not the first shot. He's getting up. If you get shot, are you getting back up like that? Shot so many times?
That
yes,
very clearly.
when you're first
by the way-
shot, it doesn't immediately
By the way,
kill
that-
you. You don't
that-
fall.
That very.
There's no round that goes out. There's no round that moves from this chamber. That
can I hop in here real quick?
is not fucking moving.
Can I hop in here
dipshit.
real quick?
I'll show you when the chamber moves. I'll show you when
real quick.
I'll show you when the exact chamber moves.
I'm gonna mute you.
Still not moving. Still not moving.
One moment.
There.
I'm gonna speak. Thank you. So first and foremost, listen, I would appreciate it if you didn't just like put a spin on the R word, then recapture it as a way to refer to liberals. I mean, I think that's fucking gross. Okay.
I get a safe space in.
Like I obviously expect that grossness off of people like you. But A, what I'm going to ask you to do is to stop being super duper gross. B, what I'm asking you to do is to please go on Twitter. Go look at my Twitter account, Dean Withers. You'll see my most recent repost is of the video that I showed you. You can very clearly see the moment he was shot. He did not have his hands behind his back. That's what I proved to you. And C, I'm actually going to kick you out because you follow little girls. And I just got a ticket of that over on Discord.
Well, that checks out.
Oh yeah, I'm not shocked. What the hell? Yeah, that guy's lost his damn mind, dude.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah,
he's
we're
both so sure, but also not so sure.
Yo, I don't owe nobody.
You
money,
owe Morgan
bro.
$200, bro. No, you owe Morgan $200. Yes, you do.
Bro, he's lying.
Yes, you
do. You don't have no evidence. How are you just gonna claim something with no evidence?
Because I trust that Morgan's telling the truth.
He's not telling the truth.
Yes.
Is he still in the queue?
Morgan owes you $200. We're not going to adjudicate that on my life. I'm not going to bring Morgan back up. I'm just going to simply ask you to send Morgan $200.
I don't owe him $200.
Yeah, you do.
You weren't even in the live stream. I get you're a fan and stuff.
No, I was watching. I
never even talked to you, since you came in my life and tried to send 67 roses, but you accidentally sent 68 because you're not like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent 67 roses to the guest. I was absolutely cooking.
No, it was actually sitting. No.
So let's just cut to the chase here, Phil. Are you gonna send him $200?
My name's not Phil. Dude, I thought Parker would talk to you after what I talked to him about last night. Has he told you about how I absolutely owned him last night?
No, I brought you up. I just brought you up here to tell you that you owe Morgan $200. I want to make sure that you pay up.
I'm not paying him $200 because I don't owe him $200.
Yes, you do, Phil.
If you make a funny joke, and my name's not Phil. If you make a joke, he came up and said, "Oh, you got a clickbait background." Like, that's not a joke.
What made you laugh? You didn't say, "Tell me a joke to make me laugh." You just
that's
said,
what
make
the
me
panel
laugh.
literally says.
Nope.
What, dude? Dean, you are such a hypocrite liar,
no,
bro.
You owe him $200.
No, I don't. Dude, stop saying, dude. You owe that last guy how much ever money?
I owe him $5,000.
Creed.
I owe the
Creed,
child
what
follower lying about
What was
reality
the bet?
$5,000.
I don't even know what the bet was. Either way,
Exactly.
He said you owe him $5,000, so you owe him. Just because somebody says you owe somebody money doesn't mean it's true.
When it's Morgan, it is. You owe Morgan $200.
Okay, then you owe that last guy $5,000. If you send him $5,000, I'll send.
Wait, but the last guy was wrong.
He's wrong. Morgan's wrong.
No, Morgan's right.
Dude, you weren't even.
Come on, Phil, pay up, Phil.
Dude, stop calling me that, bro.
I told you that I'd stop calling you Phil. I told you that I'd stop calling you Phil if you stopped calling me a grifter.
Right?
Yeah, well, I still do.
You're a manipulator, grifter.
Yeah, exactly. I'll only stop calling you Phil if you stop calling me a grifter.
I say the truth. The truth.
It's not true.
No. Parker calls me Creed now after what, Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't care less. You're Phil.
Okay, all right. Then okay. So do you think my name
I
is
told
my
you I would
identity?
only start calling you Phil.
Dean,
Creed, if you
do
stop
you
calling
think
me a
my name
grifter.
is my identity?
Is your
Do you think
name
my
your
name is-
identity?
Yeah.
I think that your name can be a part of your identity.
Do you think my name is my identity?
No, I don't think that your name is identical to your identity. No.
Oh well, then you and Parker believe wrong because he said yes. Either way, so then I guess this argument isn't going to work on you since you don't.
I think it's a part of
basic
your
logic
identity. It's not the totality of your
It's
identity.
one element of your identity. Yeah.
Do you think somebody's gender is their identity?
Their
one element of their identity.
So their gender is one element of their identity. Yes.
Okay, so if you can respect one person, another person's identity, why can't you respect mine?
Because you call me a grifter.
So if somebody who is trans called you a grifter, you wouldn't respect their gender?
No, I would respect their gender.
Then why can't you respect my name even though I call you the truth?
Because name is not your gender.
My name is my identity.
It's a part of your identity, but I'm not going to respect it.
So you don't respect people's identity is what you're saying?
I don't respect parts of people's identities, such as your name when you call me a grifter, yeah.
Dude, you don't like the fact that it's true? I mean, it's okay.
Well, it's definitely not true. It's false, and you're pissed.
I'm not pissed, buddy. You are sitting here calling me Phil because you're a... Dude, you literally cast spells on your fans.
I told you I'd stop calling you Phil.
Everybody in here, you're under a spell. Watch Sea Turtle Radiation to get the spell out of you.
Sea Turtle Radiation?
Yeah, I talked to
I'm
Parker
gonna
last
save
night
you.
about it.
I'm gonna save you all the trouble. It's an 8-hour video you watch on YouTube about sea turtles, and apparently, like, radiation comes from the video, and while you sleep, and it like changes your mind. I'm not exaggerating on that. That's exactly what it was.
Wait, what did he say?
There's an 8-hour video. There's an 8-hour video on YouTube of sea turtles, and when you sleep and you have it playing, what happens is radiation comes from the video into your brain, into your third eye, and it like changes your like whole beliefs. And I'm not exaggerating because he explained it yesterday.
Yeah, we kicked his ass out of here, bro. What are we doing, dude? What are we doing, man? That guy's lost his goddamn mind. Listen, bro. He was able to convince Parker to stop calling him Phil. Listen, all right, I'm gonna have to de-wokeify Parker. I'm gonna make Parker into a true American patriot that does not respect Phil's name. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, sorry. I just wanted to say thank you for
I appreciate that, dude. Right now we are only looking for Trump supporters, but huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for coming up here. We're only looking for American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, so please hop in that queue if and only if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got our next guest, Loki, loading up into the box. Hello, do you support Trump? Oh, Loki left really quick. Guys, only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please make sure that you are following the rules of the live stream. Me and my buddy Matt down here are just looking for some conservatives to debate. And I actually, dude, oh my goodness. I have a couple of people to thank here. First and foremost, Julie. Listen, holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $150 donation over on PayPal. Holy fuck, Julie. Show some love to Julie down below in that chat while we're still trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here to have a conversation with us. Genuinely, thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Queen fucking Julie. That is insane. That is so much money, Julie. I do not deserve that much. Julie with a 150 says, "Hey, Dean, I love everything that you do. Notice when the ICE agent pulled his gun, the other ICE agent that was trying to beat down Alex suddenly walked away. Fuck ICE and fuck the pedos. Release Epstein files. Rip Keith. Silverio, I'm probably mispronouncing that name. Renee and now Alex, keep fighting the good fight. Julie, God, I love that energy. I fucking love that energy. Please show some love to Julie down below in that chat while me and Matt are still looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and have a debate with us. Fucking love that energy. Absolute truth, Nuke. Okay, what a queen. What an absolute giga Chad queen, Julie. Show some love to Julie down below, folks. As well as Logan and Virginia. Thank you both for the 5, and then H. Ryu. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, I sent that photo package today. I hope that you enjoy and feel free to use them. However, I appreciate you for everything you do. Keep up the good fight. Well, H. Ryu, thank you so much for the $20. And where did you send it to? Because I didn't check my email. If you're watching and you're confused on what I'm talking about, yesterday H4U sent a donation and said, like, do you have like an address that I could send some photos from in Minnesota? And I said, yeah, just, shoot me an email. I'll try to respond to it. I haven't responded to their email yet, but they just said that they sent the package. Maybe like somebody on like my management team did. I don't know. But anyways, Atria, I can't wait. Thank you for the $20 and thank you so much for sending those photos to me. Welcome in, Christopher. Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I voted for him twice.
Hell of a mustache, dude. Hell of a mustache. Dude,
I appreciate that.
that is
Hey,
like
do you
that is
want
like
some?
like that is like a cartoonish mustache. Now, do you still support him
you-
today?
Nope, not because of you. I've been watching you. I've been watching you for. Hold on. Let me. I've been watching you now for almost a year. I've donated to you actually before as well, but I never got the chance to really come up here and talk to you. And I just wanted to literally tell you that you have changed my mind, and I was able to change my wife's mind because of you. Like literally because of you, not because of anything else, but because of you. I literally like I would be working and I'd be like, oh shit, Dean's live is on, and I'm so I would literally listen to you while I work, and I would just be like, damn, Dean like is going off again. Dean's going off again. Dean's going, and then I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, dude, Trump is literally the worst fucking person ever because of the shit that you talk about in your lives and all the facts that you bring to the table. I'm a father, and I couldn't imagine a person from another country, and I'm a Christian as well. I couldn't imagine another person from another country come into this country and be fearful of me and my child's life and me being separated from my child. I wake up every day and I thank God that I was born here and I don't have to go through what these poor people do that are not from the United States. They have to fear for their lives every day. And it's all because of Donald Trump and the way he's running us. And Dean, seriously, dude, like keep doing what you're doing. I'm 27 years old, so I'm a little older than you, but I will never vote Republican again because of you. I just want you to know that from the bottom of my heart. Listen to me, Dean. I want you to know, like real shit, like out of all these dumbasses that come up here, I'm in construction. Just because I'm in construction doesn't mean I'm Republican. I know a lot of guys that work hard all day. They pay all their taxes and they still vote for the left because they know that's truly where the good people lie. And it's taken me so long. And I grew up in a Republican house, and every time when someone comes up here and says that I grew up in a Republican, like that's bullshit. You have your own fucking mind. You're smart. You can think for yourself. It's called critical thinking. Let's do some critical thinking and realize that what Dean is saying is true, and it's truly evil to watch every single day someone lose their life or someone get imprisoned or some kid gets lost because of Donald Trump. It's his administration. I'm literally like I'm choking up because I have been wanting to talk to you for so long, and I've been wanting to tell you. I wanted to personally thank you for changing my mind and for opening up my mind and allowing me to literally sit down and be like, I can't believe. How old are you, Dean? 23?
21.
21. My brother's 21 years old, by the way, and he's an idiot, but I let a 21-year-old change my mind about how I vote for my country.
Man,
I'm only 27, but dude, doesn't that sound crazy? I was able to let a 21-year-old change my mind on how I vote people that run my country. I just wanted to tell you that. I just wanted to tell you that, Dean, that I truly appreciate you, and I am so thankful that you have this platform to where not only that you can receive money to keep doing what you're doing, but to be able to change people's minds and their lives, honestly. Because I'm voting different now because of you.
Let me tell you this,
and Parker,
Christopher, man.
And everybody else.
Let me tell you this. So, first and foremost, brother, I am so fucking incredibly proud of you. It is so hard to change your mind. And everyone who watches this stream regularly knows that by observing the guests that will join, get absolutely proven wrong, and will leave feeling no differently than they did before. And honestly, I feel like there's a takeaway from a minority of the viewers of this stream on the left saying that, what I'm doing here is very ineffective. It's not changing minds. It's just TikTok, rage bait, debate content to grift and make money. But genuinely, Christopher, like you are the reason why I do what I do. Fucking, I'm being so real. It's not that you should be thanking me. It's that I should be thanking you, because it is the silent masses of the average American who will tune into this live stream a lot like you. And you have those, political beliefs. You grew up in them. You vote red. but you're not as far gone as the cult members that will join into the stream. And after listening in for a while, you can have your mind change. So just know, A, I'm very proud of you. B, you are why I do what I do. And C, thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for breaking my rules. Genuinely, thank you. And coming up here and sharing, your story, your testimony. I'm incredibly grateful for you. And also, I think it's also really fucking cool that you were able to change your wife's mind. This is the great enlightenment of the modern American era, where we have all the facts at our disposal to understand exactly why we ought not support the commander-in-chief. And the sole purpose of this live stream is just to present those facts in a way that's easy to comprehend to the average American like you. So, Chris, I hope that you have a great rest of your day.
One day when my parents are gonna watch my kid, I'm just gonna throw on your live at their house and be like, "Hey, while you guys watch my kid, just watch Dean live, okay? He'll teach you guys some stuff."
Man, that's awesome, Chris. I'm about to drop you a follow, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man.
Bye, Dean. Hey, Matt, you're one hell of a guy too, man. Keep kicking what you're doing. All right, you guys have a good day.
You take care, Christopher. Man, that's great. That's great, man. We love to hear it. I fucking love to hear it, man. I mean, that is why I do what I do. That's why we do what we do. That's great. That's great, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into that box, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. What's up, that trucking guy? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I don't support illegal criminals being over here with pedos and rapists.
All right, cool, man. Well, give me 1 second here, then we'll hop into the debate. I just want to thank a couple people. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. First and foremost, George, thank you. Thank you so much for the $75 donation over on PayPal. George, that is insane. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the support. I'm trying to see 800 massive George W's. Excuse me, for the $75 donation over on PayPal. Genuinely, dude. Thank you. That is so much money. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. George says, watching with great concern from Canada. Please keep trying to educate with empathy, compassion, and intelligence. It is truly scary to watch. Well, George, I wish I could be in Canada right now. Huge shout out to you, man. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the stream. Show some love to George. And then also show some love to Zoe for the $100 donation on PayPal. What is going on today? You guys are being so fucking kind. That is insane. Thank you so much for the $100, Zoe. Zoe with 100 says, "Rip Alex Preddy. Dean, I'm not religious by any means, but if I was, I'd say that you were doing God's work." All the love from Australia. Well, all the love to you. All the love to Australia. Thank you so much for the support, the kind words, and the $100 donation. Holy fuck. Show some love to Zoe down below. As well as Kylie. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for that love. Kylie. Show some love to Kylie down below. Same thing with Amber. Thank you for the $33 on PayPal, who says, "How many murders will Trump supporters defend before they realize they're on the wrong side of history? For many of them, they'll defend them until the end. Think about the Nazis at the Nuremberg trials. 12 million wasn't enough for them to hop off board." Thank you for the $33, Amber. Let's get 300 Amber W's. And then another 600 Zoe W's. Zoe actually followed that $100 donation up with a $60 donation. Zoe, holy fuck. Thank you. She just says, again, love from Australia. Well, I'll say it again. Love to you and love to Australia. Thank you for another $60. You were fucking so kind. Thank you so much. And then Kay, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Kay. And Aurora, thank you so much for the 5. You guys are being so fucking kind today. Quickly, I'd also like to thank over on Venmo, Emily, thank you for the $25, who says, I'm damn proud of you and thrilled you've got the much needed encouragement. We need you out there fighting the good fight. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Emily. Thank you for your words of encouragement. Thank you so much for your kindness. And thank you for the $25 donation. Let's also get 200 Ms. W's, that is MIZ, for the $20, who says, we appreciate you bringing light to our community. Well, thank you so much for the $20, and I hope that you're enjoying this stream. Let's get 200 Sarah W's for the $20 donation. Thank you, guys. Sarah with the 20 says, thank you for fighting the good fight, Dean. I try my best. Thank you for the $20, Sarah. Then Savory, thank you for the 5. Jacob with the 5. Amanda, thank you so much for the 5. Aaron, thank you for the 5. Then Stefani, thank you for the $15, who says, Dean, thank you for always trying to undo the brainwashing. It's insane. Stefani, you know it's insane. You've been watching for like a year now, so you've seen it firsthand many times. Thank you for the $15. And then Sherry, thank you so much for the $25. Same thing. Thank you so much, Sherry. Sherry with the $25 says, in Minnesota, half of us are armed. Protests, Menards out for a hike. Welcome to the northern Midwest. The peaceful protests the day before? ? They don't want to know how many we're carrying. Alex was murdered at the hands of Trump. Sherry, I could not agree more. And honestly, good on you and the other Minnesotans for expressing your constitutional and legal right. Okay. Thank you for the $25. Please show some love to Sherry down below. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys. Please show some love to all of our donors. I really appreciate you guys for the love. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over in that YouTube stream. And the VMP are also have the handle at the top of the phone screen. Same thing for Matt. His pay links are in his bio as well. Now to move on to you, that trucking guy. You said that you support Trump because of criminal undocumented pedophile rapists?
Oh, he dropped.
No! Oh.
Yeah. He dropped.
Damn, dude. I really wanted to talk to him.
Yeah.
Why do you cry all day?
Hi, Joe.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You asked me why I cry all day?
Yeah, because, I mean, these people are coming here with, debatable topics, and you just go at them, so.
I go at them? I do, yes.
Like a debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like in a rude way. So I want to debate, but
well, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings, Joe.
Dean matches energy, by the way.
Oh, okay,
honestly,
sure.
So sometimes I do match energy. Sometimes I don't, though. Like with that Long Island vet guy, he was like losing his goddamn mind, and I was, just trying to pull the kindergarten teacher talking points. But, anyways, stop crying and tell us why you support Trump.
So I support Trump because of, the way that he's, enforcing immigration laws. I think that, this had to be done because a lot of the people that came in here abused the system, right? A lot of the people filed for asylum.
How do they abuse the system?
They abused the system because they flooded the asylum, I would say, petitions, right? They came in here and applied for asylum.
Okay, so you think that the asylum process is abused because somebody could apply to it and it'll be like a year until their claim is processed.
Not specifically that. I'm just saying people came in here and lied about,
then you should really hate Trump because the Biden-Harris administration tried to pass a bipartisan border bill to further fund courts along the southern border to expedite the asylum-seeking process.
That was a
Republican. That would have significantly reduced the That would have significantly reduced the abuse rate of the asylum processes because we're making them faster. And then you said that was a Republican. That's why I said bipartisan. So it was actually drafted by Langford, who was a Republican, alongside another Democratic senator whose name I forget.
So my question to you would be this, right? If they allowed for 3 consecutive years the millions of illegal immigrants to come into this country, why didn't they do this in like the first year?
What's that?
Why didn't they pass a bipartisan bill?
So they actually did start drafting the bipartisan border bill at the end of 2021. It just took a while to draft it to an extent that made both sides of the aisle happy. Obviously, the southern border is a very contentious and partisan issue. You ask a Democrat what they think, it's going to be nearly diametrically opposed to what a Republican would think. So that's why it took like a year and a half to come up with a genuinely bipartisan border bill that everyone could agree on.
Oh, okay, but I how I see things is like this, right?
Wow, are you a pedophile?
No.
Wait, why? Why not? Because your repost says Epstein was a monster. Just say you weren't invited. Like obviously your repost scream pedophile.
No, the comments are funny. That's why I
wait, but it literally says Epstein was a monster, quote unquote. Just say you weren't invited.
Yeah, the music and the video makes it funny. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm not reposting.
Wait, pedophilia is funny?
No, the dude is dead. He served his sentence.
He didn't serve his sentence, actually.
He was in trial, but I mean, he's dead. So basically, at least the victim's gone.
It's okay to make fun of child rape, especially with a man who we are actively talking about, trying to release files to find his co-conspirators.
No, and
we have victims out there who are telling their testimonies and trying to get Congress to act. You think it's and who's wanting to be invited to Epstein Island? Are you wanting to be invited to Epstein Island?
No, not at all. Because
why repost it?
Wait! You also have a repost saying that Epstein's a good guy, and it's literally just pictures of him.
I don't remember. Is that like back? I don't know how long ago.
Oh my God! Look at this.
Yeah, if you go to the comments there.
And then the caption is "What a good guy."
Because I mean, don't you know what humor is? I mean, my humor might be a little bit different than you.
So your humor is like pretending to be a pedophile?
Oh, I got muted. Never mind.
Oh, so then
no,
the
no,
next,
not at
so
all,
then your
dude.
next repo says the hate on Epstein is forced. Your next
it's
repost
hilarious.
says
I want to
Epstein
see-
wasn't a bad guy. Your next repost is Diddy and
Maybe
Epstein.
show the one with Diddy and stuff. Like those things are hilarious.
Your
man.
next,
Show it.
your next
I mean,
repost is
I don't hide
making an edit about how he's attracted to kids. Your next repost
What?
says Epstein
Wait, wait,
wasn't a
wait,
monster.
wait.
Just say you weren't invited.
Dean, excuse me. You said attracted to kids. Can you show that video because I never reposted that and I put my right hand on the Bible.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection, harassing, argumentative.
Are you kidding?
And did you hear what he said? Objection.
Like, dude, every single one of your reposts is like Epstein good, child rape awesome.
No, because I'm studying criminal.
No, like
justice and
actually,
what the-
that's your reposts
Listen.
like legitimately say Epstein good, child rape awesome. Oh man,
Not
I
at
wish I
all.
was on that
Not at
island.
No.
I think that you should be
The videos are
investigated.
funny.
I think that you should be investigated.
What the hell are you talking about?
I think that you're a red flag. I
So-
think that
so are
someone.
you-
I think that someone should look into you.
Whoa, sir! I'm 19. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say what I am saying. I think that you should be looked into.
So also the people that like the video.
I'd say that anybody who's like just spam their accounts with videos saying child rape good should probably be
Not
looked
at
into.
all. I never talked about the victims.
Oh, you just talked about the man that made them victims. You
Because
wishing
I'm a
you were
cri-
on that
I-
island.
listen,
that all
I'm
amounts
a-
to saying that child rape good. Yeah, I do think that we should. I certainly do think that we should investigate people that just have spam posts throughout their whole account saying child rape good. Yeah.
Okay, I would unrepost them if it makes people feel bad because that's.
No, I just think that you should be looked into. Absolutely investigated. Oof. That's MAGA, bro. That's insane. Matt, how's your day going?
It's not too bad. We got a lot of snow here, so I'm basically snowed in.
Oh, you're in DC, right?
Yeah, I'm around DC. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got like a little snow out here. Not too much, just a little bit. It's definitely worse out there. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Tanner?
I voted for him twice. I do not no longer support him, but I just wanted to say, like, I'm not a big fan of yours entirely, Dean, like from the past. But I will say that guy right there just. Thank you for putting him in his place.
Yeah, are you driving?
That was disgusting. Yeah, take me off now. Sorry.
No worries. All right, moving on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please. Oh my God, man. All right. Hi, do you support Trump, Mark? Okay, moving on to the next guest. We got Mega MAGA loading up in here. Katie, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says, you and Parker have given me the confidence to run for local office. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Katie. That's cool.
Hello.
Welcome in. How old are you?
18.
Cool. Give me one moment. Crush, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Then Killer, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you guys. Let's see if we have anyone else to thank. We do. Oh my god, dude. Jessica, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Jessica, that is crazy. Thank you so much for the love. I'm trying to see 500 massive Jessica W's down below in both of the live chats. Thank you so much for the massive contribution. Jessica with the $50 donation on Venmo says, I love watching your streams while I'm doing my criminal justice homework. Thank you for helping me understand more about what's happening in this messed up country. Well, I'm happy that the streams help you. I'm happy that you take something positive away. And thank you for the $50, my friend. Show some love to Jessica down below. As well as Amanda, thank you for the $15. Who says, watching your live has shown me that I could speak up and use my voice. Fuck yes, Amanda. Please do speak up. Please do use your voice. That is awesome. And then Peyton and Rihanna, thank you both for the 5. We're all cut up over there quickly on PayPal. Elise, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Let's get 200 Elise W's. That is ELISE. Elise says, Dear Dean, as a Canadian American who grew up in America, I've used so much love. I used to have so much love and hope for the U.S. The work that you do restores my faith that the U.S. Can be safe and a happy place I once believed in as a young girl. Thank you for all that you do, sending you strength from Canada. Well, shout out to you and shout out to Canada. Thank you so much for the $20. That is incredibly kind of you. And Mr. New Guest, Mega Mag, take it away. Tell me and Parker why the hell you still support Trump as president.
Wait, give me 1 second. Jack, thank you for the $10. Ryan, thank you for $5. Vivian, thank you for the $10. Can we get a W, Vivian, in chat?
Thank
you.
You're walking a very dangerous line right now.
Jack for the $100 on PayPal. I would put W's in the chat for Jack.
Can I be
W's in the
honest?
chat.
If I was you, I would try to stay as far away from possible from making it seem like you're pissed off about the donations. Because what will inevitably happen if you
No,
decide
I'm not
to
pissed off. They're actually donating it to
what
me.
will happen if you
I'm a very famous guy.
If you continue to like go down that line, then people will just spam me with donations to piss you off. So if you just want to stick to the debate, okay, let's just talk about Trump. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that. Just set all of that aside. Why do you support Trump as president?
I'm famous.
And you're on mine.
All right, I'm famous though.
And you're on mine.
My PayPal's linked on Instagram. They're seeing it.
Not only do you not have an Instagram account connected to your TikTok, but you also only have 72 followers.
I'm telling you.
Okay, why do you support Trump, Mr. Delusional Man?
I think his policies are great.
Like which ones?
Which ones?
The Supreme Court. I think all those policies.
Okay,
ICE,
this has to be
immigration.
like a 13-year-old. What year were you born in?
2007.
And you said you're how old?
18.
But you just said that SCOTUS was a policy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 15 max. Moving on to the next guess. Only up inside of that cube you happen to be MAGA, folks. Only up inside of that cube you happen to be MAGA. Hi, Tommy. Was Alex Pretty murdered?
Dude, yes, he was murdered. But here's the deal, okay? It's different than you're making it out to be, and this is kind of the only reason why I wanted to even join. It's not like the ICE just jumped out of their car and was like, hey, man, bang, bang. Like, no, the dude was impeding an active investigation. The guy in which the ICE was actually there trying to arrest, Jose Chuma, and inevitably got away because of the distraction caused by Alex and the lady that ended in Alex's death. Is it unfortunate? Sure. However, is it treason? Yes. What is the punishment for treason, sir?
Treason?
What?
Treason?
Absolutely. Aiding and abetting an enemies of the state, sir. That is treason.
Undocumented
Aiding in the
immigrants are not enemies
escape
of
of the illegal immigrant that we were trying to apprehend is aiding and abetting.
Wait, hold on. You're saying
treason,
that
sir.
it's murder, and yet you're saying that it's not murder because it was justified under treason?
Yes.
That's a contradiction.
Wait. So would you
How is
argue
it a contradiction, sir? He was shot.
I have a
He was
question.
murdered.
Would
Like I
you
said, he
argue
was
that like
unalive.
all
However,
like
he
would
was
you
not
would you argue
illustifiably murdered, sir.
Would you argue that like all like legal bystanders that like record ICE are committing treason?
A lot of them, yes, especially the ones that are in these signal groups that have like people on Waltz's administration that are running them. Have you seen any of that? Have you seen how?
Yeah, Cam Higby, the signal
like,
groups I
literally
have,
crazy it is?
organizing the legal observers.
Yeah.
So you'd argue that like ICE agents can justifiably kill a lot of these legal observers.
If they are in the investigations and they do things such as forcibly intervene, then sure, they're putting themselves in sticky situations that they need to not put themselves in.
Where's the line of like trying to intervene? Is me having my phone out and being close to an ICE officer, is that intervening?
No, but stepping over an active ICE member that's in a physical conflict with another individual is intervening, sir. And if you can't recognize that, then it's not.
So you
delusional
think an
to do it.
ICE officer who unprofessionally and probably illegally shoves a protester to the ground and you stepping in between them in order to defend said protester, that's treason?
I just think that this person is crazy.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But
So they deserve to die.
be fair, though, what I'm
defending
saying
people is
isn't.
treason.
To be fair, though, what I'm saying
Wow.
isn't that instance. What I'm saying is the aiding and abetting of the escape of.
Dude, I legitimately think that like you're crazy.
I do too. I think
like
you're-
I think that like the level of craziness radiating off of Tommy is like too high to even like justify platforming. Because like Tommy, you're a Nazi. Like there's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no other words that
I'm
we
right.
could use here.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that you're Nazi.
I mean, so you can't.
Like just give me a moment here. Like you were like
The fact that,
literally promoting the
and
the
aiding and
narrative.
abetting and the escape of a criminal
control
that is
yourself.
an enemy of the state is not treason, sir.
Control yourself. Control yourself, Tommy. Control yourself. I'm speaking. Like I just think that you're Nazi. Like yes, you become a Nazi if you believe that ICE agents can shoot and kill legal observers. because you think that the legal observers are guilty of a high crime. So I'm just going to be clear here, Tommy. I don't talk to Nazis.
And I just want to point out again, Dean, just the rank contradiction. He said he was murdered, but yet he's saying it was justified under treason. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, we're not even gonna. Yeah, I'm just not even gonna have that conversation with him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a Nazi. That's what it is.
Thank you to Abigail, by the way. I thank you for the $30, Abigail. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. Thank you on Venmo. Thank you so much, Abigail.
Hello, Tanner. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2007. I'm 19.
Awesome, man. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump for a couple reasons. Listen, I'm a Republican. I don't think Trump is the best president we could have elected this previous election. He acts irrationally sometimes, and I do understand, but I support him. I do support ICE most of the time. I like his motives of getting illegal immigrants out of the country. And yeah, I like that he's kind of a go-getter. He's a winner. I like the motives he does, but there's some things I also can't get behind on him, like the Greenland invasion.
Or like defending the murder of citizens. Is that another one of the things you can't get behind?
Which
on
murders?
Oh, Alex Preddy, for instance, just one.
Which ICE murder are you talking about?
That happened on Saturday.
Yeah, the one that happened on Saturday.
So the biggest thing that I think of ICE protests is if you're going against. So ICE is there to do their job, and if you are trying to intervene with what I guess you call federal investigation, you are intervening with the law. And most of the times that these people are getting killed, which sometimes does not always have to be the case, they're giving warnings. They're given fair warnings multiple times to step back, stay away, don't come here, let us do our job. They don't. They start hitting the officers, throwing things at them, blocking their car, doing things that if you did not do those certain actions, you would be perfectly fine. I can't think of a single citizen.
Tanner, you do know, by the way, that those actions happen to police officers every single day, in many cases who are armed, and yet we do not see the outcomes that we are seeing with ICE. Why is it that, as Dean said, that 60%, that 2/3 of the murders in like all Minneapolis haven't been done by ICE? Why is it that millions of things can happen every single day with cops, and yet we don't see this happening? Because I can go and protest. I can go and actually verbally abuse them. I can spit at them. I can yell at them. And under the First Amendment, I have that right. And they can't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah, you can go and yell at them. You can say anything you want to them. As soon as you touch them, they can touch you back. Like,
can they kill you?
Want to go?
One moment. Can they kill you?
If you want to go and hit,
just to be clear, can they kill you?
If they feel in their mind that that's what they should do, then they can act upon their own feelings. If you don't want to get
what's
shot
your background?
by
What's your background in like education on law?
I don't have much. I just use common sense. So if you
where did you draw that? I have a question. Where did you draw that conclusion from? That if an officer feels like that's what they should do, they could do it. Where did you draw that conclusion from?
I'm not saying it's right if they should or shouldn't, but they got hired for their job. And
okay, but where?
So
but like obviously getting hired for a job. One moment. When you get hired for a job, you have to act in accordance with like regulatory guidelines. Especially as an EO, you have to operate in accordance with local, state, federal law and the Constitution. So you can't just do anything you want after you get hired for the job. So my question is, once again, you said if they feel like that's something they should do, they have the ability to do it. Where are you getting that conclusion from? Where is that coming from?
I mean, it's just what I think. Like
but why do you think that?
Self-defense for if someone breaks into your house and you feel endangered yourself, you can act upon shooting them. And or protecting yourself. And the biggest thing is,
Yeah.
if you are trying to
Can I ask you a
defend the
second
people
question?
that are getting shot, can you just let me finish what I'm saying?
So Alex Preddy was on all fours and unarmed, and he was shot in the back. That wasn't
I'm not saying
self-defense.
that. I'm not saying that is what should have happened at all.
But was it murder?
I haven't seen the clip of that.
I'm
I
gonna show you
assume
the
that
clip.
would probably
You haven't
be
seen the clip? Jeez.
that would probably be. I'm not on social media much. I assume that would probably be like they could have arrested him. I think a lot more arrests.
Here, listen. I'll just
should
show
be
you the clip.
taken.
I'll just show you the clip.
Okay.
So, because you've never seen this before, I'm going to pause it and describe it. The ICE agents have Alex Preddy pinned to the ground. You'll be able to see his legs there more clear. Right there, what you're witnessing is the ICE agent wearing the gray sweatshirt, bending over with his right hand, disarming Alex by taking his legally owned and legally permitted gun out of his legally permitted holster. When he's disarmed, still on all fours. And then he's dead.
Yeah, that's could be called unconstitutional. That's not right. That officer should probably be put in jail. I don't think these ICE officers, yes, some things they're doing right, some things they're doing wrong. Obviously, I think if you are have a functioning brain, you shouldn't see that clip and be like, yeah, I can justify that. Like, I justify ICE's motives. Some things that ICE has done, like that, is wrong, but they also have deported millions already of illegal immigrants that have committed crimes such as rape and murder in our country, and that's most of the people they're going after have a criminal record.
Can I ask you a question?
That's not true, actually.
Lots of crimes that we don't want people
I'm going
in
to quickly
here.
clarify.
Okay. If you
So,
were a king
Matt,
to a country,
one moment. The last thing that Matt said was correct. So you said most of the people that they've deported have had criminal records, and then Matt hopped in there and he said that's not true, actually. Matt is correct. According to DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, driven by Trump's administration and Kristi Noem, only 30% of the people that they've deported have had any criminal record, and only 5% of the people that they've deported have had a criminal record with violent crimes. Not to mention that undocumented immigrants are over 2 times less likely when compared to citizens to commit a violent crime on American soil. And if you're
you
telling
realize
us,
if someone comes into the country, they already have a criminal record because they broke a federal crime of coming into the country illegally.
It's actually not
if you were a king and you
what you're telling us
were
is not
running
true.
a country,
Can I prove you
if
wrong?
you
I'm gonna
were
prove you
running your
wrong.
own country and
Before
10 million people came
before
into
we
the country
engage in a
illegally,
hypothetical,
what would you do with
before we engage in a hypothetical, I need to correct the misinformation that you just espoused. You just said every undocumented immigrant has a criminal record. No,
I did not say that, so.
Yes, you did, because you said
did.
that they
That's
broke
what I
the
was
law.
responding
They broke the law when they came into.
Oh
this
yeah, if
country.
they broke the law, they came in. Yeah, they have. That's a criminal offense.
Well, I'm happy that I could clarify, because no, it's not. It's prosecuted as a civil offense.
Civil offense. So what exactly, so in other countries, when someone comes into your country, you can have terrible consequences. I feel like sending them back to their country and giving them the chance to go back to their country, they can do the papers to come in legally and be a law-abiding citizen, perfectly fine. Go do that. You come into our country.
I don't think that
but
we should
sign
do
the
a mass
papers.
deportation, because it hurts them and it hurts us. It is. I think it's antithetical to the flourishment of America. So I think that the United States of America.
What hurts us is having 40 million illegal, undocumented
Where are you getting that number
immigrants coming into our country.
Where are you getting that number
First it
from?
was
40
10
million?
and now it's 40.
Yeah, where are
40
you getting
million?
that? Where
That's
are
what
you,
I read online.
Where?
Trust me. Sources trust me, bro.
Okay, so according to the American Immigration Council, there's around 11 million undocumented immigrants. And how do you think they hurt the country?
So whether they hurt the country or not, they're not legal to be here. There is a legal
Well, you said that
way
they hurt
you
the
can
country.
come into the country.
One moment, you
I
said
think
that they hurt the country. How?
They're taking
How?
They're taking up homes that legal U.S. citizens can buy. They're taking up homes. Some of them are
Homes?
committing crimes. They're
Crimes?
selling drugs. Whether or not they're doing something illegal
so
or
homes
not,
and crimes is how they hurt the
shouldn't be
country?
here. that is technically hurting the country. Yeah, no matter the percentage of that you're hurting it, you are still not legal to be here.
Okay, I just want to talk before we get there. I just want to have a conversation with you about how you think they're hurting the country. So, homes and crimes. Anything else?
Homes and crimes, and they're not legal to be here. And that's
how does that hurt the country?
Some of them are good people. Yeah, some of them I could get behind.
Come on. How does that hurt the country? How does it not legal to be here? How does it hurt the country?
If you're illegally coming into the country and you're taking up homes that are already bought out, that it's the housing market is ass, obviously. And illegal immigrants are taking up homes and places that illegal, teenager growing up wants to buy and can't because someone that's not even legal to be in the country is taking that home.
Homes and crimes. Perfect. Undocumented immigrants actually don't hurt the housing market. They help the housing market because they are overrepresented on its supply side and underrepresented on its demand side, which means they have a downward pressure on the equilibrium price. 1 out of every 8 construction workers in this country is an undocumented immigrant, meaning that they're significantly more likely than citizens to build houses. Not to mention that undocumented immigrants can't get loans to buy houses from 99.9% of banks, so they're significantly less likely than citizens to buy them. So they actually help the housing market.
They're just going to end up homeless on the street, or what?
So usually what happens is they'll find somebody who's willing to rent to an undocumented immigrant on like an ITIN number with like proof of work permit and income history. But there's still just so little people that are willing to rent properties to undocumented immigrants. So they're more likely to live like more individuals per household. But that's the way that they find housing for the most part. And once again, that means that they're significantly less likely to fulfill demand of houses, but they're significantly more likely to fulfill supply of houses because, like I said, 1 out of every 8 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant. So in summation, they help the housing market.
So tell me what's wrong with coming into the country legally? Why can't they just come in legally?
After you can concede sure. After you can concede that you have no good reason to believe that they hurt the country.
After they have no good reason they can hurt the country?
No, you have no good reason to believe they hurt the country.
The criminal record and the
crimes.
Why do you want more people?
If criminal records hurt our country, one moment. If criminal records, one moment, hurt our country, then you wouldn't have put a criminal felon sexual abuser in the White House. You're actively arguing that putting a man with a criminal record in the White House is beneficial to America. But apparently, if you put many men guilty of a victimless federal misdemeanor that's typically prosecuted civilly, that does not go on to their criminal record in virtue of that fact it hurts the country. Can you agree that's hypocritical?
I guess you could say that. I mean, like most people, their go-to thing is saying, well, Trump is a racist. Trump is sexist and a rapist.
So yes, he is a rapist. A court did determine that. He's also the other two things, but we're talking about like criminal records. So what's that?
So tell me, why are you defending people to come into the country illegally when they could just come in legally?
Okay.
If you were running your own country.
Well, it actually seems like you're just dodging and deflecting, but that's fine.
10 million people.
That's fine. I'll answer the question. So first and foremost, they came in illegally because they couldn't come in legally. And that's an issue that I don't think enough Americans understand. For all of modern American history, our government has made it so totally incredibly hard to become a legal immigrant. And because the legal means of entry have been so unattainable and slow for so many people, that actually increases the incentive to enter into this country with the use of undocumented means. And if we want to eradicate that incentive for undocumented entry, all that it would genuinely take for 99% of undocumented immigrants is good long-term proactive policy to make it easier to attain legal means of entry, to make them faster, to make them more available, to make them less expensive. But the reason why you've never seen Trump stand in front of a podium and say, this is what we're going to do to help end undocumented entry, we're going to make the legal means as attainable to as many people as possible, is because he doesn't want that good proactive long-term fix. So then the issue reemerges every 2 and 4 years. So then him and his party have something to run on. But anyways, the reason why I don't think that we should deport them once again and rather give them a pathway to residency or citizenship is because of that fact for sure. But it's also because mass deportation hurts them, hurts us. I mean, I don't need to really specify the ways that mass deportation hurts undocumented immigrants. You see it on your TV every day with them being illegally deported to Secot in El Salvador, where they've been being beaten, tortured. The ways that it hurts citizens is by, once again, reducing our GDP by 1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, according to the American Immigration Council, reducing our government revenue by over $100 billion per year, according to the IRS, destabilizing our industries, causing manufacturing bankruptcies because we're deporting 8.3 million of their laborers and 11 million of their consumers, meaning they have less productive capacities to produce on the demand and the supply end. That's why last year we saw a record high level of deportations and a record high level of manufacturing bankruptcies. Now,
crimes.
obviously, well, that's actually just a continuation of a trend that we saw from the Biden-Harris administration. So if you want to argue that mass deportation caused us to have less crimes, well, then you can't turn around and whine that Biden and Harris were doing nothing about it and had open borders, considering the fact that last year's crime rates simply tracked a trend from the last 3 years consecutively.
So our faulty way that they can't come into the country, just because it's hard to come in doesn't give you the right to come in illegally.
Well, listen, I'm not saying that it gave them the right to come in illegally. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, our government is responsible for them coming in illegally to an extent.
I agree. They're responsible for them to come in illegally. Whether they want to change how they can come in or not with their papers, how long that takes is up to them. They don't want to, so they're trying to get them out of their country.
It's not up to them.
It's the government's right, and it could be Trump's right. If he doesn't want them in, he can get them out.
I don't think he has it right. I don't think he has it right, because I think that the state has an obligation to uphold and enforce law that's beneficial for the people of the country, and the state has an obligation to revise or get rid of law that's detrimental to the country. And because mass deportation is detrimental to the country, I do not think that Trump has a moral right to enact upon it.
Okay, so the biggest thing is I just don't get why legal, law-abiding citizens are trying to protect illegal immigrants.
Pivot, do you agree that the state has an obligation to uphold legislation that benefits the country?
Yeah, they can try.
No, I'm asking you if they have an obligation. The state has an obligation to draft and uphold legislation that benefits the country. True?
I guess, yeah.
So if there's like a law in the books that serves as a detriment to the country, the state, in virtue of that first fact, has an obligation to either get rid of it or to revise it, correct?
I mean, how is getting rid of them detrimental to the state or the country? How is getting rid of illegal immigrants?
I've already told you in many ways. It erodes the social and moral fabric of this country, increases crime rates, leads to human rights disasters like illegally deporting people to be tortured and the death/murder of citizens on the streets of the country, destroys the economy. 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars off of our GDP goes snap, destroys GDP growth, destroys taxable revenues, exhausts our taxpayers' money because it costs $1 trillion, increases poverty, increases nominal crime, destabilizes our industries, and about 1 billion other things.
So if we don't stop illegal immigrants from coming into our country, there could be a billion extra people in our country.
Once again, another pivot. All that I'm saying is that we shouldn't do a mass deportation. I'm not saying that we shouldn't enforce good policy to reduce undocumented entry.
What should we do besides mass deportation?
Well, if you were listening to me 20 minutes ago, you would have heard me say mass amnesty.
Okay, and so that's what you would do, mass amnesty.
Yeah, that's offering pathways to residency or citizenship to all the undocumented immigrants who are already in the country with no violent crimes or insidious nonviolent crimes on the records.
Okay, you could do that. I think if you don't have a criminal record and you're just a guy here making money that's illegal, and you can offer them a chance to become legal, which is also kind of what we're doing. We're sending them back. They know they can come into the country legally. Like you said, it takes a long time.
Sending them back is not the way to go.
To their country where they lived their whole life.
That's not the way to go. That's just not the way to go because of the human rights disasters and because of the economically destabilizing effects. Let's just keep them here. It's easier for us. It's more cost efficient for us. It's faster for us. It's less harmful to us, and it's less harmful to them.
So I think it'd be way less harmful to us if people stop trying to go after ICE doing their job and intervene with someone getting arrested thinking that they're going to be the savior of the day and they're going to help this.
Okay, for sure.
illegal
And they'd
immigrant,
stop
then
doing
they
that
end
if
up
ICE was never
getting
there in the
way.
first place, which means that you endorse mass amnesty.
Yeah, and ICE would never be there in the first place if illegal people didn't come into our country.
Okay, and maybe so many undocumented immigrants would have come into the country if Donald Trump didn't torpedo the bipartisan border bill.
Mexicans have always come into the country.
Oh, so Mexicans are identical to illegals?
They're coming from Mexico.
Well,
and
that's
they're
exactly
illegal.
this is exactly the issue. This is why, my grandma's best friend, who's a Mexican woman, went outside to pick up her grandson from school, but because English isn't her first language, she has a thick Hispanic accent, and then she was told by a group of young white men similar to you to go back to her hellhole.
Oh, so you think I would just go back?
This is another issue. This is another issue with the rhetoric espoused to justify the policy that Donald Trump is implementing today. It's that he doesn't just first start with having his mass Gestapo ICE thugs killing people in the streets and illegally detaining and deporting people because of the color of their skin to then be beat in El Salvador. He started with saying that undocumented immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. He started, by saying, well, all the black Somali people in Minnesota are eating your pets and dogs. He started by saying that they've escaped prisons and mental institutions, and now that has led to people like you arguing that, well, if your skin is brown or the first language you speak is not English, and you speak English with an accent, that you're somehow the issue, you're the enemy, and that you need to be sent back somewhere else. So this is impacting not just undocumented immigrants, it's impacting legal immigrants, it's impacting American-born citizens, and I think that you need to own up to it, take responsibility for your downfalls, for your xenophobia, for your bigotry, for your racism, and try to become a better man, because this shit's embarrassing, dude. Truly. Like, come on. So an invite time, mute your mic. And Matt, by the way, if you ever want to hop in here, just feel free to insert yourself, because I feel like sometimes it's like I just kind of talk, and then you never have like a good opportunity to hop in. So if you ever do want to hop in, literally just interrupt me.
I had my microphone muted.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was my bad. So I have no problem. You think I don't like Mexicans because of the color of their skin?
No, you just equated Mexican to be illegal.
No, you're only. I created that because the illegal immigrants are coming from Mexico.
Not true.
You can be.
Not all undocumented immigrants are coming from Mexico.
Well, no shit, but most of them. Like that's why that's.
I'd be willing to bet $1,000 you don't have a source for that claim.
Okay, so where are they coming from?
What's the source for that claim? What's the source for that claim?
I'm just thinking, since Mexico is right on the border, and we've been saying Mexicans and illegal immigrants. So tell me then, if I'm wrong, who are most of the illegal immigrants? What race?
Mexico's not a race; it's a nationality.
Okay, well, what nationality? Where are they come from?
I think that they come from all over the world. Okay, South
Give
America
a general.
disproportionately.
So most of them come from South America.
I'd argue yes. I'd argue that over 50% of the undocumented immigrants in this country are likely from South America.
South America, Mexico, same thing.
Mexico's in North America.
So okay,
Mexico's in North America.
So you don't think that most of the immigrants are coming from Mexico out of your 11 million, you said?
Wait, one second. Can you agree that no, South America and Mexico are not the same thing? One's a country, one's a continent, and the country's not even in that continent.
Okay, so how do people from South America get to America?
Many different ways.
They swim and walk. They take a plane that.
I honestly feel like this isn't even a debate
ID
anymore.
for?
This is just kind of like an educational like sermon nearly.
Can you be
so,
be my school teacher?
Most undocumented immigrants that are in this country didn't swim or walk. Okay, they likely came here on a plane on a visa and then let the visa expire.
Okay, so then they should just be sent back if they're illegal.
Well, I mean, I've already given you reason why that's bad for them, bad for us, bad for the country. You've already agreed that the state has an obligation to get rid of or revise policy that's on the books that's detrimental to the country. I gave you a 5-point syllogism to demonstrate that, yes, mass deportation is detrimental to the country. You just ignored it. Just to go back to your base playing that, well, you still support it. Honestly, at the end of the day, dude, you support it with no reason, even though it's bad for you, bad for them, bad for us, bad for the country. And it's really embarrassing. And we know that you're not like
So when does
tough
it
on
stop,
crime.
though?
Like, let me ask you. No. I want to ask you. It's my turn to ask you a question. If there was a legal immigrant who's attempting to legally immigrate into this country, but Border Patrol figured out that they've been held civilly liable for raping a woman, should they be allowed in?
Under legal laws, I don't think they should be allowed in, but legally they are allowed in.
Okay. Oh, okay, got it. So
But
you don't think,
I don't think
so you don't think if
rapists,
somebody
no matter what
Cool,
race,
cool.
if
Let-
they're
awesome.
white,
So you don't.
Hispanic,
we're gonna get
Mexican,
there.
I
don't
think
know.
they
I
should
don't know
be
if that's
life
really
in
what you
prison.
believe it. Wow. Okay. So Donald Trump should be impeached at once and spend the rest of his life in prison
If
because the
there
court did
is
determine in
proof
2023. Go ahead.
Where's you getting your proof that Donald Trump is rapist? And
Sure, the
whatever.
verdict of a
I
court.
said at the very beginning
The
that I
verdict of a
joined in
court.
that. Okay, so who did he rape?
E. Jean Carroll.
So a billionaire raped a girl because he just felt like it.
Where have you been for the
So-
last
so-
20 years? Are you just unfamiliar with Epstein?
Epstein
Is
bro,
Epstein
was
innocent? Because
probably-
you're trying to because you're trying to say, oh, like Trump's a billionaire, therefore you never do it. So Epstein's innocent?
No.
Okay, yeah, billionaire raped women.
No.
Wow, color me
Right.
shocked. That's kind of what's been like, playing over the headlines of the news for the last
Yeah, color me shocked.
7 years straight, right? So yes, a billionaire raped a woman. That's what a court determined, my friend.
Okay, so any woman after you have sex with them, they could just be like, "Oh well, I don't actually like this guy. I'm gonna call rape on him."
Okay, well, did you know that only around
Which happens to
7%?
teenagers.
Did you know that only around 7% of rape accusations are ever come out to be false, and that's rape accusations that don't go to court, and only around 2% of rape accusations that do go to court are ever proven to be false. Yeah. And did you know that E. Jean Carroll, did you know that Donald Trump, his defense wasn't to claim that he consensually slept with E. Jean Carroll, and then she later falsely claimed it to be rape? In fact, his claim is that he never met E. Jean Carroll, and he'd never sleep with her anyways. But of course, that was responded to in court with a picture of them together.
Yeah, I also said at the very beginning that I don't think Trump is a good person.
Isn't that fucked? How the first
I don't-
place that your mind goes is that the victim is lying. When only 2% of rapists
I've heard
ever
you
get full
wanna-
accountability in the eyes of the state, in the eyes of the law, this guy's mind, the victim's line. When Donald Trump has prior engagements and similar attitudes too. In 2005, he publicly boasted to Howard Stern, said it was funny when he sexually exploited naked beauty pageant contestants at Miss USA and Miss USA. He said that he'd follow them into their dressing rooms unconsensually and look at their naked bodies. But apparently the woman who, 10 years later said that she was raped by him and then proved it in court was the liar. 2005 as well, actually, on the Access Hollywood
didn't say
tapes,
she was lying.
Donald
I said
Trump
she
said
could be.
that he could just grab women by their pussy, quote unquote, without asking first. But then, 10 years later, when a woman actually proves inside of a court of law that she was grabbed unconsensually by her vagina by Trump and he forcefully penetrated it with his fingers amounting to rape, she was the liar. Donald Trump was best friends with Epstein, was on his plane 8 times, and sent him a letter in 2003 depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." And we now have an unearthed email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying that, of course, Donald Trump knew what he was doing with this girls all along. And a letter that Epstein sent days before he died to Larry Nassar, another convicted child sex pest, saying that Trump shared their affiliation for young sexually attractive girls. But E. Jean Carroll is the liar. In order for you to yield the conclusion that E. Jean Carroll's a liar, you first have to accept the absurdity of ignoring Donald Trump's character with everything I reference. You second have to accept the absurdity, of ignoring the evidence provided inside of the court, and then you third have to accept the absurdity of ignoring the verdict from all 9 unanimous jurors when you are supposed to be a member of the pro law and order team who thinks that we should be able to ruin somebody's life and strip them from their families and send them to be tortured in El Salvador because of the verdict of a court.
Yeah, and if that's the case, if So why if Trump was proven guilty of rape, why is he not in jail? Like,
because it was in a civil court. Civil courts determine financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility.
well, then take it to a big, like, get him in jail then.
Unfortunately, there's a statute of limitations on rape or sexual assault in the state of New York, meaning that she literally couldn't have pursued criminal charges even if she had a video of it.
Yep.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Like, actually.
I know.
But,
yeah, that's bad.
yeah, and I think, like, yeah, after he's president, who cares? I don't think Trump's like a very good person.
Well, I mean, you said that he should be in jail for life. You said that if he was trying to legally immigrate into this country, he should be denied entry. But apparently, when he's a billionaire white man from New York, he should be allowed to run the country. Like, I feel like this fact alone should make you stop supporting Trump as president. If you think the man should be in jail for life, obviously you shouldn't support him running the country.
I said that I don't think he's that good of a person. I think he's a go-getter for the country. But
what you agreed to about his character should disqualify him from the presidency, right?
Yeah, and so when Hillary ran a couple years ago, or it was a long time ago now, and she was said to have known of a military attack on that. I was way young, so I don't remember this very good. Correct me, you probably know more about this than me. But heard of a military attack on a base and didn't tell them and ended up killing military people. That is technically should be in jail for that as well.
That she sat down for 11 hours with that committee and they found no fault whatsoever. 11 hours with the House committee over Benghazi and nothing came of it.
I didn't. That's why I said you probably know more about it.
Yeah, because I actually watched it live because I'm old enough, so I remember it in detail.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. So what?
That's what I said. There could be, and I think there are most rich people like that are billionaires are not good people. I could get behind that completely. I think they've all done something terrible, and none of them are good people at all. So, and I think putting such a stand on Republicans and Democrats, getting us to hate each other just because what we believe is doing nothing but dividing our country even more.
If you believe bad things, I'm not going to like you. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if you think it's okay to tear down the Constitution of like both citizens and those who are undocumented, to like basically go into a city and like terrorize it for over a month, yeah, I'm not going to like you. Like, when you systematically destroy the like whole order of the world because you think that what is theirs is ours, I'm not going to like you. Like, I'm sorry, but like I'm tired of this. I'm tired of hearing from MAGA people that we need to get along when you are the ones who are causing the chaos and causing the hate. It's not us.
Causing chaos. We're the ones causing the riots and getting intervened.
You're the ones who are going into cities and terrorizing citizens and undocumented immigrants, violating the Constitution multiple times. Like, did you actually know that members of the administration have been held in contempt and have been found to lied to courts of law about what's going on in this country? Did you know that they're going into houses without warrants? That they're actively violating the whole Constitution? And you're here to talk about us being the ones who are doing anything? We're the ones.
So if you obviously go into a house without, that's like illegal, and there should be some sort of law behind that they can't do that. When did you not hear the thing that I said I stand behind most? And things that I can't get, there's also a bunch of things I can't get behind.
Because you're making justifications for it.
So Democrats aren't the ones that are drawing guns on people and trying to shoot people.
No, we're not. No,
that's ICE agents.
It's ICE and CBP who are actually drawing guns on citizens and actively unaliving them. Like, that's a fact. It is not us.
So a citizen just, standing there drinking coffee, just doing his thing, walking on the sidewalk, and ICE agent.
Yes, we actually had a citizen who was on the sidewalk, right? Who was filming, right? Who was just actually filming, and an ICE officer came up to them and said, "Did you actually didn't you learn your lesson? Didn't you see what happened yesterday? Didn't you see what's going to come to you?" That's what's happening to citizens. There was a video of a man at a gas station pumping his gas, minding his own fucking business, and ICE agents come up to him and ask him for his citizenship. Why? Because he's black. That's why. And yes, I have a problem with that, Tanner. I have a problem with that.
Okay, so what's wrong with just double checking? What's wrong if he was?
What's wrong with
was,
double
did that
checking?
guy at the
That's racially
gas station
profiling. That's
end up being
racism.
legal
Are
or
you
illegal
against
immigrant?
Tanner?
Was the guy
do you
at the gas
think it's
station a legal or illegal
no?
immigrant?
They saw him. They didn't know anything about him, and they walked up to him demanding his citizenship. Why? Because he was black. They knew nothing about him other than the way he looked. He was at a gas station pumping his gas.
Yeah, but was he legal or illegal?
Does that matter? You walk up to somebody because they're black and you ask them for the papers? Hello?
So
1930s calling?
That's like when a cop pulls you over and they ask for no reason and they ask for your license. Just give them your license and move on.
No, a cop has to have a reason to pull you over. They can't just make shit up. Tanner,
Well,
like, I'm sorry. They can't just say,
give them your license and move on. Don't be like the dickhead that's like, I know my rights.
no, I'm going to ask them, why are you pulling me over? Because I have a right to ask, why are you pulling me over?
Yeah, well,
right?
Just was that guy illegal or not? Because if he was illegal, then that's good that they're double checking.
Tanner, what your understanding is the reason that they checked is what makes it unjustified. It's the very reason is racism, or the very reason is racial profiling. I don't give a shit what the outcome is. It's wrong on its face.
So I'm guessing, since you're not answering my question, he was illegal.
No, actually, he was a citizen.
He was a citizen.
You know how I know that? Because they stood there and they belligered him, and then when he provided his ID to them, they still didn't believe him. Why? Because they're racist piece of shits. And then it was only later when they checked that he found it, and then they left. And guess what? I am not okay with that. I am not okay with a Gestapo going around and looking at people who are brown and black and asking them for their fucking papers. I am not okay with that. Because I'm not getting asked that, and I wonder why.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, now you're back.
My mic got muted. If you're going after a certain group of people to get out of your country, if you want to find them all, you're going to have to ask them all. Like,
no, Tanner.
That
Tanner,
sucks.
Tanner, you are
if
justifying
are
racism.
illegal.
Tanner, do you not understand? You are saying that if a person looks a certain way, if they look Hispanic, or they look in a like whatever, or they have an accent, or they work at a certain place, that it's okay to go up to them and question their citizenship, to ask for their papers. Like, do you realize what you're saying?
If you were given a paper with a description of what this person kind of looks like, and you had 1,000 people to go look for, and the description was like, yeah, he's wearing a hat, he's white, and he's 5'8". You would ask every person who was wearing a hat, white, and 5'8" your whatever question you want to ask. So
dress is not the same as race. Do you understand that? How somebody looks and the skin color? Why? Because we have amendments to the Constitution and established case law that says you cannot do that.
Okay,
Again,
so
Tanner, I don't know why you're justifying it.
So how are they supposed to find illegal immigrants that don't have a criminal record?
The same way that past presidents did, legally. You work and you do field work. You don't walk up to random people and demand their papers. You don't barge into houses without warrants.
Yeah, you don't barge into houses without
Well,
warrants.
they're doing that.
Yeah, they actually they changed their policies last year to allow their agents to barge into houses without judicial warrants.
Well, that's fucked, obviously. Like, just because they're doing that doesn't mean I
honestly,
support it.
dude, I just don't get how. Wait, first and foremost, let me ask you a question. Do you think that we have an issue with systemic racism in this country where black and brown people are targeted because of the color of their skin?
An issue, I could say yes and no.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
Any,
That's all I need to know.
Well,
Just give
I
me a
don't
second.
think
Here.
anybody.
Just give me a second here. Just give me a second.
Or
here.
hardly
exactly.
anybody.
You just said no. Okay. Right. And that's the same answer that I get from nearly every single young white man on the right. There's not an issue with systemic racism against black and brown people. No, they're not oppressed. They're more free than they've ever been. While in the same breath, simultaneously justifying systemic racism. You just said that if a person is black or if a person is brown, then LEOs are well within their right to detain them, deny them their freedom of expression, deny them their freedom of movement, deny them any type of liberty associated with their autonomy and inalienable rights to such attitudes is granted by the Constitution without proper due process and probable cause. That is systemically racist. That is an example of systemic racism. That is an example of how black and brown people are disparaged compared to white people in America today. That is why the left is correct. It's because it exists, and we have so many young white men like you justifying it.
Can you name me? I don't think I know a single person that doesn't like a certain race because of the color of their skin. Like, that's incredible. If you don't like someone because the color of their skin is incredible to me,
so you shouldn't treat
that's why
people
you don't
differently
like
because of the color of their skin?
No.
Okay, well, like less than a minute ago, you were arguing that we should treat people differently because of the color of their
I
skin.
think
And if it's
you're
brown, then we
looking
should be able
for-
to detain you.
If you're looking for people that are illegally in this country of a certain race, I don't think it's that out of pocket to go up to someone
Except
of
that it
race.
violates the whole Constitution. Except you are going under the assumption. You're going the assumption that when the government says that they're targeting people of a race, you think that's okay. Like, when has that ever been okay, Tanner? To when the government of the United States says that a certain race is this way, and now we're going to target them and ask them for their papers. Like that is very 1930s, and I don't like making that comparison, but it is. It's no different than asking somebody because they're Jewish whether or not they have their papers on them or something, or not they have that like little star on them. It's no different.
Okay, it might not be different, but I support it. I support it. Like, yeah, sue me for it.
You support like Nazi shit. I just described Nazis to you, by the way, and you said
Nazi. Call everybody a Nazi.
Yeah, I mean, you just said that you just said that it's not different from what the Nazis did, and you support it.
Yeah, I described to you what Nazis did, and you said yeah, and I support it.
No, if you're looking for a certain group of people that are legally
So
in this
how long
country,
have you
can
been
go up to them and ask
anti-American?
for their paper.
How long have you been anti-American?
Anti-American?
Yeah.
I'm not anti-American.
Yes, you are, because the process of racial
I'm
profiling.
anti-illegal immigrant.
One moment. The process of racial profiling is unconstitutional.
And anti-American.
And anti-American, both. For like many reasons, rooted within why racism is like morally wrong, but B, rooted within the fact that the Constitution is a core tenet of American values. And by the way, you have no grounds whatsoever to critique or criticize undocumented immigrants in the slightest. Because what you are arguing is that we should be able to violate the Constitution. Okay? And what they did is violated a victimless federal misdemeanor. So what matters more, the Constitution or a victimless federal misdemeanor? Hint, it's the Constitution. So you have absolutely no footing nor any ground to criticize nor condemn any undocumented immigrant in this country, even if they are guilty of a federal misdemeanor, as you are actively arguing in support of a violation of our Constitution.
Okay, violation of the Constitution, whatever, I can get behind.
Exactly, whatever. You could get behind violating the Constitution, so you have absolutely no claim to attack or disparage undocumented immigrants for violating federal law.
I'm just going to say, you can, whatever the government wants to do to get rid of undocumented immigrants as unlethal as possible, like without killing them, I'm for it.
Why?
Okay, Tanner. Okay.
Like,
Okay,
I'm for
Tanner. So you're saying that if they think that in a house a person is undocumented, they can barge in just without a warrant?
I already said multiple times that I think that's wrong. And
You just said they could do whatever they want. You just said that.
I said, besides that, I said you should.
No, you said
non-lethal.
You said non-lethal. It's not lethal to barge
Non-lethal.
into somebody's house.
Yeah, but I said like a little bit ago that I don't think you should be able to go in someone's house. But if they want to go up on the streets and ask someone for papers,
So you're okay with like racial profiling?
Do it.
Wait, why are you not okay with them barging into people's houses?
Because that seems like a violation of privacy, and that's your house. And
It
like
seems like a
for
violation of
every-
privacy. Is it not a violation of privacy to have a masked man detain you because of the color of your skin?
If you're illegal, then no. Like
not
people. Like,
no, not if you're illegal. I'm saying to detain you, regardless of your legal status, merely because of the color of your skin.
Yeah, that's super racist, and fire those cops. But most of
what?
If someone
This guy's an idiot. You just said that you completely agreed with that, like not even 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'll agree with it if you
So you
actually are
agree with being
actively
super
getting detained because
racist?
they're-
So you agree with being
they're-
super racist, quote unquote, according to you.
I think I already said if you can go up to someone and ask them for their papers if the police think
If they're brown.
that you
If
are
you're brown.
illegal.
No,
Go up and ask
just
them for
because
their
you're brown.
papers.
Just because you're brown. Because you're brown. Is that okay?
Who the fuck is gonna be? You're not brown. You're the race that they're looking for. That's in your country.
Yes, and we have amendments that say you can't do that. Hello.
Well, they're doing it.
Do you agree?
What are you gonna change about it?
What am I going to change about it? Well, I'm going to change minds. See, this is exactly why I have over 10
And
million
voting
collective
Democrats to
followers
impeach these fuckers.
across all of my social media platforms. And last month, I got over 700 million views. What are you going to do about it? Says the scrawny little white boy late for his Klan meeting to the man with 10 million followers and 700 million views in the last month, actively changing the minds of everyone around you.
Okay, well, you can go change all the minds you want or try. Do it.
Do you agree with the legal precedent of innocence until guilty?
Innocent, yeah.
Okay, so then the black and brown people are innocent until guilty.
Yeah, they're innocent until guilty, but there's nothing wrong with asking them if they're checking if they're innocent or guilty.
Wait, I have a question. A disproportionate amount of school shooters are white men, correct?
Yeah, most of them are trans or
most of them are trans. Actually, that's not true. According to FBI crime statistics, in the last 4 years, there's been 4,000 mass shootings. How many of them were perpetuated by trans people?
Most of them, some of them, lots of them.
How many?
There's 7 of them at least.
7? Wrong. 3.
That's me.
And they only represent 1% of the population, so they're actually disproportionately less likely to engage in mass shootings compared to cis people. Now let me ask you a question, since you've been able to agree that a disproportionate amount of school shooters are men, white men to be more specific. Are you a white man?
Yeah, I'm actually.
So would you be okay? So would you be okay with a police officer detaining you, searching through your phone, and going to your home to look for any guns and potential motives for a school shooting because of the color of your skin?
If there was a police report out that someone that looks like me, my height, lives kind of where I live.
No. Just white man. Just genuinely white man. And I'm not talking about any one specific white man that shut up a school. I'm talking in general. We see a push from the federal government to local law enforcement agencies to attempt to identify and detain white men on the basis that a disproportionate amount of school shooters are white men. Would you be okay with that?
How many shootings were there last year, or school shootings committed by white men? How many?
There was over 400 mass shootings last year. A disproportionate amount of school shootings specifically are committed by white men. Many.
400. That's more than one mass shooting a day.
Yes.
There were 400 mass shootings last year.
Yes.
Mass shootings.
Yes.
Yes,
over 400 mass shootings last year.
Where's that statistic?
FBI crime statistics.
In the United States, there's 400.
Yes.
And how many of them were committed by white men? 3, most of them?
A disproportionate amount of school shootings are committed by white men, yes.
What percentage of the 400?
Let's see. What percentage?
I would agree with you that it is white men.
I
because
have
white men
long-term data, Dean, if you want the long-term.
most
I don't have last
specifically. Wow. So studies on U.S. School and mass shootings indicate that white individuals constitute the highest percentage of perpetrators, with estimates often falling between 60 and 75% of the cases.
Well, that's good because we take up 87% of the population, so that would make sense.
White men do not take up 87% of the population. You fucking genius.
White people take up about 87% of the population because it said that's
white people do not take up 87% of the population. You fucking genius.
How much?
53, I think.
So there's 53% of people, or 47% of people in America are black. What?
He left.
Good Lord.
He left.
Wow.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking God. He literally left. Oh my God. That guy is a dumb racist Nazi.
That was insane.
Dude. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I'm going to definitely be posting that one. Yeah, by the way, Matt, I'm really happy you're up here. You're really cooked, dude. You know, if you ever want to come, if you ever want to come up, please, you know, you got my number. Shoot me a text. You are like always more than welcome on the stream. The vast amount of knowledge that you have is really nice because it extends significantly beyond my own. So it's like really refreshing to hear like new points made, you know, new data represented, you know, new stories told that I don't typically go over.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Of course. I have a couple people to thank, y'all. Do give me a minute. Do give me a minute here. I just want to thank a couple people. It's honestly been a while since I've thanked donors because I was really hyper fixated on that last super Nazi guest. Wow. I'm definitely going to be posting that one. Definitely going to be posting that one. What a mess. What a mess. All right, let's start over on PayPal, guys. Give me one moment. By the way, if you do want to support me or Matt, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Handles at the top of the phone screen. It's also pinned on that YouTube stream. Same thing for Matt. His pay links are in the link tree in his bio. Okay, let's start with PayPal. Hey, thank you so much, Jessica, for the $5 on PayPal. Huge shout out to you. Then Fussy, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, good to see you. So your TikTok is getting suppressed. Honestly, dude, right now we have like 21,000 viewers. I think that the live streams are all good to go. Thank you for the $10, Fussy. And then Mike, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal. You says, for the cat. Man, Momo spent a moment hanging out with us. She was like up here in my lap for a good bit. Thank you so much for the $20, Mike. You are awesome. Show some love to Mike down below in that chat, y'all. Thank you so much for the love. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 for the catnip for Momo. Jessica with a $5 for the Momo treats. Kayla with a $5 saying Momo, the people's princess. Y'all love Momo. I do too. And then Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Lindsay down below in that chat. And Mr. Mike, thank you for another $50 donation on PayPal, bro. That is insane. Thank you so much for the support, man. That is so much money. Genuinely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Mike down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, man. Mike with the 50 says, if ICE was interested in going after criminals, they'd be looking for individuals specifically with prior criminal convictions. But they don't, so instead they settle for peaceful citizens because they're cowards. I could not agree more, Mike. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Mike W's down below in that chat. As well as Nathan, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Nathan. Nathan, I'll look into that claim. I appreciate that. And then Kenneth, thank you for the $10. He says, why do Trump supporters act like he's the only president that has been deporting rapists? ICE has been deporting undocumented immigrants with criminal records since 2003. In fact, I'll add on to that. According to DHS, the Biden-Harris administration disproportionately deported more individuals with criminal records. Fun fact. And then Chantel, thank you for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Chantel, thank you. That is CHANTAL. Chantel the 30 says, I admire how you discuss things with people in a calm and respectful way. I try my best. Earlier today, I crashed the fuck out. I really enjoy listening to you. Keep it up. I could only, I hope that you can help change a lot of people's minds. Greeting from the Netherlands. Well, shout out to you and shout out to the Netherlands. I have some extended family out there and they're living life right now while America's falling. So hope you're doing all right, Chantel. Thank you for the $30. Then Brittany, thank you for the $50. Oh my God. Thank you, you guys. You're all going crazy today. Brittany says, thank you for what you do. When my husband and I married 10 years ago, neither of us were political. Now we are opposite in that regard. Hearing that guy said that he changed his wife's mind gave me hope. I hope we can make it through. Good luck, Brittany. Seriously, fucking good luck. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. And then Sarah and Jeremiah, thank you for the $5. And then Samantha, thank you for the $25, who says it's sick that a majority of Trump supporters remain those 6 PDF apologists, but it makes sense. Love you, Dean, and thank you for people for changing people's minds daily. I try my best, Samantha. I'm really happy that you enjoy the live stream, and thank you so much for the love. You all have all been so kind today. Then Spice of Life, thank you for the $30, who says Trump deprogramming desperately needed after Democrats gain control. Yes, abolition of ICE, prosecution of ICE, and mass deprogramming of this utter fucking nonsense. Thank you for the $30 life. Let's get 300 life W's down below in that chat. We're all cut up over on PayPal. Genuinely, thank y'all all so much for the insane amounts of love. Lily with the $5 over on Venmo says, been listening to you all day at work, laughing my butt off. I appreciate you for that $5. I'm happy that you've been enjoying the stream. Candy, that is Candee. Thank you for the $30 donation. He says, for doing the Lord's work. Candy, thank you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Miss Candy down below. Same thing with Juan. Thank you for the $10. He says, quote unquote, Those who give up their essential liberty to purchase a literal temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. From Ben Franklin. My constitution does not end where his need for racial profiling begins to feel safe. Juan, that is fucking beautiful, dude. Thank you so much for the $10. God, what a truth nuke. I'm going to read that again slowly. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Yeah. That is
Ben Franklin, right?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really relevant quote today. Hey, Katie, thank you for the $10. Who says, from don't tread on me to tread on me, Daddy Trump. Do it in your gold shoes in 12 months. Oh my God, Katie, what a mess. Thank you for the 10. Bonnie, thank you for the 10. Who says, I appreciate you every single day. Appreciate you for that love, Bonnie. Show some love to Bonnie. Then Cassidy, Matt, and Ashley. Appreciate y'all for the 5. Cassidy with the 10, who says, never understood why they justify his actions as jokes. Why would you want somebody who jokes about being a literal pedo on a global scale, right? Like, even if they were just jokes, that's still, like, disqualifying. And then a big one here. Oh, my God. Allie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, who says, all for Momo. Spoil that adorable ball of fur. Oh, my God. My girlfriend is going to love that. She hears it in the other room. We're now going to be spending $50 on Momo. Allie, I love ya. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Allie W's and 200 Danica W's, who says, Floral here, quote-unquote, the go-getter president, quote-unquote, got victims and guests like this to allow us to be sacrificed. Thank you for the $20, Danica. Then Alexander with the $10 for the Momo treats. Nina, thank you for the $20, saying, tell your kitty I said, you got it, I'll pass that message. Thank you for the love, Nina. And then Will with the $10, she says, please ask this guest why over 10% of ICE is in a state with 1% of undocumented immigrants, or to wreak havoc. And then, holy shit, dude. We got a massive one here. Marlene, thank you so much for the $250 donation on Venmo. Marlene, that is insanity. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much money, dude. Oh my God, I don't deserve a penny of that. Marlene with the 250 says, listening and watching you as a 21-year-old with your level of knowledge, passion, and courage you exude gives me more hope and a better future for us all. I'm hopeful you'll be on the ballot for president in 2040. I don't know what my future entails, Marlene. I guess we'll have to, wait for it to catch up to us before we really know what's going on. But dude, on a real note, Marlene, thank you so much for your kindness. That is an insane amount of love. I don't deserve that. Not many people do. Please, I'm trying to see like 5,000 Marlene W's in both of the live chats for the $250 donation. Thank you one last time. As well as Robot, Ella, and Savannah. Thank you guys for the 5. Kirsten, thank you for the 2. Then Kimmery, that is Kimery. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, me and my husband loves watching your lives. Thank you for doing all that you're doing. Have a great Monday. And oh, fuck ICE, fuck Trump, dude. Fucking love you, Kimberly. Huge shout out to you and your husband. Okay. And then Candy, thank you for the $10. She says, we can't see the guest box. Yeah, that's been glitching out all day. Morgan, thank you for the $25. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm so grateful for what you do. My mom is deep into MAGA / flat earth / dome theories. Oh, God. And I love to pick your brain on how to debate her. Everything I say has a wild rebuttal. Thanks. Nails by Morgan. Okay, I'm actually going to take a picture of your at, and I'm going to message you because I'd love to set up a debate with your mom. And then Kylie, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you so much for the love. She says, my mom is MAGA and she's in your queue. God damn it, Kylie. I wish I would have seen this earlier. Wish I would have seen that earlier. And then, it looks like we're all caught up, folks. I genuinely appreciate y'all so much for the love. You guys have been so fucking kind today. So fucking kind, dude. And then also, we got a couple people to thank for the membership subscriptions over on YouTube. First and foremost, LA, thank you for the $10 super chat. And then let's see here. Laura, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on that YouTube channel. You guys are awesome.
And I think to Tessa, I think for the $10, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. I think to Amanda also for the kind words. Thank you for the 5. And I think to Daniel also for the very strong comment. Thank you for the 9. Thank you all very much. And thank you to Megan now. Thank you for the 10. Thank you all very, very much. Dean, I want to point out to you, this is not really, but if you want to know how bad it is, so there's a man named John Melnick. Oh, sorry, John Mitnick. Sorry, that's he helped create ICE back in 2003. So he helped create the whole department and ICE, and he's a conservative Republican who served under George W. Bush. He called it fascism and said that and that Trump needs to be impeached and that the whole department needs to be like reorganized. Yeah. So if you have a creator of the department himself saying that it's fascism and it's lawlessness, I mean, how bad is it?
That's insane, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Just point that out.
It's gotten really hard the last couple of months to try to stay determined to keep fighting, man. I just feel like things have gotten worse than I would have conceived. Like a year and a half ago, and leading up to the election, it's like I knew the stakes were high. But I just didn't know that they were this high, man. Like, I never thought that we'd live in a world, even with Trump as president, where citizens were just getting executed in the street and then the administration was defending it. Like, it's insane. It's insane just how far gone America truly is. And I think that it's going to take some serious course correction to get us back in the right direction.
Yeah,
and
I mean, the only way it's going to happen is with Congress, frankly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know what I'm really worried about is that Congress is not going to step up and like shit's going to hit the fan. My biggest worry right now is that the temperature is going to continue to rise. Congress is going to continue to do nothing. And then the people are going to start taking it into their own hands, you know? Like, and honestly, it's making me really scorned with the Democrats because they have the ability to do something more than a strongly worded letter. They have the ability to staunchly oppose and speak out against what the administration is saying. They have the ability to do something, especially with midterms coming up. And I just don't feel like they're doing enough. I don't feel like they're doing enough.
Well,
at
I mean,
all.
the only thing I will say is that many of the ones who are going to vote for the DHS funding bill this Friday have now come out and said they won't vote for it. So that's unlikely to pass without significant reform. So that's a progress. So we probably will have a shutdown again after Friday.
Good.
This will be like a partial shutdown.
I'll
But
take the
I
government
support it
shutdown
too.
if it means
Yeah,
less funding
I am
to
too.
ICE. Yeah.
And so I'm okay. So I think they see the writing on the wall too. Even some of the people who voted for the ICE funding last week have come out and said that they fucked up. I think that shows like pressure campaigns. I think people don't understand or don't realize that when you call, when you email, when you actually bother your representative, they do take that seriously because they know that their job's on the line and they care so much about their job that if you actively say, I will not vote for you and I'll campaign against you, and you make it known, they like do take that seriously. And so I highly support people to, if you're in like in a swing state or you're in like a red state or thing, call your senator, call your house member, email them, bother them the fuck up because they will listen.
Yeah, man. Pressure campaign. I mean, look at what the pressure campaigns did for the Epstein files. The pressure campaign for the Epstein files got us all the way to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But then right after that was passed, we saw Greenland, we saw NATO, everything that went on there. You know, we now see Renee Good, Keith Porter, Alex, and now the pressure campaign on the Epstein files has kind of come to a halt. And now a significantly lower level of action is being taken, and seemingly the administration is just getting away with like mask off, explicitly breaking law and defying Congress because the people's attention is now on the murders in the streets. And I wonder if that's their strategy, is to create insanity to deflect away from other areas where pressure campaigns truly
Steve Bannon said it right.
Outcomes.
It said that they flood the zone in order to deflect from more insidious matters. So
Right. Yeah, they flood the zone. And I feel like they that's what they did with Greenland. Like, we're not hearing about Greenland anymore. Donald Trump's not going on Truth Social saying that he's going to invade Greenland anymore. That went nowhere, dude. Okay? Right? Okay. And now because the zone is flooded with the ICE murders, he doesn't need to do that anymore to deflect away from the Epstein files. It's just an absolute shit show.
Yeah, the fact that the president is actively violating the law by not following that act, like it's actively happening as we speak, and hardly anybody in Congress is like, that's a big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal when you pass a law and the whole executive branch says, yeah, we're not really going to follow it. Like,
you're going to be a lot more knowledgeable on this than me. What constitutes an impeachable offense?
High crimes and misdemeanors. There's no definition of what that is. Basically, Congress decides what it means. So Congress can determine. And if you're asking me whether or not I think Trump will be impeached next year, yes, I do. I think the Democrats will invoke impeachment for the myriad of things, and I foresee maybe not even one, but maybe even two impeachments, because the level of constitutional violations I think is so high that if Congress doesn't say anything on the matter, then they basically just like full on become just not even a branch anymore. That is so irrelevant. And so, yes, I think that he will be impeached again.
And what's the outcome of impeachment if both chambers of Congress approve it?
He leaves. Like he's forced out.
He's forced out, and it has to be approved by both chambers. And is it just a majority?
So in the House, it's a majority. In the Senate, I think it's 67.
67, really?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's really
it's
high.
2/3. Yeah. Yeah, it's high because it's a high bar, and so that's why the other ones didn't pass. So is it unlikely to get to the Senate? Yes, it's very unlikely to the Senate unless some major shit happens. But I think he will be impeached. But even then, that's just a stain on his record because he's already the most impeached president ever, and so it'll just add to it. But people need to vote in their Senate races. Like I'm being honest with you, we have a chance now to take Texas, to take Alaska, to take let's see what else states. I think Iowa's on the map even a little bit. I mean, we have Maine. We have a chance to gain the majority. And so people in those states, I know you feel kind of left out sometimes, but you need to vote in those states because we actually do have a chance here. I think Alaska is very likely to go blue, actually, because we have a stellar candidate in Alaska. That's great. We have somebody who's tied I think in like the Midwest. That's great. I mean, we have places, I think, where if people just get out and vote, they will actually be able to actually do change. And all we need is four. So we need 4.
Yeah. You know, the real thing that gets me at the end of the day is that the discussion we're having right now, the things that we talked about all day long, sure, a lot of people are tuned in and interested. I mean, we've had close to a 30,000 viewership average.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let that sink in for a second. Hassan, he averages like what, 30, 40, 50,000 viewers? Like, as of right now, these streams on the left, okay, I think that there's some rather large, like, right-wing streamers, Nick Fuentes, Asmongold, so on and so forth.
Ugh.
On the left, these debate streams, either on some days tie for, or definitely, like, the second largest, like, political streams on the left in America. You know?
Yeah.
So a lot of people are really tuned in. They're paying attention. That's awesome. But I saw this Google Trends graph, yesterday, actually Saturday when Alex was killed. Mm-hmm. And it compared the trend of the volume of people searching ICE to the trend of the volume searching Alex Preddy, to the trend of the volume of people searching Renee Good, to the trend of volume of people searching American politics, to the trend of the amount of people searching Seahawks. Mm-hmm. And what they do is they give it a visibility ranking. So if a lot of people search one thing, it may have a visibility ranking of like 100 out of 100, meaning it's super duper popular. Okay? Yep. If less people are searching a thing in comparison to another search term, it may have a visibility ranking of like 13 out of 100. And what Google Trends showed us is that on that day, the visibility rating for ICE, for Renee Good, for Alex Preddy, for U.S. politics, it was a visibility ranking of like 13. Meanwhile, the visibility ranking for Seahawks was 100. These topics, although a lot of people are tuned in, are so small and minute in comparison to the average American saying, "That's crazy, bro, but how'd the game go?" And what's that old Roman saying? What, bread and circus? You give the people bread and circus and they don't care. They turn away. And that's exactly what I think the average apolitical American is doing now. And that's why I do these streams.
Unfortunately, you know, I will say though, one thing I think that kind of plays in our favor though is unfortunately the like whole murder happened while 100 million people happened to be trapped in their homes because of a storm, and all they were glued to was their TV and their phone. And I do think that over time, when people get these viral videos, that does translate into actual support. Trump's immigration numbers, so the very issue he like won on. I mean, I would argue that plus the economy is what got him into the White House. He is now at the lowest on approval for immigration that he's ever been. And that's a new poll that I think came out, and I think within the last like hour or so. Like, he's at the lowest he's ever been. People are seeing these videos and they're not liking it. What we have to do is translate that over for the next like 7 to 8 months. So when we have to vote, that same anger and rage is then translated to the ballot box.
Exactly. Zoe, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. Thank you so much. Yep. I couldn't agree more, man. It's a mess. You know, I think my one call to action that I genuinely want to give to every person watching this stream is to be even more insufferable than you already are with pressing these issues on those in your life. Okay? Because the average American shouldn't be more concerned with the Seahawks than they are with the state endorsing the murder of a citizen on the streets of our country. Be more insufferable than you already are.
Yeah.
Okay?
And hope that like celebrities get involved, because we saw some celebrities actually get involved over the weekend and actually put out names, people who have huge followings and actually are attuned to that apolitical vote you're talking about. And I think we need to actually you with your influence and everything, we need to pressure people that have such followings to actually tell them what's going on and why it matters. Like, it's that old famous saying, they go for these people first, but then eventually they will come for you, and you have to safeguard that. And so you got to put out that message, and also keep filming, keep posting, keep showing the world what's going on, because I think those things will turn to us by the time that vote happens.
Yeah. Matt, I appreciate you for joining today. Genuinely, dude. I gotta say,
thank you.
Yeah, this has been like my favorite co-host in a long time. I really do love your insight.
Well,
Feel free to join whenever you want.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
thank you,
take
Chad.
care.
And thank you, Dean.
I'm gonna thank maybe just a handful of people here that sent donations in while I was just having a conversation with Matt, and then we are going to end for the day. But don't worry, because there's still debates running on Parker's stream at Parker Get a Job on TikTok and YouTube. Let me thank a couple people here real quick. First and foremost, Lola, it is great to see you today, and thank you so very much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Lola, that is incredibly kind of you. Lola with a 50 says, I still worry they are using Minnesota as a testing ground to cause the citizens to act out, causing Trump to enable martial law, meaning in the states he can accomplish this, no elections. Greenland didn't work the way he wanted, so this now. I guess we'll have to wait and see, Lola. That's a very scary and dystopian thought. And unfortunately, it's not impossible. Fussy, thank you. Sorry, not Fussy. I'm going to call you F. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, I know that this is not relevant, but even Disney recently fired Mark Ruffalo from being Marvel Hulk for no reason except solidarity for Palestine and condemning against ICE. Really? Mark Ruffalo got fired? I fucking love that guy, by the way. We chat sometimes. We're mutuals over on Instagram, and we've had a handful of conversations and DMs, and he is my favorite celebrity. So vocal, so outspoken. Xander, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Appreciate that, man. Xander says, I had to go to the Quad Cities last week. Along the way, I saw a historical marker for the birthplace of Ronald Reagan. Do you know Parker grew up just an hour away from where Ronald Reagan was born? I did not know that, Xander. Thank you so much for the $20 and the cool fun fact. Alyssa, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, hey, you're right and people need to listen, but I can't wait till the Super Bowl with Green Day opening. I can't wait. Green Day better get $1 million fine. All that I'm saying. They better get the $1 million fine. Okay? Ali, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, does Matt have a Venmo? He does in the link tree in his bio. Evan, thank you for the $10. Who says, how am I supposed to talk to my parents if whenever I try to tell them facts, they crash out? Patience, kindness, and compassion. If you are in a tricky relationship with your parents, loved one, or otherwise, the best experiences I've had in my past is making it seem to them like maybe I might agree with them, but covertly ushering in the disagreement. It's almost like you want to promote the idea that you could see it from their perspective, even though you don't, just to have them let their guard down so they're more susceptible for genuine dialogue. It's like, it's not optimal. I hate saying that. Make it seem like maybe you see where they're coming from. Okay. But in some scenarios, it is very effective for them to get their guard down. So then, you could help change their mind. I hate saying that though. Let's see who else here. Hey, Abby, thank you for the $2 over in Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Abby. Anya with the $10 says, hey, Dean, love what you do and watch your lives almost every day. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Anya. Squish, thank you so much for the 5. Emily, thank you so much for the 10. Appreciate that, Emily. And then Tess with the 10 says, Dean, I love Momo, and she should be your unofficial mascot. Oh, she already is. Thank you for the $10. Then Lily, Olive, Spencer, and Haley, thank you guys all for the 5. Quickly to catch up over on PayPal, Allison, thank you. Thank you so much for the $5. Who says, look up the app 5, calls it, gets you in contact with people of Congress. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Clifford, thank you for the $30. He says, I hope the country survives to see you become president in 2040 or as soon as you're eligible. Oh, Clifford, that is very kind of you, man. Thank you for the kind words and the $30 donation. And then Diane, thank you for the $50 donation. Thank you so much for the love, Diane. Thank you. Dude, show some love, Diane, down below. Let's get 500 Diane W's, who says, where can I find Matt on YouTube? I don't know if he's on YouTube. Matt, if you're still listening, you should let me know if you're on YouTube, my friend. I know that he's on TikTok at Matt the Librarian. And then Jaden, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, thank you for the good work. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Jaden. I appreciate that. Thank you. James with the 25 euros once again says, keep up the good work, Dean. Thank you so much, James. I appreciate you. Thank you. Othi, thank you so much for the 10. Ariana with the 20, who says, don't read this message on live. Okay, I'll keep it to myself. Thank you for the love, Ariana. Then Powell, that is Pawel. Thank you for the $20, who says, greeting from Poland. You're doing an awesome job. Keep it up. I appreciate you so much. And all the love in the world to you and to Poland. And then one last one here. This is crazy. Miss Mary, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Mary, that is insane. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, I want to see 1,000 Mary W's. Mary says, my heart is broken. Thank you for the hope you share. Love you, Dean. Stay safe. Mary, you know I love you too. You've been watching for months now. All the love in the world to you. Folks, at this point in time, we are going to be ending the stream for the day. Thank you guys so much for the outpour of love and support. And just thank you guys for paying attention. From the bottom of my heart, the fact that you're paying attention means the world. I'm going to go to an end. If you're still in the mood for debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's going to be doing those for another 4 to 6 hours. Peace and love, folks. And as always, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.